Whew. Hello. Hey up. Alright. Here we go. Oh! How's it going, guys? How's it going? How's it going? How's it going? Oh, man. Dude, I wanted to get into the legal mindset stuff today. I've just been taking a quick look through it. Unfortunately, it is absolutely impossible to cover because you can't stop saying people's real fucking legal names all throughout it. Oh, and now my fucking camera's gone. Okay, great. We're back. We're back. Oh, nice. Did you see what Chud said? Yes. I'm aware of what Chud Logic said. Dude, oh my god. I think I saw a couple comments Chud made on Twitter, on like a Twitter clip or something like that. And then I watched the very, very first bit of it. Dude. I think I watched it just about. Chud said, "Dickers, why aren't you moderating? You're hosting this." No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. And then, when I found out that Chud thought that I was moderating it, or that I was hosting it in some way, I think a lot of what he said kind of fell into place. He thinks that I've set up like a 5v1 panel, or something. Failure to moderate? I'm not there as a moderator. I've not been asked to moderate. I'm not the one hosting it. I'm not the one moderating. I'm not the one who's invited everybody. I don't know where Chud even got that idea from. Maybe it's because I was the first person to speak. After Noah goes through and says, "Can everybody please introduce themselves?" Yeah, it's because it's his panel. It's his show. It's his stream that he's had planned for like, what, the last 12 hours? And then in the last hour and a half, he adds me in. Because, as I find out later, British Runner says that, "Oh, Dickers, yeah, Dickers is fair. Dickers is fair." So when I'm going into it, I'm thinking this conversation between me, British Runner, and Noah. And then other people get added in. So, there we are. You can say cope, but that's just, like, directly true. That's what happened. And if you go and watch the stream leading up to it, you can even see people are in my server, and then I say, "Let's leave. I think Noah's making a group." Right? So, that's not cope at all. Oh, my god. Didn't you invite Morale? Well, since Noah had said that Morale was a paedophile, I asked Noah, "Is Morale okay being added in? I think you've made some claims about Morale." And Noah says, "Yes." Now, in fairness, I thought that Morale would probably leave after his section. But no, he wanted to carry on and stay in, so it is what it is. But no, I only added him in after Noah said, "Yeah, sure thing, that's fine." Dude. Yeah, anyway. I feel like the response would have been absolutely different if Chud had watched it from his end. But, yeah, there we are. Oh, man. Anyway, I think Chud and I have got a conversation lined up. I don't know for when, though, because he wanted to call me this morning. Yeah, he wanted to call me this morning, but I wasn't around. So I sent him a message like 3 hours later, and he said, "Busy now, another day." So, we'll see. We'll see. This will get hashed out, though. This will all get hashed out. The really fucking annoying thing, I've got to say in particular, the comments about me make sense if you think that I'm hosting it and moderating it, right? So, critiques at me for failure to moderate, I completely understand that if it's my panel or if it's my discussion. But it's not. So if I failed to moderate, Nicandros failed to moderate, Shamu failed to moderate, Gaming Dad forgot to moderate, or Wargaming Dad, or what the fuck his name is. Like, everyone in that call is equally at fault, but I get fucking shanghaied for it, because people think that I hosted it for God knows what fucking reason. Actually, I'll tell you what reason. I don't know if it's because Diorio watched it through my POV, or what, but then Chud ends up watching it through my POV, and just assumes that it's my panel or my content. Did no one in his chat try to correct him? Here's the problem, okay? And this isn't cope, okay? And I'm not complaining, and it's not Chud's fault. I'm just giving you the real take, okay? The dynamic. As like a tiny, shitter creator, when a bigger creator comes to watch your stuff, you don't have an audience share there, right? You don't have an audience share there. So there's not people to go in to correct him. Because unless somebody has watched my stream and watched the very beginning where I say, Noah wants to have a call with me, Noah's invited me to have a call with him and British Runner, blah, 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 you know, you just won't get it. So people are hearing Chud say, Dickers is supposed to be moderating this, dude. Dickers is hosting this, man. And I was like, whoa, really? Whoa, Dickers is moderating this. Dude. Even if you're not the moderator, he feels if there's an imbalance in the call, I don't think it was ever 6v1. Wargaming Dad was on his side. Then somebody should step in. Otherwise, it's a dog pile. So the moderator point is null. I could buy that. Yeah, I could buy that. I think there was a couple points. I mean, this is going to sound like hope, but there was a couple points where people were talking over each other. And I said, wait, okay, Noah, go. Nicandros, go. But yeah, it is what it is. Wargaming Dad didn't speak. He did. He stuck up for Noah. He argued with me and stuck up for Noah. Or argued with me, rather. But there we go. Yeah. Shamu explained a bit to him a bit ago what happened. Okay. So what Shamu didn't explain was that Shamu had the opportunity to be in there, okay? Shamu was in the group. In fact, I think Shamu had some arrangement with Noah to hop in at some point beforehand, right? And so Shamu had the opportunity to. And Shamu messaged me and said, if you need me, let me know. Or if you need me, add me to the call. It's not my call. Nicandros ended up adding him in. Yeah. But Shamu says, if you need me, cool. Whatever. And then eventually, I think 20 minutes after that, he sends me another message. It's like half an hour into the panel and says, to be fair, seems like you guys are doing a great job, though. So maybe Shamu didn't know the ins and outs of it, though. But yeah. Dodging my question. Shameful. Okay, let's have a gander. What's this? Thoughts on the manifesto posted in your chat? I don't know what you're talking about. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. If you want to feel free to expand on that a little bit, but yeah. Yeah. I was under the impression you were moderating. Yeah, that's because that's what other people have said, and people have watched it through my POV. And I guess like kicked off the conversation with the first question, but there we are. Yeah. I think people also have the understanding that you tend to be more fair, so moderator role be automatically assumed. I just need to move away from that assumption now. That's it. If people are going to assume that I'm going to fill that role more than other people in the call, I need to move away from that aesthetic though, or like that impression. But yeah, there we are. General consensus is you 5v1 dogpiled him and fucked up bad. Chud is furious. Yeah, except for the fact that Noah added everybody into that call. Noah arranged it. Dude. The really frustrating thing for me, and I'm sure that Morale, no, I don't know if Morale's going to fucking disagree. Morale was spurging somewhat bad at parts of that call, such that I was trying to have a one-on-one, and then Morale was cutting back over. Yeah. I will say though, okay, I know that Chud made some comment about me, like railroading him. I just don't think Chud has got the context for what's going on there, right? I don't think Chud's got the context for what's going on there. So when Noah says, what did he say? Oh, I credited you there. That's not true, okay? And he's being a weasel, because the entire conversation is being had about the fact that should he or should he not credit him, right? And this is over every single time that he put some of the Nicandros' stuff into his video, except for the one time that he chose not to cut out Nicandros' watermark or Nicandros' credit, right? So him saying, well, actually, I did credit Nicandros right there. No, that was just the one time that you didn't cut out his fucking watermark, dude. That's why that was weaselly. That's why I said, yeah, we're not doing that, dude. We're not doing that. Especially when the entire argument is over, like, whether or not he should or shouldn't be including citations. And he says that he shouldn't, but, yeah. Utterly won when he muted Morale. Fuck him. Kind of true, yeah. Kind of true. Yeah, the whole idea, Moderator claim is weak. You acted as if you were a moderator only when it suited you. What? What? I don't know quite what you're talking about there. If you want to get into specifics, that's fine. But, no. I don't think that at any point I said that I was like, oh, I'll moderate this discussion. I'll moderate this. I think when 3 people were talking at once, I jumped in and said who should go. But, yeah. What would have been good is British Runner moderating it. British Runner didn't fucking say anything during that conversation. Yeah. British Runner kind of said that it'd be a good idea to add me in there. And he was more sympathetic to his side, so it is what it is. Posting again, in case you didn't see, the guy you argued with today, how he never watched any of the stream, and then said he's only mad because of the critical drinker. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. I agree that Chud went too hard and stuck out a bit of a contrarian opinion. I think your point about I shouldn't have the aesthetic of somebody who takes the lead in a call is silly. Well, no, okay. What I'm saying, and that's not a critique of Chud, right? But if I'm saying that if I'm cultivating, like, I don't know, an image that out of the people in that call, I'm going to be the person who is, like, fair or nice, such that I'm, like, what would it be, like, the peg that sticks out too much, or the nail that's, like, too high, right? Then that's a mistake, and I shouldn't cultivate that aesthetic. That's all I'm saying. It's not even a cope point or a silly point, but I'm saying if that is the kind of thing that I'm cultivating, that's possibly, like, a bad idea. Yeah. Because it does nothing for me, and it only cultivates expectations. Do you know what I mean? Nicandros, my problem, and that's obviously predicated on the fact that you're right, that I do have that appearance, right? My problem with his presentation of my stuff is that it's not clear to the audience what he's showing. Like I said, had he screenshotted the tweet where the graphic was from and showed that first, it would have been fine. Yeah. People look at you and think Wick. Dude, that is absolutely fucking brutal if that is true. Dude. Oh, man. Chud thinking you were the moderator is fine, if it's a mistake. If he's expecting somebody to fill that role because too many people are going at somebody, and then that is gay. Well, I think it's... Okay, so Noah making the group can just kick people. He is the person arguing. He's the person who's added everyone in. And he's also the person who can mute people like he did with morale. And nobody gave him flack over that. Right? Nobody gave him flack over that. But, yeah. There we are. The point I failed to make is when he reduced it down to a screenshot of Nuxtaku's video. Like, that portrays the lack of respect towards other people's work. I'm gonna be... Okay. Nicandros, okay? Lots of love. Alright? Lots of love. You needed to have prepared way fucking harder for that, dude. Or just prepared. Just prepared at all what you were gonna say. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude. Yeah, that argument was pretty brutal. It went around way fucking longer than it needed to. So fucking long, but there we are. Oh, man. Did you want the guy who was attacked? No, sorry. Attacked. Dude, what are we talking about? Attacked to be the moderator. Well, okay, there is no neutral party in that call. Noah has set it up, the entire call, invited everyone in there, and he's got the group moderation powers. So he has that ability if he wants to speak to and doesn't. Right? Is it the best solution? No. It's Noah's solution. It's the one that he came up with. I agree Nicandros either wasn't prepared or didn't know how to convey his points well. Possibly, yeah. No, Nicandros, I spent all the time before the call working on my vid. Well, we know that's a lie. Alright. Oh, he deleted the stream in which his audience is telling him how he should have done better. No way. That video was... Going live for the second time was a huge fucking mistake. I don't know who in his audience told him that that would be a good idea. I don't know who that was supposed to help, or how that was supposed to help him, but... Yeah. Are people mad at you guys for calling that motherfucker out for plagiarism? No, I don't think that's... No. To be fair, Tyrone, that's not what anybody is upset about. Yeah. I don't think so. I did try and move the conversation along quite a bit, right? So when he's going off on like Weasley comments about like, well, actually, I did credit you that one time. No, it's just the one time you didn't cut out the watermark, right? I just want to like move the conversation on. And I felt, especially at the start, like Morale asking, what's your definition of plagiarism? It's like, okay, right. This is going to be the Aiden stuff all over again, right? Let's not waste time talking about fucking plagiarism, like definitions. Let's move on. But yeah, I let Morale take the floor. No, you're retarded. Morale, dude. We can talk about it if you want, okay? We can talk about it if you want. Just point out what he did, what he's done, right? I don't even know if the Ryle video, the Ryle video could have existed and never used the word plagiarism or a definition of plagiarism, and it would have hit just as hard, because quibbling over definitions is just going to get you into retardation, right? You've got the legal definition of plagiarism, I think, right? Or then you start getting into fucking copyright. Then you've got the academic definition of plagiarism, and then just go with what just go with what happened, right? Go with what he did. How's it going? Morale. Hello.
What the fuck?
You can hear me, right? Am I super loud?
What the fuck is my... Hold on, my audio is coming from, like, inside of my computer right now. What? Hold on. Hello?
Test.
Okay. Someone put a speaker inside my computer. I don't know how... Okay, whatever. Okay, his answer to the defining plagiarism is why that's important. He thought it was only writing, right? So if you go into the conversation, you're like, okay, what do you think plagiarism even is? And then he fundamentally just doesn't understand plagiarism. That's why he didn't think he plagiarized. So if we go in there, what do you think plagiarism is? Oh, you think it's just writing? It's not just writing. It's taking any work and portraying it as your own. Look what you did with Shamu. That's exactly what you did with Shamu. And then look at the Ryle video. This is exactly what you did here. You took their script, you took their whatever. This isn't just a writing thing. And then you go to Nicandra's point, because that's the weakest point out of everyone's.
Okay, so I tried to go for the Nicandros point first, and he blew past and he wanted to talk about the Shamu stuff while Shamu wasn't there, right? But the problem is, if you start off at the gate, right, at the get-go, with the definition of plagiarism and trying to, like, argue that down, that could just get you bogged down for, like, an hour, right? And then you have to start just talking about what we're... Okay. I'm saying you need to start talking about exactly the instances we're describing to be able to lend to for an example, right?
Yes, but if he just doesn't think plagiarism is what it is, then that's going to be useless.
Yeah, but but I'm saying that's an argument that can arise later on. I don't know if you need to like hash out definitions at the very start of the conversation.
How are you supposed to argue with someone that something is plagiarism if they fundamentally don't understand what plagiarism is?
Well, okay, you can like hash that out later. You can start talking about the discrete instances first. Just go into the drama, go into the fucking disagreement. Like sitting around and just discussing like what is and isn't plagiarism. I'm not saying never hash out that disagreement, but if there is a disagreement, that comes up while you're talking about the drama. Going in there and like number one thing you talk about is, what's your definition of plagiarism?
He said it was just writing, and then I was like, no, well, it's not writing, it's any type of work. Right. And then we quickly moved past it. And I was like, look at the Shamu case. Look at all of the cases where you did this. Like, this is plagiarism by definition. Right.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what I'm saying.
This wasn't an argument about
if you want to argue the definition.
No, you're wrong about the definition. Okay. Here are instances of you actually doing this. You might think you're not doing this because you just don't understand what this term is. Nobody was arguing the definition.
And if you'd fought back and he's just got a different definition of plagiarism, what do you do then?
What do you do then? You literally can't argue with him.
You move forward to the drama and talk about the discrete instances of what you're talking about.
Discrete instances which he doesn't think is plagiarism. How do you go about that?
You can just ask him if he thinks he did anything wrong. What he's eventually came to, and he admits in his community post, he doesn't call it plagiarism until like the very end. He says that he's lifting stuff from other people's scripts or lifting other people's materials. If you can just agree that he's like done something wrong or get him to understand that, boom, that's the debate done. And nobody needs to quibble down about the discrete definition of plagiarism. If it arises in the course of the argument, that's fine. But it's just like, get into the content, right?
Okay, I feel like you're just like not understanding what the fuck I'm saying because you're like a bumbling fucking moron who has like a dildo up your ass when you're streaming, and you're fucking yourself in the butt right now. And I understand that that makes your brain a little bamboozled. Nobody was gonna fight him on the fucking definition. Nobody was gonna fight him on that. Was I gonna fight him on that? No.
Wait,
No,
dude, you did fight him on the definition.
Nobody did. Nobody fought
You
him on
argued
that.
against his definition. You're just definitionally wrong about what happened in the argument and what would need to happen in the argument. You weren't just laying out what the definitions are. As you said, you argued through the definition of plagiarism, and then you moved on to the Shamu stuff in the process of the argument. You did argue the definition of plagiarism. You're just wrong.
Okay. Dickers. Take the fucking cock out of your butt, okay?
Okay, are you gonna do this? Are you gonna do this line every time you start a sentence now? Come on.
Well, I can stop if it's upsetting. I'm sorry.
It is very upsetting. I'd rather people not know. I told you that in private.
Bro needs a nap.
Okay. I was not trying to argue the definition, okay? And I don't know how you could come to that conclusion. I was like, okay, what do you think plagiarism is? Because in my mind, that's where you start. Because if he just doesn't understand, then you can't fucking fight him on it. And like, this isn't something you even have to argue. You can just go to fucking Google and say like, look, taking other work and portraying it as your own. This is not something we even have to fight about. And this is exactly what you did, right? Which is why I didn't stick on the definition point. I was like, what do you think plagiarism is? Oh, I think it's just writing. Oh, you're just wrong. Let's move on to where you did this by definition. Let's look at this instance. What do you think of this? Right?
Okay, so moving on from the Aiden stuff and what happened there and the arguments we had there about the exact definition of doxing, okay? I've just kind of realized, especially after Chud shouted at me about it, that it's just worth talking about the substance. Getting these kind of like retarded semantical victories is like super fucking hollow. And it only appeals to people who are there for like hardcore debate.
It's not a semantics
Talk
victory.
about what he did. He is not saying I just didn't do plagiarism by my definition. That's not what he's saying. He's saying I did not do anything wrong. That's why you don't go into the fucking definitions. That's all I'm saying. Like starting off with an argument about the definition is like mistaken. Just go into the substance of the drama. Go into the disagreement.
How much money do I have to donate to get this guy permanently fucking banned?
Listen, no, he's been snarking me the entire time. I'm happy for the reprieve.
Okay, whatever, dude. I mean, sure. I'm not gonna fucking fight you if you just want to get to the arguments. I think it's personally valuable to get that out of the way first. Because it's going to be a situation where he just doesn't. Dude, he was clueless the entire fucking time. And I feel like not clearing that up would have made it significantly harder to show to him what was actually going on. And the way he was like acting on Twitter, like in my mind, I was reading his tweets in defense and I was like, this guy just doesn't know what plagiarism is. This guy thinks that plagiarism is just writing. Because I remember on Twitter, he was like, well, I didn't steal the scripts. I didn't steal what he wrote. So I was like, okay, this guy just doesn't know what plagiarism is. If he knows what it is, maybe he would just instantly concede and the conversation lasts like 2 minutes. And then it's instantly a win. And he's like, oh, well, I didn't know that. Whatever. If you just want to get to the substance, I guess that's fine. I don't know if I can really fight you on this.
I think that's cope. Yeah. I think that Otter is just a lot more. He just lies a lot. So I think that trying to boil it down to, well, I just didn't know what the definition of plagiarism meant. That's not true, right? He's taken other people's scripts, adding like a word or two to them. There's in no way can anybody think, oh, that's fine. That's like totally fine. You're not stealing somebody else's fucking script. Dude. Like, that's not what anybody means. And nobody means that when they say plagiarism, right? If you add an extra word or two, like even in fucking class, if you're looking over, like in high school, it's somebody else's essay, and then you just copy it word for word, and then add like 2 words at the end. That's still plagiarism, right? You would have to be out of your mind to believe that that's not plagiarism. That's just a common understanding.
Okay, we both.
So
we
I don't
both
believe
agree
it.
that the Nicandros bit was fucking abhorrent, right? Surely.
The way that Nicandros argued it, yeah.
That was fucking horrific. I don't. Dude, the Nicandros bit was like the weakest out of everyone's. Not that he shouldn't have brought it up, but this. It was definitely the weakest. It was like 2 screenshots or 3 screenshots, whereas Shamu, it was like entire video clips. And then in Ryle's video, it showed 2 different YouTubers, like scripts being lifted, editing being lifted. That definitely should have been like right at the end.
Okay.
Like get him on the hard shit first, get him willing to concede. And then at the end, I guess, get him to concede on that. That's my view, right? Like
for most of it, I wanted to leave it to Nicandros to argue it. So I was happy arguing the Shamu stuff because Shamu wasn't there. But if Nicandros is there, then I just said, Nick, do you want to take it? And he ran with it. I think the Nicandros stuff is, maybe you can disagree in like degree of like how bad it is to take somebody's like edited screenshots or media that they produced and take some of their research and just yoink, take it. But there is truly like, if you look at it in black and white, is it or is it not plagiarism? It is, in the exact same way of Shamu. It is. It just definitionally is, in the exact same way. Somebody spent time, researched, produced materials that you are yoinking to be able to use in your video. You're taking their information, the narrative structure, the research. You're taking all of that. Now, the only differences you can point to is maybe
like
Shamu...
one instance, but if we're just comparing the Nicandros thing to the Shamu thing, he took several minutes of content and then portrayed it as his own. Whereas the Nicandros thing is like a handful of screenshots. Not that makes it like better or whatever, but I think in terms of severity, one of these things is obviously worse. And it's better to argue the worst thing first. And I feel like it's like, are you into cooking? You cook for your like girlfriend if you're still pretending to have that, right? You like tenderize the chicken, right? That's kind of what you're doing. You're loosening up the juices. And then you add the seasoning, which is Nicandros, right? That makes sense?
Yep. Yeah, what I'm saying though is that, in my opinion, because there are some people who disagree with this, is that the Nicandros stuff is like absolutely in the same way plagiarism. It might just be like less bad. So there aren't screenshots, okay?
No,
and that was a point of contention.
I'm not saying it's not plagiarism.
Yeah,
to be clear.
Yeah. So I don't know if it. I don't know. Maybe this is like maybe this is retarded. When you say it's a weaker claim, I think you mean that like you're less confident in it or it's less sure shot, right? But it's not just screenshots. Those are like edited images that Nicandros has made.
Okay, I think that in terms of severity, plagiarizing several minutes of content is worse than plagiarizing 3 edited screenshots.
We agree, yeah.
Made himself,
but it's a matter of degree.
Went out and did the research for. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, I agree with that. Yeah, absolutely. But I still think it's like worth at least like a link in the fucking thing. Or at the very least, don't cut out the guy's fucking watermark, right? Which he did in all but one.
I think I said this to you after the fact, like when we were off stream. I don't credit people because I don't want to have to keep track of like everything that I find where I find it. So I just try to show on screen where it is. Like if I'm showing like a tweet or something, I just won't show the picture. I'll show the tweet or whatever. Or if I'm showing a video clip, I'll just show the title of the video or whatever. So like, just do that. Just show his actual tweet. I don't know. This is like autistic. Yeah. You want to say anything else, or should I leave? This is like retarded.
Well, no. I think the only reason why anyone was talking about like links in the description is because Noah comes from, he comes from like the breadtuber space, and he crosses over and talks about drama commentary, and so he takes like a lot of pride in the fact that like, well, I went through and in my like Nuxtaku Africa video, I like listed all of my sources. It's like, okay, great. Well, if you're going to set that as a principle for yourself, is Nicandros not also included in that? That's what I'm saying. That's where the source and description comes from.
I think my Kiwi Farms crediting point got misconstrued or misunderstood because I wasn't demanding that he credit Kiwi Farms. It was more so you've set the standard for yourself that you have to credit people. Where do you draw the line? What does need to be credited? What doesn't need to be credited? I wanted to figure out what his standards were on that. And I feel like it just kind of turned out to be the soy like, well, did you credit Kiwi Farms for that clip or whatever? And I wasn't really, and then I called him retard and then he fucking muted me. So I couldn't actually finish or get him to fucking answer that point. But yeah, no, I agree. He set the standard for himself that he needs to credit people. So if he set the standard for himself, obviously this is like the gay Beckett thing where you're only criticizing people for their standards, but it is true. If you set the standard for yourself and you're not following that, especially when you're doing something like stealing other people's content, that's pretty rough.
Yeah. To be fair to Noah as well, I misunderstood what you said in the exact same way. I thought that you were trying to press him on whether or not he's credited Kiwi Farms. after we mentioned
I tried to
that you
clarify.
likely got this information.
It was a losing
Kiwi
battle. I
Farms.
think everybody. I worded it really poorly. Everybody thought I was trying to moral frog over crediting Kiwi Farms. So I understand why people
I just think like
tried to shut me down.
Opening up like an argument to that's like super open-ended. I think it just like extends the content rather than like cutting to what people like want to talk about. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I obviously have this issue of trying to do like retarded leading questions that I need to sort out because it's just like stupid. Just don't ask. I Gamma does this, right? Where he not to shit on Gamma, that's not what I'm trying to do, but like when Gamma's debating people, when Gamma was debating Soul, half of the conversation was Gamma trying to ask leading questions to try to get Soul to like put his hole in the like put his foot in a hole or something.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like just ask the actual question, which I should have probably just done outright. I probably shouldn't have opened it up with, did you credit Kiwi Farms?
Yeah. It is what it is. It is what it is. There we go. Yeah, I don't want to keep you too long if you've got nothing else to add, but yeah. Any final thoughts?
You're gonna look at the Brandon Buckingham thing.
Oh, from the Turkey Tom X.
Yeah.
Okay. If somebody sends it to me, I will. All right. I've got the tweet on hand right now. If you send it to me, I absolutely will, though. Yeah.
All right. I'll see if I can find it. Bye.
Cheers, man. Okay. There we are. If you Google the Nicandros News Network, you don't find the Twitter thread. You'd have to know it's from Twitter to find it. If Noah had shown a screenshot of one of the tweets from the thread, there'd be no issue. Even if he cropped out the watermark out of the rest of it. Because my name, it's the fact Twitter. Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah. How's it going, Barbie? Morale. If you ask the real question, you'll get more information than any leading question would. The more he talks, the more he paints himself into a corner. Yeah, possibly. I think the problem as well was that
yeah, I fucking hate Barbie. She's like a retarded, stupid bitch. Like a wretched, like genuine, like subhuman scumfuck piece of shit. There's your tweet though. Have fun.
Thank you very much. Well, he's just like immediately fucking laughed. Dude.
Gamma tried to bait me, but I ain't no fish.
Thank you, Soul Skibbity for the 2. You guys retarded. Noah played dumb, and you guys all fell for it. Womp womp. No, that is my opinion. That is my position. Yeah. Like the switch up on literally every single topic, like within 2 hours, it's just unbelievable, right? When I say it's unbelievable, I don't believe it. It's not true. It's not true at all. But yeah, there we go. So I do think that guy is like super fucking manipulative. Will you watch Noah go on the Cope stream? I don't really know what the benefit would be. I feel like Falgi had him on to then say like, oh, Dickers was too easy. Dickers was too soft. Dickers was way too soft. And then tried to like rape him over several things. And Beckett was incredibly low energy and raped by the flu. So no, I didn't think that was interesting content. But yeah, there we go. Okay, let's go into this real quick. Dude. I want to know if this is like something that Parry has said. Hold on.
I learned yesterday the time a creator is receiving pushback is when you should ask for a job. Just saying, I'm an excellent timestamp goblin.
Thank you, Cal the half K. I appreciate it. Yeah, dude, that second stream was a huge fucking mistake. But yeah, there we go. Okay. Let's get into it. So, Ultimate Rape Review World Tour B emoji says, one of a non-bird Turkey Tom's accusers is now claiming Brandon Buckingham's recent hospital stay and GoFundMe campaign are due to him abusing nitrous that caused a vitamin B12 deficiency and subsequent heart failure. This is all alleged, and one of the accusers is self-admitted PPD. Holy fuck, dude. Holy fucking shit. Total parry victory? Total parry vindication? Holy fuck. So somebody called Gatorades responds and says, in a wild turn of events, Turkey Tom's exes have revealed that Brandon Buckingham's medical issues and subsequent GoFundMe are due to the fact he's a heavy nitrous user. His drug addiction led to a B12 deficiency and health problems. Is this even what would happen if you had a B12 deficiency? I thought that you just got, like, very fucking weak, right? You just, like, started passing out and fainting all the time. Heart damage. Okay. Lol, making a GoFundMe when Nitrous gave you B12 deficiency and caused you to become crippled and have heart failure. It doesn't get much better. Justice for Parry, true. Yeah, your organs can fail. Wait, really? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think Parry mentioned nitrous oxide as well, yeah. Now, here's the fucking problem, okay? Because I know that these girls are pretty intimately familiar with a lot of the stuff that commentators say, right? So I could very much imagine Katie seeing that this is like a narrative going around and just deciding to like feed into it. But I think she's got other screenshots as well, doesn't she? Fuck it. I'm laying into him now. Brandon Buckingham was sick, but also a drug addict. That guy Vega told Tom to never cheat on me because I'm Latina and I would chop his dick off. Should have listened. He said that Bo Black's guy was an insane trans. Okay, right. I've just got no clue how the fuck she would know this, right? If that hospital visit, it was actually a lie, and because he was abusing nitrous oxide, and Turkey Tom knew about that, why would you be telling that to anybody in this fucking sphere? Also, hold on. Wait a second. Hold on. The timelines are all wrong here as well. No. Okay. No. Right. Okay. Nice. Never mind. So, Sacramento. This is my L. This is my L. This is my L. Okay? Sacramento, the person who was dating Turkey Tom until the start of the month, says, fuck it, I'm laying into him now. Brandon Buckingham was sick and also a drug addict. Okay. Right? And then Left for Dead, who is Katie, the other girl, she's then presumably speculating. Lol. Making a GoFundMe when Nitrous gave you a B12 deficiency and caused you to become crippled plus heart failure. I've got no idea how she would know that. Because she wasn't with Tom at the time. Right? Can B12 deficiency cause heart failure? Because I'd imagine that it could in somebody who's relatively old, right? But I thought that getting like severe organ damage from drug abuse in your 20s? How old is he? Early 30s? Was like nigh on impossible. Okay. NHS website. Whatever the NHS says, I'm just gonna fucking go with it, alright? So, in as most cases of vitamin B12 deficiency, or folate deficiency, can be easily and effectively treated, complications are rare. Yeah, I was pretty sure that with B12 deficiency, aren't you just like, you're given B12 as a supplement, and then your symptoms clear up pretty easily? No? Okay. But complaints can occasionally develop, particularly if you've been deficient in either vitamin for some time. Possible then, okay? As types of anemia, regardless of the cause, can lead to heart and lung complications, as the heart struggles to pump oxygen to vital organs. So, adults with severe anemia are at risk for developing abnormally fast heart rate tachycardia, heart failure. It can also cause neurological issues, vision problems, memory loss, pins and needles, loss of physical coordination, damage to parts of the nervous system, particularly in the legs. So I'm guessing you just like stop feeling things, you can't move them. Infertility, stomach cancer, neural tube defects. What the fuck does that even mean? Okay. Right. Okay. Possibly. I'm just thinking, if you're fucking young, you've got to be taking so much fucking, like, nitrous to be able to develop, like, what? Heart failure. Also, I'm pretty sure that he said that it was multiple organ failure in his post, right? I don't know. The problem's going to be, if he's mixing true claims with false claims, it's going to be difficult to tell exactly what's going on there. Especially when these are just, like, random X's of Turkey Tom. Like, the only one mentioning vitamin B12 is the Katie girl, right? I don't know. If the deficiency is severe enough, it takes more than just supplements to correct it. Really? Oh, okay. It takes extremely long to develop the deficiency from nitrous. It's like pins and needles at your extremity. That's what I'd heard, or I guess like passing out, but maybe that's not true. Yeah. You've got the clip now for the parry take. Okay. Yes, he does drugs in videos. Nitrous oxide. We'll see. Well, let's investigate.
Yes. Anyway, guys, point being, I just want to say a couple of awesome things. I can now officially say, with no lie in my voice, the Brandon Buckingham GoFundMe is a scam. That is an objective fact, Stan. That is an objective fact. The Brandon Buckingham GoFundMe is a scam. This one might be real. We don't know. There's not been enough proof, so we can't say one way or the other. This one's a scam, though. This isn't even the real Brandon. Oh, thank you.
Okay, right. So there's a second post here as well. So apparently, this is from later that day. Wait. Okay. So Tom informed me, he, being Brandon, was doing whippets a couple weeks before he was hospitalized. I think the sepsis was caused by something else, but the drugs defo didn't help him out.
You got digged.
Dude.
How many He-Man officers do you own?
Thank you, Lio Convoy. I'm sure it's the real one for the $2. Thank you very, very much. I don't own any, unfortunately. All right. So she's not even... So she thinks the sepsis is real. Okay. If the sepsis is real, then that's what a lot of this organ failure is going to come from. No? He was doing whippets a couple weeks before he was hospitalized. Okay. Seems like a massively fucking excessive claim for what you have in terms of evidence. Dude, this is so fucking retarded. This is so retarded. Holy fuck. And now we've found out some of these drug proclivities. I will say, by sheer accident, okay, parry won. Definitively, absolutely, parry won. But in a very slim way, okay? I'm gonna give Beckett one to give you. Wait, okay, you might actually be Lio Convoy. You are the real Lio Convoy. Thank you, the real Lio Convoy for the two. Dude, hey. I can't tell anymore, okay? I can't tell anymore. I've got Lio Convoys popping up on my Discord. I've got Lio Convoys popping up on Twitter. And none of them are fucking real. But yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Harry knew. He wasn't only doing nitrous. I don't know what you're talking about. What else was he doing? Okay. Alex Pratt, if you know about this, feel free to let me know, okay? Feel free to send me a clip or something. I'm just not aware of any claim that Brandon Buckingham, like, regularly does drugs, but possibly. He's trying to groom you with toys like a child. Okay. No way! No way! He has videos like doing LSD? What? What? And this guy's trying to complain about sepsis after doing a tab of acid? Dude, come on, man. Come on, dude. That's ridiculous. This is the... No way. This is the claim. I'm expecting heroin. I'm expecting cocaine. I'm expecting him to be like snorting cat.
His name is Alex, better known as BB Nose.
When I popped off, then you...
It's a fight tripping in the woods with baby no money. This is the claim that he's doing hard drugs so much. That's the reason for his trip to the hospital. Okay.
Some say we look alike.
Dude, you look like Baby No Money. Are you his brother?
So I traveled all the way to Vancouver, British Columbia to meet Baby Nos, joining him on stage for his birthday, tripping in the woods, and sleeping on the forest floor.
Oh, sorry, I see. I said drugs. Dude, Alex, shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up, dude. Whoa, did you hear that guy went to hospital for, like, you know, infected blood? Did you hear that guy had, like, a blood infection? His blood was diseased. Yeah, I heard about that. Brought it on himself, though, don't you think? Yeah, that guy was taking ibuprofen every single day. Lay off the caffeine for the headaches, buddy. Okay? I don't know how you expected me to have any sympathy. Shut the fuck up, Alex. Thank you for the link, though. I appreciate it, dude. Well, if drugs did damage your brain, it can lead to body failure. Shut the fuck up. Dude, okay, some of you guys are being fucking retarded now. If drugs did damage to your brain, it can lead to body failure. It can lead to body failure. Just imagine an episode of fucking House where somebody gets wheeled into the emergency room. Nurse, stat. This man's experiencing body failure. What's failing? Everything. That's called death. That is called death. Body failure, also known as imminent death. That's what that's called.
You got digged. I can prove you need two big boots.
That made me laugh way fucking more than it should.
Got organ failure from ringworm.
Possibly. That's possibly. Yeah, that's possible. That's possible. Thank you for the 5 New Zealand. Alright, okay. Let's lock in. Let's start the segment. Let's talk about Stale 2000. Nice. Okay. So, embarrassing Reddit moderator. Got kicked from LSF after he started promoting a scam. Went live. Coped about the fact that it wasn't a scam, actually, if you think about it. And in fact, Reddit moderators should be treated like celebrities, dudes. That's the way that he's kicked off this drama. Anyway, he had a conversation with Pisco, and then later on, he'd go on to have a conversation with his YouTube audience. Yeah, he's starting a YouTube channel now. He wants to be a content creator. Anyway, let's jump into the conversation with Pisco first.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, actually, hold on. Wait, Parry wants to call in.
Oh, hi.
Hello, Purple Parry Gaming. How's it going, mate?
Sorry, I don't know if you saw it yet. For nitrous specifically, I don't think I have an example of Brandon doing nitrous. I do have an example of him doing fentanyl in one of his videos and lean, or at least there's a circumstantial evidence that he's doing lean. So if you go to Brandon's channel
Wait.
and you go to...
He's done fentanyl.
Yeah, he's done... Well, it was accidental, according to him. But on his channel, he has, if you go on his video called Inside O Block at 3 AM, the scariest place with black people, O Block. That's the real name of the video. That's not the real name of the video. But it's called Inside O Block at 3 AM. And you go to Big Mistake. You can see him passed out. Here, I'll send you the link now. You can see him passed out on a chair, doing the fentanyl lean. And he's also has a nice little yummy cup of purple drink sat next to him. Now, I don't think I've ever happened upon Brandon Buckingham doing nitrous. I feel like I have a vague memory of people saying he did nitrous, but it is clear that Brandon has a history of drug abuse, one might say, especially when he's hanging out with all these gangsters in order to show off how cool he is to hit. Because did you know he wanted to be a rapper? Did you know Brandon wanted to be a rapper? He was too busy.
Hold on real quick.
Too busy doing... Yeah.
You haven't sent me a timestamp. You've just sent me a link to the video.
Oh, yeah.
Where's he doing the fent lean?
So look at the times that you know how the video's chapters. Go on the one that says bad decision. You should be able to find that. It's where it says bad decision.
Okay. You're in the screen share, aren't you? Wait,
Yeah, well,
right at the very
sure.
start of the video.
Pretty much, yeah. He's saying, guys, don't do this. Don't do this. Also, look how badass I am. I'm hanging out with all these gangsters, but don't do this. And as you can tell, there's like purple drink next to him. I mean, it could be something else drink. We don't know.
How do you accidentally do fucking fentanyl? I will never understand that.
I remember his.
I'm trying to rap.
Okay.
Folks, but you can't rap. You can't rap, folks. I can rap. That shit weak shit. But folks ganged out though. He ganged out, so he gotta rap. Well, that's part of decent.
No, my rap's decent.
That shit weak shit.
No, they're decent, bro.
Yeah, no.
Dude, how the fuck is the
He's
fentanyl
over.
making him speak black? What the fuck is he doing?
It's called code switching. He's lowering his inhibitions. He's trying to make people feel welcome. Okay, it's called good journalism.
Okay.
You wouldn't get it. But no,
I thought that it was just AAVE. I didn't realize it was because of chronic drug abuse. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense now.
6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Because Obama didn't speak that way, right?
Yeah, but Obama didn't do fentanyl. As far as
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Okay.
Right.
That's just
Right.
decent.
Oh. Folks act like he got it. No, he's off the now, folks. Folks off the fin now. I can hear it calling my name.
So what happened here is I took a small dose of something that I'm not allowed to say on YouTube, and it turned out to be a much, much higher dose than what was advertised. And straight up, this is how people OD and die. Taking pills off the street is like playing with fire, and it really does make me sick to see myself in this fucked up condition.
I'm sick of myself. I'm like, so messed up.
We've got to go back to his face. We've got to go back to his face.
To see myself in this fucked up condition.
So messed up, guys. Terrible what drugs do. So terrible.
Holy fuck. Has somebody edit him into a hospital bed in this pose? That would be that would be accurate, I think.
His producer did that. But anyway, so
I think at that point you'd be able to compare them,
You you're sitting there on your stream saying Perry only was right by accident. No. I made it very clear. I'd say it was very disingenuous of him not to mention his drug abuse behavior in his GoFundMe. That was one of my criticisms. Obviously, people only saw the part where I said it's not even plugged in, but I
it's not even plugged in.
It wasn't, by the way. It's still, as far as we know, it still isn't to this very day. It's been 2 months. So I just want to make that clear. Anyway, you can continue with your stream now, unless you have any other questions, I guess. I'm going to go to bed
That's fine. I appreciate the call-in. I appreciate the clarification. Harry, if it helps, you won. Okay?
Thank you, Smile. But really, we're all winning. We'll all win when Brandon Buckingham is in the grave.
Careful.
The grave
right. Okay, never mind then.
The grave of misinformation. The grave of people cancelled for misinformation.
Nice. Okay. Always nice to have call-ins. Always nice to hear how people are getting on. Jesus Christ, that was so retarded. Holy fuck. Hopefully, Brandon pulls through, okay? We disavow those statements. Absolutely. I don't want Brandon Buckingham or his reputation to go in the grave. I'm a believer. I'm a true believer. Okay, let's get back to the fucking Pisco Stale conversation.
Hello, how you doing, Stale? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm doing all right.
Well, great. That's good to hear. We are graced to be in your presence, and a real true celebrity in our midst. I'm just fucking around, but
Thank you.
how are you? What's going on? Tell us who you are and what you've been going through in the last 2 weeks or so.
For sure, yes. I'm Stale or Brian. So I am a person who's been in kind of the Destiny space for a little bit. I'm also very online and into Reddit. I was the top moderator of r/livestream fail, and then due to a series of crazy events, including a failed game show, I ended up as kind of like the most viral topic on Twitter for a couple days after making a video directed at Spez where I described all the very real problems at Reddit. And so, yeah. That's kind of the short story of it. Things have calmed down a little bit. And so things were quite overwhelming at first is what I'll say, but a lot better now.
Got it.
Okay, Stale ran from you for Pisco. Okay, that is kind of true, right? That is kind of true. However, when Stale eventually did say that he was interested in speaking to other people, I just, never followed up with the DM. I just figured, I've sent him a message. I've seen if he wants a conversation. If he does, if he doesn't, whatever, it's fine. If he doesn't want to, get back to me, it is what it is. I've already spoken to him, right? Maybe I should have bit down a little bit harder. Possibly.
Awesome. And so today we're going to be taking a look at a document that you provided me, and we'll be talking about some things. But before we do that, do you mind if I ask you some questions about sort of next steps for you, your purpose? Is that all right?
Sounds great, yeah.
All right. So first, talk to me a little bit about the impetus for the video. I understand that this was meant to garner some attention for your cause. Can you talk more about it?
Yeah, so the purpose of the video was, it was basically, I was trying to point out, it was basically created out of frustration because I had done a lot of work. I took kind of Reddit moderation a little bit too seriously, I would say, and I, basically everything that I did kind of failed. And I brought this frustration and put it in a video directed to the CEO of the company to give you kind of like a peek behind the curtain of the insanity behind kind of Reddit as a platform and kind of its moderators. And so I was talking about real issues. There were some. It was a very funny video. There were some things which were kind of jokes, and other things where I probably just got carried away with it. And so that's how things went.
Got it. And do you feel that it was fair that you were removed from your position as the head mod of Livestream Fails?
Yeah, yes. Mostly because like I was doing a lot of stuff with that position. I would say not for the actual reason. Let me just say, not for the actual reason that I got removed, but they could have come up with a dozen other reasons which would have been justified. So I would actually say that for like for this whole like game show thing, I almost feel like I did almost nothing wrong. But I would say that they should have removed me for many other reasons.
Got it.
What a weird answer. I don't think it's funny in the way that he thinks it is. Okay, so I've had thoughts about this, okay? I've had thoughts about this. So I was completely on the stale train. This guy's pretending that he's jokes, but he's just kind of like a really goofy guy who's like, you know, some kind of like, I don't know, autist, retard, Reddit moderator. Until me and Beckett met up together. Because we talked about the stale stuff a little bit. And Beckett has left a little brainworm in my mind that I just kind of like can't shift. That Stale is not a bumbling moron, but is actually doing deep, deep trolling. The live stream, the idea to go live, apparently that's a deep troll. The idea to like make this fucking video, it is supposed to be unintentionally hilarious. There's like a second layer to it or whatever. Because apparently Beckett knows somebody who knew Stale in college. They've said this is just this type of humor. I can't tell. I genuinely can't. But ever since Beckett mentioned that to me, I actually can't tell which side of the coin it's on. So I'm trying to differentiate at all points about whether he's actually trolling or doing a deep troll or being sincerely, genuinely retarded. And I can't fucking tell. Genuinely, I can't tell anymore. He's playing 4D chess. You make the joke, okay? But that's genuinely what I'm considering.
So when you say almost nothing wrong, you mean that largely your conduct was not irresponsible? That you might have made a mistake here or there, but it's not like it wasn't a big deal.
Yeah, I stand behind my thought process going into it, even though it kind of blew up in my face. So, like, obviously, you know, if I knew there was problems, I would have done it. But you know, I wouldn't say that the thought process was wrong.
Got it. And in general, do you think that you were reasonable in due diligence?
I would say that there are some red flags in retrospect, but I did kind of leave the due diligence up to kind of the live streamers and Mythic Talent. Because there was a major game show that was, I did not even possibly imagine that these guys would have been wrong. Because like that's their job, right? But yeah, I guess screw me, right? That's what I get for making that mistake.
So you're describing like sort of the other actors who were already kind of like publicly committed to this project, right?
Yeah, there's major live streamers involved with this project. There's also a talent agency, which you know, their job is to look into all of these things. And actually, there's 2 talent agencies, and both of them signed off of this. And yeah, I guess that's what I get for trusting other people. But yeah,
cool, awesome. And now going forward, is your goal to get back on the moderation team?
I mean, I do think, actually, to be fair to Stale, okay? To be fair to Stale, I am absolutely gobsmacked that Stale, just through the sheer force of his, like, autistic character, has managed to become the fixation for this entire drama. And nobody really gives a fuck at all about the talent agencies that push this shit. Everyone focuses on Stale because he's bald and fat and he's got that, like, weird face shape that nobody can quite explain. But, like, these talent agencies have got scot-free with it. None of the fucking streamers caught any fucking heat for this stuff. It's all been steeped over Stale's balding head.
To make a difference at Reddit, to start a movement, what is your idea? Or maybe because now you've gotten a lot of attention, to stream yourself. So, in terms of your PR strategy going forward, what would you say is, like, your purpose or a set of purposes behind what you're doing?
Sure. So I got a couple goals. So one, there's no way that I'm getting back on that moderator team. But I'm also fine with that. So the new people, we don't always agree on many things actually, but I basically filled the mod team with normal, regular people who are not as terminally honest as me. And honestly, they're going to do a better job of running this than I ever did. So I'm fine with that. Two, these are very real problems that I was bringing up. I spent a ton of effort, and I know a lot about Reddit, the company. You know, I have had multiple meetings with Reddit employees. I have talked to the CEO of the company multiple times in like 20, 30-minute in-depth conversations. And so, yeah, I do very much care about
Spez, right? You've spoken with Spez.
Yes.
Nice.
Multiple times in person, yes.
What's he like?
You know, he's kind of he understands the platform. He's a nice guy. He has some opinions about Reddit that I think would be controversial, but I think are correct. Basically, he is aware of a lot of these problems with Reddit moderators and the platform, and he's basically trying to make Reddit a more professional, profitable company, and that's a smart thing to do. And so, yeah, he's a very, very smart guy, understands this platform well.
Given the prior relationship, did it occur to you to send the message privately first to see if it got a response, or like what was the strat behind the duel? Because it's like, I send this to you, but also send it to him. Was there a fear that perhaps he wouldn't like be pressured to read it or respond to it if it were just done privately? It would just kind of go into the spam folder or whatever.
Basically, that was my thoughts. The worst thing that can happen in a situation like this is that people go silent. You know, I would send a thing, I don't even know if somebody looked at it, and so I made a splash, and also that's my kind of a personal philosophy. I like doing things that are like audacious and splashy, and so I couldn't have done it any other way. Got it.
And the internet is quite cruel. So how are you coping with the
They respond to emails. That's bullshit. It depends how he words it, right? It's gonna depend how he words it. Especially after the fact that he's just been like let go from the Reddit moderation staff, and he's sending like a YouTube link. I could imagine why somebody would be like, okay, this is pretty fucking weird. This is pretty fucking weird. I don't know. Have they like emailed back and forth before? I don't know.
Because there are a lot of people who...
Oh wait, no, they have spoken. So presumably he thought that he would saw it, but maybe he needs like outside
who are
pressure.
Attacking you and that kind of thing, and you know, making fun of you. How has that been? How have you been coping?
I mean, I was expecting some of it. I would say because I know how silly the whole thing looks like, but I'm pleasantly surprised because for every 9 people who are making fun of me, there's like 1 out of 10 they're like, oh yeah, this guy's hilarious, please creating content, keep doing stuff, keep going at it. And even just that, even like the 1 in 10 people who are like kind of behind me is enough.
I will say that
I mean, that's pretty fucking rough, dude. I'm becoming more and more convinced that he is trying to do this weird comedy routine to be able to like garner an audience or people who like him. I don't believe in that 1 in 10 thing at all, right? Like, how many views did the fucking Moist Critical shit get? The thing about Stale is that he's a liar, frankly. Like, he just lies. What about what? See, dude, he's totally fucking mind raped me. Because I'm not sure, okay, if what he's saying there is like a deep troll to be able to fuck with me, and then I'm gonna go and look and like, wait, hold on, how many views did the original Moist Critical video get? Wait, you're saying that 500,000 people are now becoming your fans? What? That's not true. That's absurd. I don't know if that is his fucking plan. This guy is... Look at his fucking face, dude. Look at his fucking face. This is the man that is boring into my fucking mind. Okay. Need to come up with a rubric. I think he's coping about the amount of people who laugh along with it. I think that he is giga autistic. That's the conclusion there. Not deep troll, sincerely retarded.
The deadly seriousness line killed me. I was like, I don't think I've had a good laugh like that in months. Like, I don't know if it was intentional or whatever, but it was really...
That was... I should have... Maybe I need to...
Beckett thinking Stale is doing 5D chess is like Chud thinking Tectone is a sophisticated manipulator. Dude, listen. Okay. Just look, think back on this, okay? Think back on this. And answer me this, if you think this might be a deep troll, okay? When Stale is going to food shops, the new pedophile Destiny drama orbiter, and saying that he wants to make food shops, the new pedophile Destiny drama orbiter, the face of LSF. What do you think? He's trying to bring more exposure He's trying to bring more exposure to food shops in a relation to Destiny. Talking about the Destiny drama. Fighting with Queeman. Fighting with J-Stalk. Now, does that sound sincere to you? As though he's trying to support food shops to support Destiny? Or is that also him playing jokes and everyone at the time just thought he was retarded? That is the thing that sticks in my mind, okay?
Like, be more clear with my tone of voice. Because like, okay, that's, to me, that's a...
Dickers can never tell satire, wrong. And Beckett always sees intentionality where there is none. Those are the biggest respective brainworms. All right, fuck you.
very obvious comedy beat. You say something like, it's deadly serious, and then you do something that's the opposite of that, which is Reddit moderation. But yeah, that was very bad.
But you do care about that. I mean, it's not like...
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. So, in summary, the recommendations, which are laid out in your video and which people should watch, could you, before we get into our task for the day, could you encapsulate in a couple sentences maybe the theme or thrust of your recommendations?
Sure. So my thesis statement is that Reddit is the third largest website in the United States. It gets lots of views, and it's run by kind of crazy people. And I wish that Reddit would put more resources into basically these moderators. It's like an army of untrained crazy people that are running the website. And we should take lessons that are learned from other platforms, other social media platforms, and influencer platforms, and apply them to Reddit. So, I know it sounds crazy to say Reddit moderators should be treated like influencer celebrities, but what's an influencer? An influencer is an idiot who has a platform. What's a Reddit moderator? Also an idiot who has a platform. And you could take partner programs, or I gave out a pretty extreme option, which is like you could have a talent agency or something. Maybe that's too extreme, but maybe more of a YouTube partnership program. Basically just general ideas of how do you take these logistics and things that that exist in every other influencer industry and apply it to Reddit moderation, and take it, maybe they're not celebrities, but maybe they're halfway there. Maybe they're a third of the way there. So yeah, that's what.
Got it. And that
it's just so retarded. I mean, I think this idea that he has is sincere, right? The celebrity stuff, that's all fucking window dressing. But I think this idea is sincere. It's just so retarded. Influencers are people who've been able to garner an audience themselves, right? The reason why they are an influence is because they've gathered an audience and people want them to make content, right? Why are Reddit moderators there? Well, Reddit moderators are only there because at some point somebody clicked the mod user button and they haven't been removed yet. That's the only reason. It's so fucking easy. There's no barriers of entry. You need one or two people to like you to be able to get in there.
pertains to not to Reddit creation, the posters, but the moderators, right? Some sort of moderator creator system of some kind. Is what you're advocating? Okay.
Yeah.
Some kind of support system.
Yeah, because the moderators are the true people kind of running the entire platform. It's not the posters, it's not the commentators. All you guys dance to the puppet strings of the moderators. This is what I like to say.
Interesting. Oh, okay. Sorry, a couple more questions. So first off, on the sort of broader purpose of your next PR strat, or are you trying to get these kinds of things implemented on Reddit? Do you see that as a realistic prospect? Or are you trying to win the hearts and minds? Or are you trying to create content yourself? Or all of those?
Yeah, I think the answer is all of that. Because I still calibrate Reddit the platform, and I still have a lot of feedback to bring to them. And, I have a lot of connections both inside the company and outside of it. And so I can both create content that talks about kind of these real problems, and I can also do kind of funny, entertaining stuff kind of along the way.
That's awesome. Well, I appreciate you coming on to talk to me and chatting. I think that it's a bit surreal, or it must be surreal to see yourself on Charlie, what's his name again? Moist Critical.
Yeah, Moist Critical.
Moist Critical, Asmongold, Hassan, and all that stuff. Is there anyone coverage of you that you liked?
What
or that you thought was fair?
See. Yeah, actually, there's another lawyer guy called LUS, who had some very good content, and because of that, I actually reached out to him, and then I might be doing a.
No way! Stale is shouting out Lus. Stale is shouting out Lus, dude. There's no fucking way. Autism sees the autism, dude. That's so fucking funny. I didn't realize that LUS had even made a video. Now, LUS, if you guys don't know, to be fair, okay, is massively on the fuck Reddit, we hate Hassan's a terrorist, Ethan Klein is right, Reddit is just trying to protect these snark subreddits when they should be fucking banning them. I mean, here we are, right? Yeah. Okay. So, Yeah, talking about the Tecton lawsuit, and then go down. Ethan Klein can sue Destiny. Ethan Klein lawsuit. H3 Snark mods. Blah 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 blah. Ethan Klein or Destiny was livestream fail mod a fan of any? What? Okay, right. Okay, that sounds retarded. Obviously, it's a fan of Destiny.
Talk with him as well.
Cool.
And so yeah, he gave a he basically because he has experience being a moderator as well, not on Reddit but on other forums, and he actually like truly understood the madhouse that moderation can be.
Got it. All right. So let's talk a little bit about what we're gonna do right now. So you sent me. Well, describe what you sent me and what you'd like to do.
Yeah, so I sent you an agreement, or maybe it's a contract that I had signed with the $1 Million Fan kind of show, and I'm curious what your thoughts on that agreement are, and about like what does it say about the company, and like what does it say about me for kind of like signing this within kind of 24 hours, or what are like red flags, or yeah, basically.
Yeah, got it. So we're going to take a look. You sent me a document. I'm going to put it on the stream so people can take a look at it. And basically...
Wait, hold on. What's Pisco winding up for? Was that little smirk? Was that little smirk that I detected he's trying to hide?
Put it on the stream so people can take a look at it. And basically to just give my take on it, right? And see basically whether or not things make sense, or whether there are... I'm guessing this is like to see if there are like red flags.
Okay.
Yeah, that, or like just I don't know how much research
more general
you've done with
thoughts.
the company, or yeah, like what are your more general thoughts and that kind of stuff, and I can answer questions.
What do you think that Stale's... Wait, what do you think the goal of talking to Pisco is for Stale? I think this is genuinely what he wanted, right? He genuinely wants somebody else to look over the contract and be like, is this legit? Because I think that's the thing that he seems super like ironclad on, right? This is boilerplate, this is legit, this is real. Yeah. I think that it might be the strongest ground, possibly.
About my involvement.
Cool. I've got no idea why you're doing a public forum, though. You're just going to look like more of a fucking retard. Especially when the one thing that you're trying to stand on is that your removal over this, like, famous show thing is, like, it was immoral. It was wrong. Like, you shouldn't have been fired.
And that sort of thing.
Is this the first time you've shown it on, like, the stream, or have you shown it before?
First time publicly, yeah.
Okay, got it. And you actually executed this contract and you signed it, right?
I did sign it, yes.
Okay, cool. So now I'm gonna show the contract, or at least the first page of it. I'll ask you some questions before we actually start reading through it. My intention is to read through it. I've already looked at some of it. I think I've already read through it before. And you don't mind me showing this, right? That was the whole point.
Totally
okay, cool. Got it. And the last thing I'll say is this is not legal advice. We're just analyzing this, and so don't take any of this as legal advice. And then finally, just some sort of threshold questions or throat clears or whatever. Have you ever met this person, Stephanie Hall?
Nope. This was all over Discord.
Discord DMs, correct?
Discord DMs, yes.
And how did you sign this? Was there some kind of DocuSign, or did you put wet ink on it, or how was the signature?
They sent me the Google Doc as it is, and then I figured out how to use like Notepad to like draw my signature on it. So yeah.
Got it.
Oh, dude, no. Well, you see, I opened up the PFP of the contract in Paint, and yeah, I just started doodling. I just started drawing on it. They said that would be fine,
and then I sent it back. Yeah.
All right. And then finally, have you ever negotiated a contract before? Besides like your personal employment contracts or whatever. Like
only
this kind of agreement for like I don't know, particular service or some sort of content agreement.
No. I mean, I did read through it, and there wasn't anything that I was uncomfortable with agreeing to, I guess. But yeah.
Cool. So why don't we get started? Do you have any problem with just like reading and going through it?
Sure, go ahead.
Awesome.
Isn't he some AI millionaire? So that's one thing that I spoke with Beckett about. Apparently, that is actually true. He got like super early on like a big startup, and he actually did make like shit tons of money.
So the first thing I'll note is it's a little odd to me that like everything's bolded. I will say that. And also the kind of it doesn't appear to be some sort of like standard contract in the sense of like the recitals at the start are like there's no like whereas blah 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 blah, whereas that, like maybe not all agreements start that way, but the kind of formatting of this just looks odd to me. I'm not going to say that it's necessarily indicative of fraud or anything like that, but usually they just look a little bit different. Certain things centered. Again, these are all minor things that again, they're not dispositive.
All right, I'm putting the glasses back on. I'm looking in.
Noticed. And this agreement identifies two parties, so we'll read it. This marketing content collaboration agreement, here and after the agreement, right, is entered into as of January 8th, 2026. So that's the date you executed the contract, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
By and between $1 Million Fan, a reality competition television production, represented by Stephanie Hall, producer. So the first issue that I think I'll identify is, what is the entity you're coming into an agreement with? Like, what is this entity, right?
So I did search them up later, and I found that there's a registered Canadian company called $1 Million Fan Inc. And so I don't know if that's a shell corporation or whatever, but there was a company created. I mean, it's registered that is officially for this thing and this thing alone.
But is the name of it just $1 Million Fan Incorporated?
Yep.
And so the first thing I'll note is that that's not the name of the party here. This just says $1 Million Fan. It doesn't say $1 Million Fan Incorporated, a corporation, right? This is just says a reality competition. So you're making an agreement with a television production, but it's not clear to me like who the other party is. Maybe it's this corporation, but it's not clear that the corporation is binding itself. And it's certainly not describing itself as a corporation that's incorporated in Canada. I think later on the choice of law or whatever is in Canada somewhere. So I'm not saying that it's impossible that they created this entity, $1 Million Fan Incorporated, but I'll notice that that isn't the party here, and so I was kind of confused about this. But yeah, any thoughts on that?
Okay, so would that be like really, really important in court then? Would that actually like make it so the contract could potentially get like thrown out? Or the business themselves say like, hey, we've got nothing to do with this. This is to do with like the production team, us, the entity, the incorporated like business or whatever the fuck. We don't have anything to do with this at all. This is, who the fuck is Stephanie Hall, I guess, representing, right? This is not a standard contract. Does not look like one. Is not on a letterhead. Does not have drafting information. Is poorly written. Does not identify parties correctly. Holy fuck. Okay.
I didn't
extremely
that detail.
very.
I checked.
It's not binding.
It looked like
Alex Pratt says he doesn't know.
Okay, cool. Represented by Stephanie Hall, producer. I assume this is like she's the agent of the production that you're signing, right?
I actually don't know. So this is the first time I saw this person's name, and I don't know if I was even talking to that person in Discord. I was just talking to like a different Discord name.
So that I think is the first problem is like you should know who these people are if you're signing a contract with them. Mm-hmm. And like this should all be clarified, I think, is like if I don't know who Stephanie Hall is and she has some role in what's going on here, I would be concerned, unless it's like, I don't know, if it's like an Apple contract or something or some sort of form thing where there's like other indicia of reliability, then maybe I'm not looking too closely at it. But if this is some kind of like custom agreement between you and a part, like it's for a very specific cool thing, I would want to know who the fuck these people are. And I think that's like a first kind of red flag. But any thoughts on
that? Yeah, I mean, my high level philosophy.
There's zero reason to omit the entity. You need to be able to ascertain the parties, Dickers. But it's extremely sus they wouldn't list the entity. Right, okay.
The philosophy of this
right,
kind of thing is, I mean, you'll have to see if there's anything that I agreed to that was like dangerous to me. But I kind of just like went along with whatever they kind of asked me to do. They basically asked me to sign this in like 24 hours. And I didn't really, I thought this was like
that's kind of a red flag, right?
Yeah. I mean, so my thoughts was like, okay, they just didn't want me to like back out of this thing. Because if they're doing this whole reality TV show thing, if they're involving me, they don't want me to get cold feet and then like just like drop out. But it didn't, there wasn't anything here that was like, seemed very dangerous to agree to, I guess.
So the first thing I'll say is the urge.
signing 24 hours is a clear-cut sign of a scam. Whenever I've signed contracts, I've never been given a term like that. But again, I've never signed with anything like this, so I'm not sure.
Urgency thing, like what the urgency is, like that is a.
I guess the question would be, this show doesn't happen for months, right? This show doesn't happen for a long time. Where does the urgency even come from to say you need to sign this in within 24 hours? Like, there's not a shit ton of money that, like, he's being offered. I don't think there's any money exchanged in this at all. It's literally just for the agreement that $1 Million Fan is going to set up some part of their show to do with LSF, and he's going to promote it, right?
Like, why is it urgent for you to sign right away so you don't get cold feet? That should be a reason for you to be like, well, hang on a second. That should indicate to you that there's, like, if it's not immediately apparent why it would be urgent. A lot of scams say, like, you have to do it right now. Like, my cousin is trapped in Nigeria, and if you don't do it right now, they'll die, like that kind of stuff. So I just think that the fact that they're like, you have a 24-hour turnaround, like, what if you needed, like, turn changes, right? This might not be enough to turn changes and come to a negotiation in 24 hours. It's a very quick turnaround. And to just basically ask you to do your due diligence in 24 hours for an organization which, who the fuck knows, and even meet these people initially. I don't think this is enough time, given the circumstances, for you to say that you responsibly did due diligence. And especially if, you're relying on the due diligence of others, which I don't think that you should outsource. And they're not like a known commodity. I just think that this should be a red flag to you, the urgency of it. And look at what it did. It caused you not to look up who this person is. And I have no idea who this person is. And you have to, but you're signing a contract where you were binding yourself to do something with respect to this entity whose specific corporate existence, I'm not even sure what it is, represented by someone who you don't know. It feels like a very, I don't know, red flag. Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, if you're given 24 hours, I mean, Dragon Machine is right. Yeah, you don't even have time to be able to, like, contact a lawyer, right? Like, even if they send you that email, that contract, 9 a.m., right? Maybe they send it, like, 8 o'clock in the morning, right? Have you got time to be able to, like, reach out to a legal team or reach out to a lawyer's office, send this over to them, get, like, a really quick turnaround and get legal advice within, what, end of day? Yeah, probably not.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, sure. In at a high level, generally agree.
Okay.
Like, I feel like the more you sit with it and think about it, this is explicitly just created so that somebody doesn't get legal advice on this contract. But there's no other reason for it, right?
My thoughts was like, I mean, I guess I didn't even consider that it might be a scam or something. But my thoughts was like, okay, am I really agreeing to anything that's bad? Who really cares that much? But sure, yeah.
Sure, I'm very, like, persnickety and very, like, good. So, like, if I get too in the weeds, you let me know. This is you, so we know who you are. All right, great. In your individual capacity as operator and moderator of LSF subreddit. My question here is a couple things. One, does the Reddit TOS, does it give you permission to bind a subreddit to do anything? And do you have actual authority, basically, to be able to bind your actions as moderator to a separate contract? I'm not sure about that. I'm not saying that you can't, but did you investigate whether this was compliant with TOS?
So the answer is yes and no. So they did have a legalese statement, which is, I don't even remember what it says, but it was probably something related to, like, you can't do contracts. But also, people do agreements with companies all the time, and, like, these are, like, encouraged by the company. So, like, if you set up a Reddit AMA with the company, that's an agreement, but that's not, like, people do that all the time. So I did see a term that might cover this, that might say, like, you're not allowed to make agreements, but I didn't think that's like a puts me in danger kind of a way. I just think I thought that was like a legal thing so that they get out of any liability.
Hold on, still listening.
There might have been like a weird TOS thing that prevents this. Yes.
Oh, in this contract, but as with between you and Reddit, is it within the terms of service or whatever moderation agreement that you enter into with Reddit? Do they allow you to bind your duties as moderator in this way? In other words, like, do you have authority pursuant to the agreement you've already signed up with Reddit to make these kinds of representations and promises on behalf of your actions pertaining to the subreddit? That's what I don't know. And I'm asking if you investigated that, not with respect to this contract, but with respect to your obligation to Reddit. Did you investigate that?
Yes, I did investigate, and I did find a term that made it seem like Reddit was
Allowed this.
kind of. I found a term. No, I found a term that said close to disallowing it, but I thought it was like it was like preventing liability on them. So at the end of the day, it's Reddit's platform. Anything that I sign doesn't force the subreddit to do something. I guess was my thoughts. Like, okay, I can force myself.
Yeah, but it might be against your agreement with Reddit. You might be in breach of your obligations to Reddit to bind the subreddit in such a way because you've already made another agreement, right? There's this other agreement, call it TOS, and I just like if what you're saying is you think. Are you saying? I'm just to be clear. Are you saying that you thought it was against TOS to do this, or are you saying you were unsure when you did it?
I would say that I'm unsure. I did find a vague TOS rule that might cover this, but
Wait, answer Chud? He would have had you on. Wait, I just saw that Chud messaged me. I've told him that I'm about. We'll see if he wants to call.
It's not like Reddit stops you. Like Reddit wants you to do partnerships. They have a whole partnership team. Actually, I remember the TOS thing. Technically, you have to if you want to do a partnership.
What do you mean too late? Bro, I'm streaming and I sent him a message back 2 minutes later. Really? Okay.
Or something, you have to get permission from them. And I did not get permission. Yeah.
Okay.
But they don't automatically disallow this stuff.
Subject to their approval, right?
He said he would talk to you back then while he covered it, but not later. No, Alex, you're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. Chud has just messaged me.
Yeah, but nobody gets approval.
Okay, but multiple people could be in breach. I'm just analyzing it.
Sure,
okay, cool, awesome. So that's another thing that like the timetable makes it tough. Like you need to understand like, is this enough time for you to seek to comply with Reddit's TOS that you say you might be violating, or do people kind of just don't listen to or whatever? Is this enough of a window to make sure that you're complying with your other agreements? I'm not sure about that, but we can move on. MDF and you,
Okay. Here he is.
Dickers.
Hello. How's it going, mate?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good, thank you.
I'm live right now, by the way.
Yeah, so am I. Just double checking.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that call was a fucking disgrace, wasn't it, on your part? You're like a total joke.
Okay. Because I've seen a couple clips about comments that you've made. Are you aware that he set up that panel?
What difference does that make to my takes? Explain it to me.
What? Because the orientation of like who's talking to who, how many people are talking to who, he set all of that up. When I agreed to go onto it, he said that I'd be speaking to him and
Let's
British
just
Runner.
cut to the brass tacks, bro. You got totally raped when you tried to say, "Oh, you plagiarized this," and he hadn't plagiarized that, and you was taken out.
Wait, what? What are you talking about? Wait, hold on, I'll come up as well. What? I don't know what you're talking about when you say that.
At the start of the stream, or the beginning of the conversation, it's just you were kicking things off, right? You say you played a bunch of clips, and you claimed, or tried to claim that you plagiarized it, and he said that he didn't, and you weren't able to back up your claim and it's taken out.
I don't know what you're talking about there, no. Wait, are you talking about the Nicandros clip?
We're bringing it up. If you're going to play this fucking stupid game with me, where you're not going to accept that this happened, when it happened, and it was a big deal because you mentioned it, and now I've got to fucking bring the clip up and show it to you like you're a fucking baby.
You're talking about the Nicandros thing. Dude, I'm just asking for a point of clarification.
An L. Dude, you said, I take the L. Do you not remember this?
On the Kiwi Farm stuff. Wait. Wait, you're talking about the Nuxtaku stuff?
It's simple. You said I take the L. Okay. Do I really have to play the clip for you?
Okay, I've seen several clips, dude. Okay, you can bring up the clip if you want to. Yeah, I forget what exactly I took the L on.
Like a little fucking baby bird, and I've got to feed everything to you, like everything in this fucking life, bro. Dude, you fucking Jesus Christ, bro. Let's watch the clip together, shall we? Okay?
Go for it.
Let's do that. Let's watch the clip together. Let's watch the clip together. I don't care how long it takes. I don't have the timestamps to hand. Okay? We are going to watch the clip together, and we'll see you take the L again. Beautiful. I can't fucking wait, dude, for you to see this and us to talk about it. Here we go. So I'm going to share this with the Discord. Give me a sec. Here we go. You got that?
Yep.
Okay. Let's watch together. I'll skip through until we find it. Here we go. I've got all day, bro. I've got all
Let's say
day.
you came across that. How would that make you feel?
Where is it? Here it is.
Because there'll be a
Yeah,
lolly
for
girl on
Templar.
screen as well.
Because I've known about Templar for a long time, and I've covered Templar long before a lot of commentary channels have as well. That's the thing.
Oh, on the Templar clip.
I mean, I don't know. At what point you like got to know him? We like spotted him around like October, I think, last year.
Templar. Okay. On the Templar
Let's cut
clip.
to the chase.
There we are.
Nux is friends with.
Okay.
Yes, this.
Carry on.
This thing.
Okay. So that's the original clip.
Tactical Templar.
And then if you carry on, show me the bit where Templar gets
Funny
fatified.
enough, there's also another Christian,
okay,
and also
there we go.
Another lolly enthusiast that I've right here.
Whose clip is
So
that?
if you scroll forward as well with on the video.
Channel before. He's definitely a very funny person, and especially when he goons to all the VTubers on Twitch, not really trying to hide it.
Where'd you get these clips from?
This clip here. These are all from the Kiwi Farms thread, and this clip is from like one of his own videos. He used to have an intro where he was glazing about Tectone, talking mentioning him in one clip, and he was he's a big Tectone simp, so he's very happy about that. So wait, if you're saying these are clips from Tactical Templar, that's not true, right? That's what Templar's icon.
This
that's not what uses for
like it comes from Queenman's stream.
Or Nicandros' Twitch Reddits.
Oh yeah.
With my what?
I have the video pulled up on my screen. Am I missing something here? Can you tell me where this is? Or I'll play this whole segment. Templar of all people, who, funny enough, is also another fake Christian and also another lolly enthusiast. Tell me when to stop when you see something that I've told. He's a very funny person, and especially
Okay, so I'm saying all of this on screen.
Trying to hide it at all from his audience, like he did in this.
Unless you're saying that you've taken these clips and you've edited in the Fat Templar.
Yeah, that's what I have. That's literally I edited in the Fat Templar myself because I like using that picture to troll him.
Okay, I take the L. I wasn't able to.
There we go. That's
I
what
conceded on that
when
point,
you
yeah.
said I take the L. Why are you playing fucking dumb with me and leading me around the fucking houses and making me play you the footage? Because I know that I'm right about this. Why
Because I think
is this fucking debate, bro?
there's two concessions that I made, and I know you had a complaint about the Nicandros situation.
You're a fucking rat.
Where I'm trying to
dude.
claim.
You're a dirty little fucking rat,
What?
and you're trying to wriggle out of
Okay,
this, bro.
let's chill the
What
fuck
did you
out,
not immediately
okay?
think?
Because what
Oh,
I think that
I'm
he's
serious,
talking
this is
about
me
in
too,
that
bro.
moment
This is me fucking chill. Go on.
Okay. What I think that he's talking about is this clip that I got sent from Throwaway. Okay? Because I know that I've seen a very, very similar edit. This clip has gone around, right? So as we're going through, I notice it, and I think that I recognize a clip that I've seen before.
How do you think this looked? How do you think you performed here? Tell me about your performance in this moment.
Well, I took a concession, so pretty badly.
Okay. Good. Now, let's move on to the next point, okay? Unless you want to comment anything further that you think is relevant at this stage.
No.
Do you remember the point at which Noah went to defend himself?
Wait, hold on. Can we go back to that just for 2 seconds? Because
Sure, go on, speak.
if you're coming in with this kind of heat, I don't get why that's your first example. Because I bring up a point as we're scrolling through. I think I recognize something that comes from a Twitter thread that I've seen before, that I've just sent you. And I point out that I think that he's nicked it from Twitter as well. And then I'm a rat for pointing that out. He wants us to watch his video and point out anything that we think has been taken. How does that make me a rat at all?
You're a rat for what happens later, and you're a rat now because you're wriggling around rather than just going like, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. We watched the Templar stuff and I took the L. Like I'm saying, you said I take the L, and you're acting like it's confusing when it's very obvious what I'm talking about. And we just seen exactly what I'm talking about there.
Well, I forgot what I took the L on.
Not?
That's all that's happened.
This call was yesterday, was it not?
It was, yeah.
Okay. What did you?
Because I conceded on the Templar stuff, and I conceded on Morale's behalf over the Kiwi Farm stuff. I didn't know what you were talking about because I tried to clarify and ask if you were talking about the Nicandros stuff.
Well, the point is
that was all the contention, dude.
The point is, you tried to bring something forward, and you got fucking owned, and you looked terrible, and then you were fucking rattling about with the Kiwi Farms point, and that looked terrible as well. Okay.
Wait, that was Morale's point.
Okay, let's play on. I'll tell you what. Let's just play on, shall we? Let's just play on a little further.
Distinguishing that example, what you edited and what somebody else had edited, because I've seen a very similar clip that Nicandros has taken.
Oh,
apologies.
Okay, interesting. Well, I'm glad that one could be cleared up.
Okay,
All
I'm
right.
confused about that. Well,
That's totally valid. Again, I'm glad that's why we're doing the stream, so we can actually properly discuss and hash things out.
Did you credit Kiwi Farms for these clips?
Yeah, the lolly
Oh.
VTuber girl was on Kiwi Farms. Yeah. the clip of him gooning to that, and then I edited in this part here.
You did credit that, right?
That's what you credit them in the description.
Here we go. Moan says he goons. Yeah, there we go. I edited that part in as well. Like, this is a clip that anyone can
I understand that you edited that. What did you credit for this clip, though?
Do I need to credit a clip of Templar gooning to a lolly girl?
You said you got it from
So-
the question I'm trying to ask is, did you ultimately credit
Hold
Kiwi Farms or
on.
no?
Do I,
Morale brings it up.
Yep.
Nicandros tries to press it. That's not my point. I took the L for Morale because he gets muted after this, and I say, let's move on from the Kiwi Farm stuff.
Let's listen on.
I mean, I haven't, like, in streams before, I talked about this clip, yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
if you feel the need
finding-
to source Kiwi Farms, though, and cite that this is where it's come from. I mean, I wouldn't personally say that, but whatever. But if you feel
Sorry, is that you making a point backing up morale there? You didn't say that's what happened just a second ago, did you?
Wait, what are you asking?
You're acting like morale made the point and you took the L on the Kiwi Farms point, but you're validating.
I'm talking
Bush's
later
point
on.
for him.
I'm talking after Morale
Don't
takes the L.
fucking
Or after
bullshit me,
I'm
you
talking.
fucking little
I literally
rat, bro.
just said
You're
after
playing
Morale
dumb.
gets
You're playing
muted.
dumb. You are
I don't know why
fucking
you're so
playing
pressed
dumb
over
with
this
your
point.
rat fuck.
I just
Because
said I gave you a
because
timeline of
were
events.
fucking
After
disgraceful
Morale
on this
gets muted, that's when I say let's move on from the Kiwi Farm stuff. I don't know why you're trying to pretend that I've lied, but I haven't.
Cool, bro. You're the worst moderator I've ever seen in a conversation. Totally
Okay,
biased.
Chud, and that's
riding
why
on
I bring up
Nicandros'
at the
cock.
very start of our conversation together, I did not organize this panel. This is Noah's panel. This is Noah's stream that he organized 12 hours before, invited me on an hour and a half before it started. I was never the moderator. I'm one of the people on the panel. That's why at the very start, Noah goes round and tells everybody else to introduce themselves, because he's the host. I'm not the moderator. I never claimed to be the moderator. I went on there because I wanted to talk to him about it, not moderate a conversation between anybody. I learned later, British Runner says that, oh, well, Dickers is fair, you can come on, yeah, that sounds good. That's like a good idea. And then he adds me into the group chat. So I'm never supposed to be the moderator. There are a couple points where I admit, okay, I do step in to say, you go first, you go second. I don't think that confers on me, like, the role of moderator for the rest of the conversation, though. Everybody is gaggling about trying to argue with each other. And I'm stepping in when 3 people are speaking to say, you go first, you go second.
The problem that I have
I'm not the moderator in this conversation.
There are times at which you stepped forward and acted like you were moderating the conversation, and you moderated in a way that was favourable against Noah, right?
Wait, no. In fact, when I moderated, I gave Noah the word.
Fucking moderator when he's the subject of the conversation. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Because he can kick people from the group. There is no moderator currently. He's the person who created the group. He's got powers to be able to mute people, kick people out. He can do what he wants.
So you just decided to jump into a fucking 5v1.5 dog pile, essentially.
I've already spoken about this, okay? So I'm not the moderator. And when I got invited, I can show you the DMs if you want.
There are
I
points
was
at
told that I was
which you were
speaking.
saying-
I
you
was
were
told that I
interjecting
was
and you were telling
speaking.
people to talk.
I was told that I was speaking to Noah and British Runner. I didn't organize this. I didn't arrange this. I thought I was speaking to 2 other people.
You were trying to put a fast one here, bro. I don't care if you were officially designated as a moderator. There were times where you acted as a moderator and you were interjecting and telling people to stop and telling someone else to talk. You were acting
when
as a
nobody else
moderator in the
was.
call. Right.
And
So
I've
you
already
took on the
admitted
role of
that. That's not me
moderator.
being
So you took
sneaky.
on the role of
I've given you
moderator.
that piece of information. That's
So
not
you
me
took on
being
the role of
sneaky at all.
Okay, so this is what happened then. You took on the role of moderator in a very dishonest, snaky fashion, and you used that opportunity, right, to fucking shield someone to Nicandros' side. And there were points where you interjected when Noah tried to defend himself, and you took advantage of this quasi-moderator status to shut him down so
That's
he couldn't
not true
defend
at
himself
all.
on certain points.
That's not true at all, okay?
Okay.
So the one
We'll
time
get
that
to
you're
it. We'll
talking
get to
about, we can talk about that. So the one time that you're talking about where I step in and say that he's being, or what did I say? You're not going to do that. He's being insanely weaselly on that point. What we're arguing about in that point of the conversation is whether he should or shouldn't have cited Nicandros. And what he does is picked out the
railroaded
one
him.
time
You
that he does not
railroaded him.
remove the
You used this
watermark and say that he
quasi-mod
does
status to
cite
railroad this
Nicandros.
guy.
That
You
is
see.
not proper citation. And he's trying to weasel out of the point because for the last 5 minutes he's trying to defend why he doesn't
Okay.
need to credit Nicandros.
This is fucking outrageous, dude. Okay? Before we get to that, and I think this is ridiculous, the standard you're setting is absurd, okay? But rolling it back just a moment, okay? Do you agree that you were being misleading there because you did back up Morale's point before you then gave up on it and moved on? You did back up what Morale was saying, didn't you?
No, in fact, I jackknifed it. I said, I don't believe in that personally. You can play it back. Roll it back 10 seconds.
That part in as well. Like, this is a clip that anyone
I
can.
understand that you edited that. What did you credit for this clip, though?
Do I need to credit a clip of Templar gooning to a lolly girl?
You said you got it from Kiwi Farms. The question I'm trying to ask is, did you ultimately credit Kiwi Farms or no?
Do I, like, I mean, I haven't like in streams before. I've talked about this clip. Yes. Yeah.
I mean, if you feel the need to source Kiwi Farms though and cite that this is where it's come from, I mean, I wouldn't personally say that, but whatever. If you feel the need to be able to source Kiwi Farms for this, why not include it in the description?
Well, I don't know. This is a clip of Templar that anyone can find. Do I really need to source Kiwi Farms for this? Like,
well, it seems like you feel like you did.
So
yeah, there we go. I spoke about it. I don't press him on Morale's point. Morale asked his question, and I say I don't believe in it. Wait, I ask, why don't you credit in the source?
You brought this guy in for a 5v1 rape, and you couldn't even
I didn't bring anybody in. Dude, you're going back. We can go back to that if you want. So, I didn't arrange this panel. This didn't happen in my server.
Because you're a weak, pathetic loser, and you wanted the guy that you could kick in the teeth. You couldn't do it yourself, because you're fucking weak, bro.
I wanted a one-on-one initially. That's what I got in. No, this is completely wrong. You're completely raped on this, dude. This is not true. I have the DMs. I know what happened. I originally want to have a one-on-one with him. He says no. He's organising a panel. Okay, you can say you don't give a fuck about DMs. You're talking about what I wanted to do, and you are wrong about this. I wanted to have a one-on-one with him. He says, well, I'm having a stream anyway. You can come on my stream to talk about it if you'd like. You saw none of the lead up, okay? You're missing complete context here. So no. So he says you can come onto my stream and talk about it with me. He's arranged this group chat and invited everybody else on. I want to have a one-on-one conversation with him. I start trying to have a conversation with him, and Morale, to begin with, starts jackknifing me and jumping on my line of questioning, or the argument that I'm trying to make. The idea that I am pushing forward like a 5v1, and this is a unique, responsibility on me, is retarded. You don't know why this is being arranged. When you originally go through this on Kickstream, you think I'm the one organising, hosting, moderating it. None of that is true.
Okay.
And you're still trying to stick by this point because you still think I'm being a Weasley rat for some reason.
Do you think it's reasonable that I watch you moderate the conversation and I think, oh, you're the moderator? When you're interjecting,
the two times when there is 3 people talking at once, I step in and say, Noah, you go first, Nicandros, you go afterwards.
And what's that doing?
I then become the moderator of the entire conversation. I've been arguing the entire way through. Is that what a moderator does? No, I stepped in for twice to be able to say, you go first, you go after.
Sometimes moderators do interject and argue. Okay.
No.
But from my perspective,
this is so retarded. Wait, hold on that point, okay? Sometimes moderators do. Wick does. Wick moderates panels, and then occasionally we'll throw in a little question to get the conversation going, right? I started from the off arguing stuff. I'm all the time arguing stuff. And then once or twice throughout the conversation, when 3 people try and talk at once, I say, wait, hold on. Okay, you go first, you go afterwards. I am not the moderator. Nobody understands me to be the moderator.
Okay. You are not the appointed moderator here, okay?
Wait, it's not even appointed. Nobody understands that I am the moderator.
And pointed as the moderator, but you are stepping in to moderate the conversation, okay? And I think that gives you this false sense of steering the conversation that you take advantage of later on, right? To get Noah to stop when you think he's got a point that he's going to make that's actually quite good, and you shout him down and you railroad him.
Okay, we can go back to that as well, okay? Because we spoke about that a few seconds ago. And what I said is he's being incredibly Weasley there. He's distracting onto a teeny tiny fact of the one time that he has not removed Nicandros' watermark. That is Weasley as fuck. He's obfuscating away from the core disagreement, which is should he or should he not credit Nicandros to the one time that he left the watermark in and chose not to cut it out.
We can get to that. Listen to this again.
Are you getting lines from chat?
This is a clip of Templar that anyone can find. Do I really need to source Kiwi Farms for this? Like,
well, it seems like you feel like you did. Because then when Morale asked you about it, you said, I spoke about it coming from Kiwi Farms on streams before.
This is yes, and this is a clip that I've edited myself. That like initially, like the original clip came from Kiwi Farms and didn't have the fat Templar in it. This is a clip I've edited myself. This is fair.
So can you explain that if you want, real quick? Is that just like when Morale gets added to the? Okay, hold on.
Are you joking? Kiwi Farms is just clipping other people. Do we need to cite Wikipedia if they cite an article we referenced?
Like you are backing up and validating Morale's point. I know that you're saying
no, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Because I'm prepping up. I'm prepping up. I'm saying that I disagree with the Morale point, dude. I say in that I disagree with the Morale point. What I'm winding up to say, which is where you've just paused, is that every step of the way, this guy wants to be Weasley and wants to give fake tiny concessions. Morale asked if he sources Kiwi Farms. He says, yeah, I think I've spoken about that Kiwi Farms before on stream. This is fake tiny concessions. Because what we are talking about... Dude, are you fucking serious? What we're talking about in that conversation is the list of sources that he has. Whether he's spoken about it on stream or not is immaterial. he should stand on the point instead of trying to roll over, especially if it's been so heated over the last 24 hours. Have you seen any of the lead up onto this on Twitter?
I'll tell you what. You stop going off.
Or have you got no idea about how he was like going into this call?
As many times as needed, and then we can go from there. Let's watch it one more time. Okay.
Go ahead.
Let's go through it step by step.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that one could be cleared up.
Okay,
All
I'm
right.
confused about that. But like,
That's totally valid. Again, I'm glad that's why we're doing this stream, so we can actually properly discuss and hash things out.
Did you credit Kiwi Farms for these clips?
Yeah, the lolly.
How says do you credit Kiwi Farms for these clips?
And he says yes.
Yeah. The clip of him gooning to that, and then I edited in this part here.
You did credit them, right?
what did you credit them in the description?
Here we go. Moan says he goons. Yeah, there we go. I edited that part in as well. Like, this is a clip that anyone can
I understand that you edited that. What did you credit for this clip, though?
Do I need to credit a clip of Templar gooning to a lolly girl?
You said you got it from Kiwi Farms. The question I'm trying to ask is, did you ultimately credit Kiwi Farms or no?
Do I, like, I mean, I haven't, like, in streams before. I talked about this clip, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can pause that. So my description of what just happened in that conversation is absolutely
You
correct.
do say that. I wouldn't personally.
Yeah, so I said everything that I've just said, right? So he says that yes, I sourced Kiwi Farms. I said it on stream.
Okay, is the main point here? I don't agree with what Morale is saying, or is the main point pushing Morale's point further? What's the main goal of what you're doing here?
Well, if you take a look and you watch the rest of the clip if you want to, okay? I say, one sec.
Well, I don't know.
I say that I disagree with the point that
of this comment. Is it to say
I disagree? I disagree with the point that Morale is making, and then I go on to say what you're doing is being slippery and trying to roll over and give fake concessions. Play the video, see if that's what I say.
This is a clip of Templar that anyone can find. Do I really need to source Kiwi Farms for this? Like,
Well, it seems like you feel like you did.
Because
Because then when Morale asked you about it, you said, I have. I've spoken about it coming from Kiwi Farms on streams before.
This is yes, and this is a clip that I've edited myself. So that like initially, like the original clip came from Kiwi Farms. It didn't have the fat Templar in it. This is like I've edited myself. This is very.
I think the problem that we're having here, just to be real quick, is that
You know,
wait,
Morale's
no,
making
keep
a
playing
point.
it. Keep playing
Just
it.
like
When Morale gets added to the okay, hold on.
Are you joking?
Okay.
Kiwi Farms is just clipping.
The only reason you drop it is because you know that you're
What?
fucking owned, bro.
No,
You know
keep
that you're
playing it
raped.
because I
You
say
get
that I
raped.
disagree.
Two on the bounce.
How do I know that
You
I'm
get
raped
raped.
if
Two
I'm
on the
saying that I
bounce.
disagree? I think it's a retarded point.
You see what
That's
I'm
right.
doing, right, guys?
Okay, so I think the problem we're having in this conversation right now, Morale, please, bro. The problem we are having in this conversation right now, okay, is that you add Morale to the call, you're super fine with him, you're super cheery to see him here, you previously called him a pedophile, and as soon as we jump on stream, you totally walk back on the juice. I am pointing out a larger fucking problem. Noah, hold the fuck on, dude, okay? You say that you shouldn't need to like, slight Nick, and it seems like you go back on instantly as soon as you get on Wargaming Dad's stream. With the Shmoo stuff, as soon as we have a conversation on stream saying the exact same things that other people say to you on Twitter, you roll over and flip on that position immediately also. Morale, not Queeman, Morale, asks you if you credit Kiwi Farms, and to try and acquiesce to Morale, you say, well, yeah, I mentioned it on stream before. Do you think you need to credit them or not? Don't try and be conciliatory, okay? Fight on the position you feel like you need to fight on. But it feels like you constantly...
Wow, you're pushing his point again. Wow, incredible.
Dude, I'm saying I start this entire thing. Okay, just drop this, all right? Because you know you're raped on this point. I do not agree with the point Morale's making. I'm not raped. Morale is raped. I'm saying I disagree with the point Morale's making. I'm not trying to gang up on him. If anything, I'm jackknifing my debate friend.
You are doing it successfully. You are also validating and backing up his point and pushing him.
No, I'm not. I explicitly say I disagree with it, and I think it's retarded. How is that backing up? Explain to me. Explain to me. Explain to me how that's backing up.
That we just listen to. It's very simple. Listen to what you're saying.
Because I'm hearing the same thing every time. I don't know what you're hearing. You say you shouldn't in this conversation right now, okay, is that you add Morale to the call, you're super fine with him, you're super cheery to see him here, you previously called him a pedophile, and as soon as we jump on stream, you totally walk back on the juice. I am pointing out a larger fucking problem. Noah, hold the fuck on, dude, okay? You say that you shouldn't need to like, slight Nick, and it seems like you go back on like, instantly. This is not where I'm jackknifing Morale. As soon as you roll back like next 20 seconds. Other people say to you on Twitter, you roll over and flip on that position immediately also. When are you playing the wrong Morale? Asks you if you credit Kiwi Farms, and to try and acquiesce to Morale, you say, well, yeah, I mentioned it on stream before. Do you think you need to credit them or not? Don't try and be conciliatory, okay? Fight on the position you feel like you need to fight on. It feels like you constantly feel the need to roll over on these points.
I do not need to credit Kiwi Farms. Let's not make that big of a reach here. This is kind of getting ridiculous.
I mean,
so where do you draw the line?
You are pressing him on the same lines that Morale's pressing him. I don't know
No,
what
I'm
you think
not.
you're seeing that's
Okay,
different here.
go back 30 seconds to what I'm talking about, where I say I do not agree with this point.
As an
but you
aside,
keep on rolling
and
over. I'm not backing up Morale's thing. As I say, you're having the exact same fucking issue that Noah is. I, in my own words, am trying to make a larger point.
You, as an aside, say I don't really agree with this, and you push Morale's point to make your point,
don't.
if you want to say that. But you
No,
are
I don't.
Morale's
In fact,
point,
all
bro.
I'm doing is commenting on the conversation that has just occurred, okay? Rewind the clip and play where I say that I don't agree with Morale. And I think it's a retarded point. All I say to him, you wanted to play it 3 times, and you've already this portion the last time that you played it. So no, you know that I'm not trying to back up Morale. You know you're raped on this fucking point, and you know that I'm trying to make a side point, commenting on the conversation that has just happened.
If you want to say you're making a side point, you're backing up Morale because you're pushing the same argument that he's trying to push, but from the angle
So
of
all you're trying to say with this argument is that me and Morale are broadly on the same side. Yeah, we know. I'm on the same side as Nicandros as well, and Shamu.
Yeah, and that's
And
my
British
overall
runner.
point here. Is this OtterlyNoah guy is in this call, and you're all just fucking trying to stomp on him, and even then he still rapes you on a couple of points because you're all fucking retarded wretches who don't know how to fucking do this, dude. He still manages to fucking rape you on this fucking Kiwi Farms point, and the point you just made about this fucking
Wait,
video,
the Kiwi Farms
you
point.
totally fuck it up.
If anything, I was the first one on, I guess, our side to say that morale is wrong. If I'm trying to gas up other people, or I want it to be a complete stomp, I wouldn't do that. I would back up morale. But I say I disagree with morale, but you need to start fighting on the points that you disagree with. Don't roll over and give fake concessions. That's what I'm saying. If I want to dogpile him, I would dogpile him. I would start shouting over and mocking him for what he's saying.
No, you wouldn't.
But I don't. I make a larger point to say, fight
pussy.
on the places you don't think you should give a concession. That's what I'm saying in that clip. In fact,
Okay,
you can
well,
go back and play the last thing that I say in there if you want.
Let's listen a bit further.
What you should credit and what you shouldn't.
JMO has a case. I understand that, but why? Like, how is Kiwi?
Wait, go back
How is
further.
there any
Go back to the last thing that I said when I
This is
stopped
getting stupid.
speaking.
Okay, you're fucking retarded. First of all, where do you draw the line? How do you know what to credit and what to not
no,
credit?
no,
Where do
I'm
you draw the
saying
line
go
there? What do you credit
back.
and what do you not credit? Where's the?
Because you're not hearing what I'm saying.
Yeah, I've heard it all before, mate. I've heard it.
Like 15 seconds. So you agree that I say you should back up on points that you think you should believe in, right? Don't give fake concessions. When you think you need to argue, argue. And it leaves Noah in the space where I've just completely jackknifed Morale's
I'm
point.
willing to accept that you are
And he
trying
can
to make
say,
a side
I
point,
think
but
this
in
is
doing so,
stupid.
you're backing up Morale's position and you're pushing.
No,
him on
I'm
that
not.
point.
I've completely
You are
raped
pushing-
Morale's position. Listen to the silence after OtterlyNoah is done speaking, and he says that the Kiwi Farms point is retarded after I've just agreed with him. Go back like 15 seconds.
I think the problem that we're having here, just to be real quick, is that just like when
Wait,
Morale gets added to the... Okay,
Rewind like
Kiwi Farms
15
is just flipping
seconds.
Other people. Do we need to say?
Oh.
Right.
Oh no, sorry. I think you've gone back and I haven't realised.
But if you feel the need to be able to source Kiwi Farms for this, why not include it in the description?
Well, I don't know. This is a clip of Templar that anyone can find. Do I really need to source Kiwi Farms for this? Like,
Well, it seems like you feel like you did.
If you feel like you need to source Kiwi Farms, why did you put it in the description?
It's a
totally
fair
fair
question.
question.
I spoke about it coming from Kiwi Farms on streams before.
This is a clip that I've edited myself. So that like initially, you know, like the original clip came from Kiwi Farms and didn't have the fat Templar in it. This is a clip I've edited myself. This is fair.
I think the problem that we're having here, just to be real quick, is that just like when Morale gets added to the... Okay, hold on.
Are you joking? Kiwi Farms is just clipping other people. Do we need to cite Wikipedia if they cite an article we reference? You see what
That's
I'm
great.
saying, right, guys?
Okay, so I think the problem we're having in this conversation right now, Morale, please, bro. The problem we are having in this conversation right now, okay, is that you add Morale to the call, you're super fine with him, you're super cheery to see him here, you previously called him a pedophile, and as soon as you jump on screen, you totally walk back on the juice. I am pointing out a larger fucking problem. Noah, hold the fuck on, dude, okay? You say that you shouldn't need to slight Nick, and it seems like you go back on instantly as soon as you get on Wargaming Dad's stream. With the Shmoo stuff, as soon as we have a conversation on stream saying the exact same things that other people say to you on Twitter, you roll over and flip on that position immediately also. Morale, not Queen, Morale, asks you if you've credited Kiwi Farms, and to try and acquiesce to Morale, you say, well, yeah, I mentioned it on stream before. Do you think you need to credit
Hold on,
them or
pause
not?
there.
Don't be conciliatory, okay? Fight on the positions you feel.
Do you agree with my analysis there? That that's what he's trying to do?
What do you mean in terms of?
He's trying to acquiesce to Morale. He's trying to throw him a little bone to be able to get away from the larger point.
I don't think so. No, I don't think. I think he disagrees on this point about Kiwi Farms and wants to argue it.
No, okay. So immediately when Morale says, "Did you source Kiwi Farms?" he says, "Yes." He says, "Yes. I mentioned it on a couple streams." And then he goes back and says, "I shouldn't have to." So he wants to give Morale a tiny concession, throw him a little bone, to hope that Morale gets distracted and doesn't answer the rest of the questions.
I think you're overthinking this, dude. I think he's saying,
dude, it's not even overthinking it. He's trying to give a tiny concession to get Morale off his back. He's trying to roll
what he's
over.
Saying is, I did, but I don't need to. And I think he's correct about that. And you seemingly agree that he's correct about that.
What? No, okay. I as I said in the conversation,
to me,
I
he's
agree
saying,
with him.
I did, but I don't need to, because you don't need to.
But he did not. He did not. The entire time in the conversation, we're talking about the sources that he has linked in his description. I don't know if you've missed this part of the conversation. There is a Google Doc where he's got all his lists, all his citations listed, involving with the fucking McAndros thing. That is his point. I don't give a fuck if it is boring, dude. The entire conversation is being had. Holy fuck. Keep on going, dude. I'm going to finish my point in a moment. Okay. The entire conversation is about the citations that he gives on those videos in that Google document or the description. So for him to say, well, I mentioned that it was from Kiwi Farms a couple times on stream, that is not the kind of citation that anybody is talking about. That is not a citation on the video. You would agree with that, right?
Sorry, what do you mean? I don't understand what you just said. I don't give a fuck about any of this, bro. This is fucking worthless, bro. Moreau is digging for an argument to get into this Kiwi Farm stuff. I think this guy's saying, I did credit Kiwi Farms, but I shouldn't really need to. That's the point he's trying to make. And you start fucking banging on the same point about morale, even as to make this
He
other
didn't.
point.
He didn't cite Kiwi Farms. He didn't cite Kiwi Farms. You could agree with that, right? In the same way that we've had this entire conversation the entire time with the Nicandros stuff, with the Shamu stuff. It's in Google Documents, which is the way that he fucking does it, or it's in the description. Mentioning offhand on stream, who fucking knows if this is true, that like, oh yeah, I found that on Kiwi Farms. Is that a citation? In the way that we've spoken about it for the rest of the stream. You actually think he thinks he's citing a source there? He mentions it offhandedly on stream. You actually think he's being sincere?
Well, possibly he did, but I don't think he needs to.
Oh, come
reference
on,
Kiwi
dude. I'm
Farms.
saying, do you think he's being sincere when he calls that a citation?
No,
Come on.
probably not. No.
Thank you. So he's not being sincere. He's giving a fake concession to Morale to be able to roll over. You've just agreed with my entire point.
No, I don't think he's given a fake concession to Morale. I think he's under pressure and he's desperately trying to find a perspective and desperately trying to find an argument, right? And then you're jumping in to back up Morale's point. Even if it's to make
I'm
another
not.
point.
Explicitly, we've been over this so many times. I'm not backing up Morale's point. I am jackknifing it by saying what Morale just said. I think that is giga fucking retarded, dude. I don't give a fuck about citing Kiwi Farms.
You're not saying it's giga retarded at all. That's fucking bullshit. You're making
Oh
that
my
as an
god.
aside.
Okay,
and
I
you're
made.
putting more
Sorry,
pressure on
sorry.
him.
I did not say the words. It's giga retarded. I think I
No,
said.
you say
I
it
think
as a
that's
little aside
retarded.
and you want to press him further from another direction.
Yeah, because I'm trying to move away from the Kiwi Farms point. I think the morale's retarded for pressing that.
Okay, and then you keep talking about Kiwi Farms and you keep banging on about it. Let's
So
listen
you're
further.
saying that he's
Let's listen
floundering
further.
on that point. I'm distracting from that point. I'm not trying to press further on that point. That's what I'd be
You're
doing if
pressing
I'm
on
going in
another
there
point,
to
making him flounder
dogpiling.
more, making him flounder
Oh,
more.
come on, dude. I lay out my argument pretty fucking clearly. I'm saying you're giving fake concessions. He doesn't even have to concede to anything there. All I'm saying is stand on business. You think that he gave a fake concession. You've already accepted that. My entire point there is stop giving fake concessions, argue the point. And that's all that I did while saying that I disagree with Morale.
Okay, let's listen on further.
It feels like you
constantly feel the need to roll over on these points.
I do not need to credit Kiwi Farms. Let's not make that big of a reach here. This is kind of getting ridiculous.
I mean,
So where do you draw the line from what you should credit and what you shouldn't credit?
JMO has a case. All right? I understand that.
I mean, yes. This is the point I'm saying now. He's saying, come on, this is ridiculous. Like you're putting this ridiculous pressure and creating these standards on him. And he's saying, we don't need to credit Kiwi
Wait,
Farms.
I'm doing
It's
that.
ridiculous.
Wait, I'm
No.
doing that. I've
No,
agreed the
dude.
standard's ridiculous.
Bro, shut the fuck up, bro. I'm talking about him responding
God.
broadly. He's saying we
Uh-huh.
shouldn't have to credit Kiwi Farms, right?
Yeah, so
Which
I've
is
told
correct,
him
by
to
the way.
stand on his point and not give fake concessions, and he stood on
Okay.
his point. He's not
Let's
given a
listen
fake
on.
concession.
Let's listen on.
But why? Like, how is Kiwi? How is there any plagiarism
Noah,
here?
Noah.
Using this clip, this is getting stupid.
Okay.
It is getting stupid because it's very obvious, and this is the point that I'm making, is Moreau's digging for an argument. You want some content out of it because you're fucking desperate. So you're trying to push this other
Dude.
fucking point. and put this
I
fucking
completely
pressure on him.
derailed Morale's point. I stole all his fucking momentum on that point, dude. If he wanted to continue to press in it, he would. And was he floundering? He's trying to throw up fake concessions, so clearly, I tell him to stand on his fucking convictions, and I completely derail from Morale's argument.
So
I
you're
take
on- are you
all the
saying you're
wind
on
out of his
side?
fucking
So are you trying to
sails.
say you're on his side? Is that what you're trying to say here? You're actually helping
On
him
this
out?
point, yes.
Bro.
On this point, yes.
Wow, okay. Anyway, let's listen on further.
You've just watched me
Let's
say
listen
to
on
him,
further.
don't give fake concessions, stand on business. Why would I want that if I want him to, like, cower and for people to fucking dogpile him? I wanted to give his actual fucking positions. This whole
Let's listen
debate's going to look a
further.
lot
Let's
fucking
listen-
worse
let's listen
if he's
further.
lying
I
all the
get
way
your point.
through.
Let's listen further.
Wow.
You're fucking retarded. First of all, where do you draw the line? How do you know what to credit and what to not credit? Where do you draw the line there? What do you credit and what do you not credit? Where's the?
Wait,
got Morale
I
to Kiwi Farms,
don't
it's like a big fucking
think I need-
I did call you fucking retarded, dipshit. Did you hear the question after the fact?
I don't know, man. It doesn't
I'll
really feel
fucking repeat
like
myself since you're like a fucking sub fucking 30 IQ piece of shit. What is your criteria for crediting shit? Do you have one?
I don't think I need to address you anymore because you just kind of added yourself there. I'm gonna go ahead and mute you.
Okay, so let me ask a question.
God, what?
Where do you draw the line of what you do or do not credit
And then
in your
pause.
videos?
Hold on.
Well, like,
Just before we get into this, he silences Morale, he mutes Morale, and what do I say? You should unmute Morale. You should unmute Morale because I would have double teamed you with Morale. No, I laugh and I say nothing because it's totally fucking fair that he just muted Morale. I've got no qualms with it at all.
Okay, so you're on his side. Let's keep listening.
like again, Kiwi Farms is not. That is literally just that's a site where people go to post about locale stuff. Like, you know, they just put like threads about locales. That's all that is. Why would I need to
Yeah,
cite
they
Kiwi
do
Farms for a
collect
clip
information.
of Tactical Templar? This is getting ridiculous.
Okay, let's stay on the Nicandros stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know why you
Yeah,
closed the
let's
stream with
not-
that because we're going to keep on the things that you took from Nicandros' split thread, right? The stuff that he
All
collects
right, yeah, sure. Let's get back on topic here since you completely went off base there.
Calm down, Noah.
Yeah, so much for civility, exactly.
No, it's fine. Morale is morale. But yeah, let's focus on the Nicandros stuff. And where you talk about what they're trying to get at is like what do you decide what to. I mean, I'm just saying what do you decide what needs to be credited versus like a YouTube video or Kiwi Farms. I don't say Kiwi Farms because one, I don't.
Ignore the Kiwi Farms point.
Giving off
There's nobody in this call right now called Kiwi Farms. I think just go for the Nicandros stuff.
Yeah, Kiwi Farms is an
Wow.
aggregate. Of course.
Okay, I just accepted that. That's fine. Let's focus on the Candros. And I'm trying to recenter the conversation. Great. So somewhere we can actually, get down to, I guess, get down to an argument.
The conversation. What would the person that's responsible for moderating the conversation in the call do? Recenter the conversation.
Holy
once
fuck,
again-
dude.
once
Trying to
again,
keep a
you're
group
acting
of
like a
people without a moderator on track
again, you're
and
acting
trying
like
to
a
keep it like,
moderator.
what, a coherent conversation.
No,
Trying to get
Dickers,
back to the
answer me
Nicandros
this.
stuff that we got
Answer me this.
derailed from originally.
Answer
That
me
makes
this.
me a fucking moderator.
Very
Dude, we have
simple
derailed
question.
the conversation. I'm saying let's get back on track and start
Very
talking about
simple
Nicandros.
question. Very
That
simple
makes me a
question.
moderator.
Very simple question. Very simple question. If someone was watching this call, didn't know anything about what was going on, okay, and was looking at the people involved, who out of all the people here do you think people would believe the moderator is?
There's no moderator. Everyone in this call is arguing.
No. Dude, be fucking realistic and don't, dude.
I'm being realistic right now. I've already conceded there are 1 or 2 times where I try and get people back on track, or when 3 people at a time speak
Bro,
together.
this is
Dude, we've already
super
fucking
fucking
went
dishonest,
over
bro.
this. When
You know
3
what the
people at a
answer
time are
is.
trying to speak
You
over
know
each
the
other,
answer
I
is
say
you,
you speak
but you don't
first,
wanna admit
you
it
speak
because you don't wanna
second.
take a fucking
It is
L, bro.
not. I'm trying to keep people on track, and that's all I'm fucking doing, dude. Once or twice, I try and
Okay,
get
you're
people
trying
to
to keep
return to the
people on
point.
track.
The idea
Dude,
that
you
I'm
are
supposed to
so
be
right. It's
impartial
actually
or supposed to be
disgraceful how
fair,
dishonest you
or
are.
that I've got like an
It's
image of
actually-
impartiality or
this is
fairness
what
that
I
I can
mean
even
about you being
exploit
a rat,
is
bro.
so
Completely
untrue.
completely unwilling to just go, yeah, I can see how someone might see I'm the moderator. Literally
Oh my
nothing wrong with
God,
that.
dude.
But you don't want to admit that because you don't want to take a fucking L, bro. I was
It's
happy
not an
to
admittance.
say
I'm
earlier,
not
and agree with
admitting
something you
anything. I
said.
disagree
dude,
with what
I
you're
was happy
saying.
earlier
I disagree that
agree with the
I've got like
framing
a
that you had
role of
about
moderator
something,
in this.
Because I'm happy to say,
okay.
yeah, sure. It does seem like he's giving a concession. You were not willing to grant me the littlest ground here because you're a dishonest fucking wretch.
Oh my fucking
Ask-
God, dude.
answer the
I
question
have already
honestly.
conceded.
Answer
There
the
are
question
several
honestly.
times where I have moderated the
question
conversation.
honestly.
Look at this. Okay, answer this question, because this might be where we disagree, all right? Do you think that anybody would watch this conversation and think that I am an impartial party trying to host the conversation, which you thought originally you're wrong, but that's fine. That might be where you've got this impression from, that I'm an impartial party who is trying to be fair and hear out both sides?
No,
or am I
think they
trying
think
to
you're a biased
argue
moderator.
as a
I think
member
they
of
think
the
you're a biased
conversation?
moderator.
Oh my fucking God, dude. I start this out with an argument. I lead into the first argument with Shamu.
Bro,
I want to argue the Nicandros
answer my
stuff.
question. It's
He
so
moves over
simple,
and wants
bro.
to argue the
It's
Shamu
so
stuff.
simple.
I'm
It's
arguing
so
the entire
simple.
time.
Shut the fuck up, dude. It's so fucking simple, bro. If someone watched this conversation and didn't know anything about it, out of all the people here, right? If you had to put it as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? Who would, number one, out of everyone on the call, would you think people would be most likely to tag as the moderator?
I've already said I've moderated a few times. I don't think that anybody would see a moderator here. You're
No, answer the
trying to
question.
phrase it.
No,
dude,
Answer the
this is
question.
how raped you are on this fucking point, okay? You are trying
Stop
to
saying
phrase
that
a
same
question
thing, trying to use
where
mine
there
to be
has
against me,
to
bro,
be
okay?
a fucking
I'm not raped on this
moderator.
point. Stop
Dude,
fucking
you
skinwalking me,
absolutely
little rat.
fucking
Answer the
are,
question.
dude.
1, 2, 3, 4,
You're
5, 6,
asking
7.
a
Who's the
question
number one?
which
Who's the number one?
necessitates. Can I
Who's the
fucking
number one?
finish? Okay.
Who's the number
What
one?
I'm saying is
It's a
you are
simple
asking a question. It's a
simple
completely dishonest question.
Who's
I'm
the number
explaining to you
one?
why.
It's not
You
dishonest.
are
It's a very
asking
simple-
a question which necessitates that there must be a moderator. I'm saying, do you actually think there was a moderator in this call?
No, you're not asking me a question.
Okay, good. You admit it then. Fine. You don't think there was a moderator in this call. I don't think that anybody coming away thought there was a moderator in this call. Nobody watched this on the time. Thought there was a moderator on this call.
I'm answering your question until you answer mine. I'm not saying that. Answer my fucking question, you fucking wretch, bro. God, you're fucking despicable, dude. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
You're playing it up so fucking hard, dude. It's unbelievable.
No, I'm not. It's a simple question. It's a very
I'm rejecting the question. I'm rejecting the question. Out of you and me, who do you think would be more likely to be called a trans girl?
What?
Between you and I, who would be most likely to be considered a trans woman? The question is retarded. Right?
No, it's not.
No, it's not. It is literally 1 to fucking 1. People are you're trying to say that I'm the moderator. I completely disagree. I don't think there are any moderators here. In the same way, in this conversation, I don't think there are any trans women.
Bro. Just answer the fucking question, dude. Right? It's a call of multiple people. These sorts of calls often will have a moderator. If someone was watching this and didn't know anything about it, out of all the people in the call, who do you think people would look at as number one and say, this person's probably the moderator? Out of all the people in the call.
Noah, given the fact that he muted Morale and the threat to mute me later.
No, you are
the person with moderation powers can usually silence people. No, if there is a moderator.
You said a minute ago that you couldn't point someone out, and now you're saying Noah. What the fuck's that about?
I'm saying that you could not watch this conversation and honestly think that there is a moderator there. However, Noah has certain moderation powers to be able to silence people and mute them or kick them from the call. So if you really want to press me, the person who can actually do moderation here and actually mute people is Noah.
Dude,
I'm giving you the answer, but I still don't think that I still do not think that Noah is the moderator because there is no moderator in this Discord call.
You are not
I'm engaging with your question.
No, you're
I'm
not.
engaging with your question. I just answered your fucking question, and I've given you a rationale for why I think that.
Ridiculous, bro. No, you didn't. First,
I gave you exact rationale for why I thought that.
Bro, everyone can see it, dude. At this point, we can
Dude, you can point to everyone seeing it because your chat's agreeing with you. Before you went live and thought that I was hosting and moderating this, nobody thought that. It is only people who have watched your stream to begin with, thinking that I have organized and agreed to moderate this.
Because you know that I'm right, and you don't want to answer it.
No, I don't know, dude. You don't want to concede on this point because you know that I'm right, and it undercuts your entire argument.
No, I know that I'm. Well, you're not even willing to answer the question, bro.
I just answered the question. I just answered the question and gave you the exact rationale. I can answer it again if you'd like.
You came up half-cocked with a fucking, Noah, yeah, because he can mute people. People can mute people in
Wait,
conversation.
he's the only person in the call who can and has muted people. Yes.
Bro,
you would not have this thought if you watched Noah's stream.
Directing the call. Okay.
If you watch this, through Noah's stream, you wouldn't have this opinion.
Bro.
Do you not agree with that?
This is actually fucking. I cannot believe that I'm having resistance on this.
The
very
performativity is insane, dude. I'm not resistance.
Insane, dude.
I don't know what you think getting resistance on. I've already agreed there are times where I have directed the conversation. I've conceded to that immediately as soon as you ask me. There are a couple times when people are talking over each other, and I say, you go first, you go afterwards.
Okay.
If you want to call that moderation and say that I moderated that point to the conversation, fine.
And that behavior is, I think, what would lead a reasonable person to look at this and think, oh, that person's the moderator because they're guiding the conversation, they're getting people back on track.
And not the person who's able to mute people. And not the person who's able to mute people and is threatened to mute others.
I don't think that's particularly clear as you repeatedly interjecting the conversation and stopping people from talking and saying, let's get back on track. I think that's far more indicative of a moderator's behavior than whatever the fuck OtterlyNoah did.
Or just somebody who's trying to create like a coherent conversation that people can watch and follow instead of getting like trapped in fucking conversations. Okay, answer me this, all right, dude. Even on the old Twitch panels, did participants never say, we're getting distracted on this point here. Let's move to the larger point, guys. Let's get back on track. You're saying participants never did that?
Oh, no, hang on. I'm not saying that at all, right? I'm saying that based on your overall conduct in this, I think it is fairly reasonable that someone would look at it and think, oh, Dickers is the moderator of this because he's...
If they saw it through my POV and came to the completely wrong conclusion that I was hosting and organizing this, I can understand why you came to it when you went live on Kick. I understand why you think that.
Okay, bro.
If somebody, that's why let me ask you this question, right? Let me ask you.
No, you're not. Shut the fuck up, you fucking pathetic little cunt. Okay, right? That's what I asked at the start. I said when I was watching this, who do you think I thought the moderator was? And you refused to answer it. And you've just said there that you thought.
No, that's not what you asked. People can go back in the stream. That's not what you asked. You watched. If somebody came to this call, you can listen. Okay, listen, because you've changed your fucking wording now. You said if somebody came to this conversation, who would they think the moderator is? Not whether you thought it. Obviously, you do think it because you're watching it through my POV. Agree or disagree? If you'd watched this through Noah's POV, you'd come to a completely different point of view.
Can someone please get the clip? Because this is ridiculous, bro. This is fucking ridiculous, bro.
Agree or disagree? If you watch this through Noah's POV, where he starts up the stream, he's gone live for this call. Because he's announced it 12 hours before that he's going to get it done. All right?
It's very simple.
He's inviting people into the group chat.
It's very simple. I'm watching
He gets people to introduce themselves.
It's very simple.
I'm saying if you watched it through his POV, you wouldn't come to the understanding that I was arranging this or moderating this.
Obnoxious, bro. Right? You're so fucking slippery trying to slip away from this.
I'm not trying to slip away from it. I'm directly addressing what you've asked me at every turn.
Okay, dude, but you refuse to answer my question about what a reasonable person, who they think the moderator was. You refuse to answer.
Oh, so now it's back to a reasonable person and not you. Okay, I already answered that. I'm fairly
certain that I asked, when I was watching this, who do you think I thought the moderator was? And you didn't engage with it.
What? And now we've gone back to... Okay, so we're flipping between these two, but that's not the way you've phrased it, which is fine.
You are such a fucking wretch trying to act like there's confusion here, okay? At first...
You are slipping between what you thought or you would think versus what a like reasonable person would
Let me
think.
explain how the conversation's gone. I started off asking, I'm fairly certain, you know, when I'm watching this, who do I think the moderator is? You refused to engage to that. So I changed it to, who do you think a reasonable person would think the moderator was? And you still didn't engage with that. And you still didn't fucking engage with that at all.
Okay,
That's
if
what's happened here. I'm not flipping
I
between
don't think
them,
that's true,
right?
but I'm willing to
trying
accept that.
find
That's
a
fine.
way to rationalize this to your completely absurd fucking stubbornness that a reasonable person would look at this and think you're the moderator based on your conduct.
I've given you a totally legitimate reason why, if you watched it from Noah's point of view, you would think that he is the moderator. He's fucking muting people, bro. He has the moderation ability. In fact, he's the one who gets us off the Kiwi Farms point, and then when there's no point that he wants to argue, we're going to go off to a different point.
This is absurd, bro. It is very transparent. It is absurd. It's very transparent that people would watch this and just generally think, oh, that guy's interjecting, guiding the conversation. He's probably the moderator.
I disagree. Yeah,
well,
there we go. I can understand why you thought it. Since again, you watched it through my POV, and you, for some reason, thought that I'd arranged this.
Let's move on to the next point.
Okay.
Let's move on to the next point. Let's continue. Well, no, we're not agreeing to disagree. I think you've completely refused to engage with a very obvious, clear point that I'm making, and you're just saying no, 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 because you know it makes you look terrible.
Okay. If you want to go to this again, okay. I've conceded several things that go in favor of your argument. It's several times in the conversation. I'm directing it. This is a retarded point, guys. We're getting lost in nothing here. Several people talk at once. I say who should go next, okay? I'm trying to create coherent content, all right? But I do not agree that if somebody looked at this, they would say that I'm the moderator. We say in the call that Noah has started the group chat and Noah is muting people. I've given you the exact rationale. So to try and say that I'm being like snaky or that I'm lying on this point, I'm not. I'm not being dishonest.
No,
you've come to a misunderstanding about who was agreed to moderate the call, and you've still got the impression you're left with.
And think, oh, that guy's the moderator. That's all I'm saying.
No.
And you're completely unwilling to engage with that. And you say, I can't say. And
I've engaged with that directly. I've given you the exact.
Muted.
I've given you the exact thought process for why I disagree with your conclusion. I have engaged with it several times now.
Right, my conclusion. Saying,
okay, here's the question.
Hey,
do you think that anybody in this call thinks that I'm the moderator? Do you think that anybody in this call thinks that I'm the moderator?
I think that based on your attempt to direct the conversation, people could defer to you like they would a moderator. Yes, I think that does happen in the call.
No. Not whether they could. I'm saying, do you think that anyone in this call thinks that I am the moderator?
I'm not saying that they think specifically you're the moderator.
No, but that's what I'm asking you.
No,
the answer is no, right? Nobody in this call thinks I'm the moderator.
Stop fucking trying to railroad me, you fucking pathetic little dude. You are so
my God.
wretched.
Dude, you're complaining about me not answering your questions. Now you're not answering mine.
I'm going to make my fucking point, dude, okay? It's very simple.
Go ahead.
I'm not saying that people in the call think that is the moderator, but your behavior gives the impression that you're a moderator, so at points, people will defer to you when you cut in, and you take advantage of that later.
I disagree. In fact, Noah starts trying to talk over me. That's not usually something you do with a moderator. And I say, Noah, please, like I'm somebody else in the conversation trying to make a point.
The audience decide what they think, because this is fucking stupid, bro. You are
okay, and given the fact you've got like a bigger audience, I guess. Okay, I can understand why you're happy to do that.
Bro. Dude, it's nothing to do with having the bigger audience, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's nothing to do with that, bro, okay? Like, clearly, what I'm saying is completely fucking reasonable here, and a reasonable person would think you're the moderator. You say, no, that's not possible. No, it can't be anyone. Right? And then you make it, oh, it's Noah. So what's the fucking point, dude? Let's just crack on, okay?
Okay.
Let's just crack on. Continuing on. There's a point here where it gets to this argument about crediting that I think is worth talking about, okay? So let's get to this point here. I think this is it, I believe. Is it here? Where is it exactly?
Yeah.
If somebody else has done research for you, you need to provide specific cases of plagiarism and present.
No, I'm asking you if you've used somebody else's video to do, I would say, somewhat significant portions of your research. Is it not worth crediting them in the description?
My guy, that is not.
So where did you get your information?
No, hold on, Kendra, let me answer.
Okay, I will roll it back a bit and be more calm here because I'd like to understand a bit more what you were thinking. Okay.
Okay. Can I just point out there, real quick? You can roll it back if you want. Nicandros tries to jump in ahead of my point and what I would say is probably dogpiling, and I say no, let Noah answer. So again, the idea that I'm coming into this call and trying to railroad people, I'm not.
Hang on a sec.
I'm trying to get Noah to be able to answer.
Should we just roll that back again? Where is it? Sorry.
We can if you want. Yeah. Probably 10 seconds, something like that.
Or dance.
Okay, I think the logic of this, okay, is that if you're
and then show that when talking
That's
about
very
it.
cool. Well, can we
so
look at
if you're containing narratives or large portions of information you're taking from other people's videos in kind of a patchwork sense, some of it's original, and then some of it's stuff. Hold on, you're interrupting me now. You're interrupting me now. Okay, so you've got some original stuff in there about Africa, which is cool, right? And you've also got large portions of this, or I'll say significant portions, right? Sizable enough that you've taken from other people's videos. Is it not worth just including credit in the description that hey, if you want to know more about this, go and watch this guy's video. This is where I got my stuff from.
Yeah.
If somebody else has done the research for you and done the legwork,
You need to provide specific cases of plagiarism and present.
no, I'm asking you if you've used somebody else's video to do, I would say, somewhat significant portions of your research. Is it not worth crediting them in the description?
My guy.
When you say this, and I'm genuinely asking this, I'm not trying to get a fucking argument going with this particular point. I'm genuinely interested, okay? What is the kind of standard you're looking to set here with this question?
That if you're just like taking somebody else's like clips or research or material, you just like leave in the watermark. That's all. If they've got like a Twitter post where this information has come from, or you like leave some in the description, you know, I've gone over this like he did with the Shamu stuff, right? That video is over an hour long, and he tries to condense it. Just like do a condense it, that's totally fine. And then maybe at the end say, if you want to know more about this, go and watch Shamu's video. Or like leave a description to it. Or leave a link to it in the description. That's all, really. The thing with the Decandros stuff is the fact that he's cut off the watermark.
Okay, we can get to one more point in a sec. Because, and I could be wrong about this, my impression that I got watching it is that you should credit someone if you watch someone's video and get an idea or think to cover something.
No. I say that I say in that nobody cares about ideas. Because ideas you come up with ideas in like 30 minutes. I think I distinctively remember saying that. Nobody cares about ideas. It's about the research, right? And if you're taking information or assets from somebody else's like video or media, you should probably credit them, or at least leave their name on stream, right?
I mean, sure. In terms of like, if you take a clip from someone's video, but
yeah,
if you see someone's video and you see they've got a clip of something, and you go and find it yourself on Twitter or from someone's original content.
I said it's totally fair game. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Anyway, let's get.
I mean,
to
the
this
problem
point.
with the Nicandros stuff is that it wasn't particular like stream screenshots that he was taking. He researched for and looked for Nuxtaku screenshots or like Nuxtaku videos to be able to find very particular information, and then went through, censored the lolly hentai that he's complaining about in the video, and then adds extra stuff to see what he's talking about. Right. So that's not a screenshot. That's something he's created.
Do you think you should credit someone's meme or something? Like at what point do you think a credit is deserved for an image that's posted on Twitter?
I think the difference between a meme and what somebody's gone through and done research for is going to be like, you expect memes to be shared. It's literally the definition of a meme.
But what if someone's taken a lot of time to, draw a meme and draw it in a particularly sophisticated way?
Again, I mean the idea of a meme is that it is shared, right? Even somebody who's like makes meme cartoons, like Fallen Chungus, the expectation is still that shit's going to be like shared around, right?
So a meme, you wouldn't want to be credited. And I'm not trying to gotcha you. I'm genuinely interested in what your standard is.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the specific research that Nicandros has gone into to find that and censor it and put it in a Twitter post.
Find that, censor that, and he also made like a graphic for it, right? So it's all about just leaving Nicandros' watermark. That's all.
Why was the watermark?
But it's the intentional. Well, he intentionally cut it off. The thing is with the Nux, with the one where he does credit him, you can't clip off Nicandros' watermark without clipping off part of Nux, right? So exactly in the same way that he did with the Shamu video, where he's zooming in straight on like Tectone's head, like really, really close. He's doing the exact same thing to be able to obscure the fact that this is from somebody else's media.
I guess, so you're saying there was an intentionality in cutting off a Nicandros watermark for an image he posted on Twitter?
Well, yeah, he admitted as much, I believe.
I mean, okay, but why would he do that? Why would he intentionally cut off someone's watermark? It doesn't seem like it would be an intentional thing that you would do.
Because it makes it like lower quality. Like, why do people not like the DGG foot soldier things, right? It looks like you just nicking it from Kiwi Farms. It looks like you're just nicking your shit from somebody else, right? Rather than doing the research yourself, as a video says.
I'll
That'd be the reason, presumably. Especially for somebody who prides themselves on their research. Like, I don't know if you listened to where he was talking about, like, the Nuxtaku Africa video, but he's like, yeah, I go and read the books. I look into the sources. This guy is one of those people who links fucking Google Docs in the description with all his sources.
I want to stick to the thing that I'm interested in. I go about this. You're saying that he intentionally cut off this watermark, and I'm just thinking...
I'm giving you the exact reason why I think that, yeah.
Okay. Well, do you have the
But then
original
when I finish,
image?
you said you don't care.
No, because I don't give a fuck about all this nonsense about reading the books and stuff. I'm interested in this watermark point.
Dude, I'm talking about the way that he portrays himself to his audience.
Okay. So
he
with this
portrays himself
watermark,
to his audience as somebody who does the research himself.
Okay, yes, I'm sure that he's embellished it, and I'm sure it was very embarrassing for him to admit that that's not the case, and he's apologized and whatnot. Okay, but right.
Yeah.
The point I'm making is you seem to think he did this intentional move of cutting off the watermark, and I'm just a bit like, that seems absurd. And I can't imagine that he would intentionally go, I'm going to cut this watermark off. The only thing I could think of is he was doing some sort of editing move, and in the process of that, zoomed in on something and cut the watermark off.
I'm pretty sure it's literally just cropped, just to remove the watermark.
Well, let's.
But still, even in the thing that you talk about, even if it looks better, he's still removing the watermark.
Let's get to the clip, because I think this is also a bit of a silly point because of what happens just after the image is shown. Okay, let's have a little look. I think it's this point here, isn't it?
Network, you've used that as plagiarism. That is what's going on. I don't know why you're just outwardly fucking saying that.
48. So that starts here, right?
I think go forward because it's when we've got the
So,
Nicandros.
these
The
screenshots
next
are these
target
from you,
image.
you're saying?
This one is not.
Okay.
Yeah, there you
It's
go.
very disprovable since there is a documented history of tweets between Shadman and Nux, where Nux attempts to ask Shadman to collab with him, which Shadman says no to. Yeah, clearly you had nothing to do with Shadman, right, Nux? In addition to this, Nux has also tried to act. Is this a screenshot from you?
From my thread? No, it's not.
Okay.
Nicandros, have you got a link to your thread?
By Shadman was the one for the game.
It's on my,
which
on my
was,
thread.
this is also a
On Twitter.
lie, and also
So pause now.
is it this?
Yes, this is like, you've taken this from my thread. It's got my graphics and information that I found. And in the original thread, there is a watermark, but it's been removed. So my problem with this is that you're not like, the viewer, the viewers, like, do they know who's being, like, where you're getting this information from?
They do, because again, look over.
Have you got the original image of this for me to look at?
Let me have a look in the group chat. Hold on.
Because I need to understand where's the watermark that's cut off. Get to the next point.
Oh, it's literally, yeah, here we are. It's literally just below. So he doesn't cut anything off the top. It looks like he trims the sides and cuts off the bottom. Hold on, let me send you the image. You can pull it up on screen. I'm showing your stream right now, by the way.
It's fine. It won't show anything inappropriate. I've got nothing to hide. Right, okay. So let's take a look at this then. So it's cut off just at the bottom here, right?
Mm-hmm. And he literally just cuts off the
okay, yeah, I know. And then let's play on. And let's play on. Let's play on, shall we? And have a little look at what happens next.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here we go. Let's bring that back up.
It shows right here.
No.
Within seconds, that exact watermark that you said is cut off is here. In this
Yeah,
video.
because like I said earlier, you can't cut that off without cutting off part of Nux. Then he's trying to say that he left in the watermark on one of the images he's shown, so he cited it.
Stop. Okay, but within seconds, regardless of what his intent is, okay, there's a fucking Nicandros' name there. Is this really something we're going to fucking argue the toss over? Right?
What, this particular
close
image?
Enough,
No.
It's close enough for a YouTube video. It's close enough for a YouTube video. His name is there. Is this really something we need to fucking argue the toss about? So literally...
Like, do they know who's being, like, where you're getting this information from?
They do, because again, look over. It shows
So
right
it
here.
includes several
Right there.
instances
And he
from
says,
Nicandros.
He says it includes it right here. Okay? He
Mhm.
says it includes it right here. Okay? So this idea, right, that he's only including it because it's there, he seems to be saying, no, it's here. Does that not back up somewhat the idea that he had some intent to show?
Okay. Because this is the problem, okay? I'll go back to this because we spoke about this earlier. But the entire argument here is over whether or not he deserves a citation. Whether or not he should cite Nicandros. Bro, I'm explaining why I'm jumping in. I'm just going to do that, okay? So the entire argument is over whether he should or should not cite.
You know he's going to make a point and you want to fucking railroad him. That's what's going on here.
Because I think he's going to weasel, and not actually stand on his convictions like earlier. It's exactly like earlier when it went off and it said he was giving fake concessions. This is not a real concession.
Let's just listen.
Watermark, but it's been removed. So my problem with this is that you're not like the viewer, like the viewers, like, do they know who's being, like, where you're getting this information from?
They do, because again, look over. It shows right here.
Wait. No. We're not doing that. Okay, we're not doing that. What Nicandros is asking is that particular graphic, do people know where that came from?
Yes.
Well, it's also a screenshot of Nux Taku's like video that you can go back
No, it's not.
for
That's not a straight screenshot.
Bro, Is it not a fucking absurd standard that you're setting here? Of, oh no, you've got to watermark the image too when his name appears within a second of it being shown. What is the fucking deal?
Well,
here,
no, okay. The deal is that he's trying to obscure where he is getting this information from. When Nicandros put his watermark over Nuxtaku, such that you would have to cut out part of the screenshot, a significant part of the screenshot.
Or has he just clipped it with that off because it looks better in the video on the screen? I don't think he's intentionally trying to cut it off.
There is not that much left back on. You can tab back over to it.
Okay.
Well, he does it on 2 images out of 3, and the only image where he doesn't do it is where it would cut off part of Nux, and it would look weird. Agree or disagree? Okay? OtterlyNoah will take somebody else's fucking screenshots or media or research and crop it so it's to obscure that it's come from somewhere else.
Where it matters, and even so, seconds after,
and disinformation,
just getting credit for the clip. I think that's close enough for a YouTube video, and you're trying to set this ridiculous standard of like fucking plagiarism academia. But no, you've got to actually credit this image too.
God,
I think it's close enough.
I think that it's scummy to cut off somebody else's watermark. That's it.
Okay. Here's the thing I'd say. Okay. Here's the thing I'd say.
And again, not to cut you off.
No,
cut you off, but real quick.
Shut up. No. Okay, listen. I'm saying you're litigating out the detail of something trivial, right? When it goes to the fucking watermark anyway, and you can see Nicandros' name, and you've done this all fucking cool up until here. Why didn't you just show the Shamu example straight away? You would have banged to rights with that. These fucking listen. I'm not saying he's not a plagiarist. I'm not defending him on the basis of plagiarism, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying you have fucked about and fluffed about with frivolous, trivial examples, railroaded the guy, right? Rather than just showing him the plain, clear examples.
We went over the Shamu stuff first. We've already dealt with the Shamu stuff by now.
No, you didn't. You didn't show him the actual evidence. You didn't show him the evidence for over an hour, I think, maybe longer.
What? No, we talk about the Shamu stuff first.
No, wait. You just said you showed him. You didn't show him, did you?
Well, no, I said
briefly.
No, I want to discuss the Nicandros stuff first. And he said, no, we're going to discuss the Shamu stuff. We discussed the Shamu stuff first.
You just said you showed him, and you didn't show him, did you? You briefly mentioned it. You didn't play the evidence.
Wait, he wanted to argue about it.
Dude.
It's not me directing that. He directed that part of the conversation. Again, I say we talk about the Nicandros stuff.
Trivial fucking example before you show him the bang to right Shamu. Yes or no?
You're not okay. If you're thinking bang to rights, you might be thinking of the Royal Kittenhouse video,
or the footage.
Have you got those mixed up?
The Shamu, or the footage that Shamu put on Twitter.
Does that ever come up? I don't know.
Well, you tell me. You're in the fucking call.
He's already seen that, dude. Those are in the tweets that he's replying to. Now, maybe it'd be really good stream moment to be able to show the damning evidence on screen, but he's already saw that and he disagrees. He's already accepted that yes. He's taken Shamu's video clip. That's not even in contention right now, dude. The entire contention is over whether Shamu deserves a credit for that. Because he thinks by editing it and zooming in, that makes it fair use. That is the contention to go over. We already agree that he's stolen the Shamu stuff.
This is the thing you're not understanding with this, okay? I'm not coming into this call to say Noah isn't a plagiarist, okay? The point I'm making is, I looked at 1 minute of the Royal Kittenhouse video, and I thought, this Noah guy's a plagiarist. Okay. And then when I come to watch this, you spend an hour and a half talking about a bunch of fucking nonsense, railroading this guy on a bunch of nonsense points, banging on about fucking whether he stole an image from fucking Twitter. Okay. And you take forever to get to the bang on evidence, which is, hey, you ripped this video from Shamu because you're worthless. You're desperate for content. And so you're going around the houses desperately trying to drag content of this guy rather than just cutting to the chase and going, hey, look, here's the fucking example of you doing it.
Or I was invited on there as a guest. The main people or the main topics that he wants to talk about that he declared before was the Nicandros and Shamu stuff and the doxing allegations, and I guess Morale being a paedophile.
The point is,
and so I bring up that at the end because he wants to talk about the other stuff. Because I am not the moderator. I don't get to decide where the conversation goes. I want to talk about the Nicandros stuff first, and he says that he wants to talk about the Shamu stuff first.
Stop talking.
You're interrupting me, dude.
Dude, because you're talking a load of fucking nonsense and I don't care about what you've got to say. In 1 minute,
Okay.
I was more convinced that this guy's plagiarism than I was after an hour of watching this absolute fiasco of a stream. You get raped on 2 points almost out the fucking gate, and you take forever to get to the actual substantive fucking evidence. And instead, you're litigating whether or not he should have put Nicandros here when a second after this is on screen, Nicandros comes up. It's a totally worthless, irrelevant fucking detour. You're desperately seeking for content railroading this guy when you could have just nailed him with the fucking Shamu video. You could have nailed him. With
It would have been better content if I brought that clip up first. But that's not what he's there to disagree with.
Then why didn't you?
Because that's not the point that he is there to disagree with. I've been invited on to talk about the Shamu stuff and the Nicandros stuff. It would have been way better content if I completely rape him on the point to begin with, and then we've solved all the extra points, because how the fuck can you defend that shit afterwards if I'm actually trying to set this guy up? I'm trying to be respectful about what he wants to argue, because it's not my panel. He's invited me on to talk to Nicandros and Shamu. So I can't jump in and say, Noah, watch this clip. Before we talk about anything, watch this clip.
But you can jump in to direct the conversation at other points. So that's interesting.
To bring it back on track to the topic discussion we're talking about at that time? Yeah. If I'm broadly bringing it back to topic to Nicandros or Shamu, I can't completely derail the conversation to a totally different topic.
Here's the clip of you clearly fucking plagiarizing and getting him on that. Instead, you're litigating whether or not he should put on a Nicandros watermark here when there's one a second after this comes up.
Because he has challenged Nicandros to a conversation. And he said that he's going to rape Nicandros when he goes live on stream. That's why. Because Nicandros is there to litigate his stuff. Because what you said earlier, when you were speaking to Shamu...
He raped you. You look like a fucking idiot, bro. And that's my point. Is you could have gotten
I conceded on a single point.
Yeah,
and I conceded he didn't even need to argue.
And then you started litigating the Kiwi Farm stuff, and you have to move on from that.
I didn't try to litigate the Kiwi Farm stuff. We already discussed this earlier, and you already admitted that I'm jackknifing around that conversation.
You're jackknifing
so to say that I'm raped by it, that's not true. Wait, no, Morale is starting that conversation. Do we need to go back? Morale brings it up. Noah and Morale go back and forth, and I say, I think it's a retarded point, but you should stand on what you disagree with. I completely take the wind out of the sails of Morale.
Bro.
If we need to go over it again...
The point is, it's a totally worthless, pointless fucking distraction. Who gives a fuck about Morale and fucking Kiwi Farms, bro? Right? You are litigating it out, making yourself vulnerable and weak on points. You litigate all this shit when you could have said him bang to rights. Shamu, doxing, boom, done.
We spoke about the Shamu doxing pretty early on.
And what was?
Were you talking about the Royal Kittenhouse video?
Explain to me. Why is it Shamu? Who is the most aggrieved party in all of this, would you say?
I would say Shamu.
Why is it that Shamu spoke the least out of everyone?
Because he said that it looked like we were doing a good job, and so he didn't necessarily need to hop on. That's why.
But he did hop on, and instead all these shitters are talking when Shamu's the one that's aggrieved.
Yeah. I mean, it's like an open conversation. He can jump into if he wants. Like when we talked about the Nicandros stuff, I gave that to him. I'm happy to give the conversation to other people, but if he jumps in, because I have fucking like Discord alerts on, I didn't realize that he jumped in until like 10 minutes later. So I didn't realize that Shamu was in there until I happened to look at my fucking OBS preview.
Yeah,
so
it just seems
that's
insane
why
to me that
I've already shown that I'm
all the
happy
people
to pass it over
Shamu
to the
is
people
most-
involved.
Shamu is the most aggrieved out of all parties, and he barely fucking talks because everyone else is so busy trying to railroad their stupid fucking points that no one cares about, whether or not this should have a fucking watermark, right?
Yeah, because Shamu says to me at the start of the conversation, okay, cool, yeah, just let me know if you need me. And then he sends me a message 20 minutes later and says, I'm listening, but can be added whenever. You guys doing great, though.
You did fucking need him.
Well, he doesn't seem to think so, because he says, I'm listening, but it can be added whenever. You guys doing great, though.
He called you debate pedophiles when he spoke to me.
Okay. I don't remember the exact quote of what's happened there. You can bring up the clip if you want to.
The point I'm making is, he's the most aggrieved, he's the most person with a reason to speak, and you were also busy litigating out worthless talking points that you didn't give that really room to breathe. And it wasn't to the very end when you actually started playing the Royal Kittenhouse video.
Shamu does not feel aggrieved by the fact that he wasn't in the call. He says, when we start the call, I can call in a bit if anything needs to be sorted.
I'm saying broadly, he's the one that's been fucking, in this instance, that's brought this up. He is the one that has been fucking plagiarized. And he speaks the fucking
Yeah, but the messages, by the messages that he sent me while we're in the call at the very beginning, didn't seem like he had much interest in arguing it.
Okay, and then you fucked it up by talking about a point that was incorrect, the Kiwi Farms point. This point, I know that people are impressed by this. It's fucking worthless talking
This
about
is Nicandros's point. This isn't even my point.
Oh, God, dude.
And I take the L immediately when I realise that I've got the wrong clip.
5v1, you fuck it up and take the L. And then the fucking Kiwi Farm shit, you kind of take the L.
And I'm
on
more
that.
than happy to take the L. Yeah.
I'm just saying it took you a very long time to get to the actual substantive thing which you had him on.
Being the Shamu doxing.
Shamu plagiarism and the Shamu doxing.
The Shamu plagiarism is the first thing that we talk about.
And then you're making
the first. No, that's with the Nicandros stuff, which we come to later. You've just got the timeline wrong, okay? Because in the first 5 minutes, I want to talk about the Nicandros stuff, actually, because Nicandros is there and he's ready to talk about it. And then later on, he says, no, I want to talk about Shamu.
It's just dog shit,
okay,
isn't it, bro?
hold on.
You could have had him bang to rights.
I'm not dodging it at all. Hold on, dude.
I'm not saying you're
just
dodging
give
it.
me 2 seconds, dude. All right? Why want to talk about Nicandros? Because Nicandros is there. Shamu isn't even in the call yet. Because initially, I thought that he was like doing something. He's slightly busy. He can come if he needs to be, but maybe he'll come in later. And then he wants to litigate the Shamu stuff while Shamu's not in the call. And so we do. We litigate the Shamu stuff first. You've got the conversation wrong.
I don't have the conversation wrong. You barely talk about the Shamu stuff, and he pretty much immediately concedes.
Yeah, and we talk about that first. So you're right. We do bring up the stuff that's substantive first. And we talk about it for a short time, because he concedes. So what's this about the order? About not talking about the stuff that he's raped on first? Because you've just accepted we do.
No, bro, dude. You're doing this little fake thing, right? Where you think you've got a point, so you go, well, you just said that you think that. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you didn't show the most substantive, strongest evidence first, okay? Instead, you go around the houses on a bunch of irrelevant shit that fucking retard shitter chatters are impressed by because they are concerned about the litigation of whether or not you should put a fucking thing on a picture, okay?
If you're so concerned about the aggrieved parties, that's Nicandros' point that he was bringing forth. Shamu's totally fine with Nicandros' point as well. Okay, that is where the beef is.
Bro, no, you're a fucking moron. I'm saying, who is the most aggrieved party? Shamu is the most aggrieved party, and he speaks the least on the call. That's the point that I'm making. And now you're talking about broad concern for the aggrieved. I don't think Nicandros is really that aggrieved by this, no. I don't think he's missed out particularly on the fact that this does not have his name on, and the second later, his fucking name's on the screen. I don't think he's particularly aggrieved by anything here. No, I think he's an autist who just wants to fucking argue the toss, right, about some autistic point when you've got Shamu there, right? He's got substance. He's got 2 points of substance you can argue, right? Not only does Shamu barely talk, but those are the 2 points.
How is that my fault? Why are you bringing that up to me? Why are you bringing that up to me?
Because I'm talking about the fact, right, that Shamu is the most aggrieved party and he barely talks. I'm not necessarily.
Why are you bringing that up to me?
Okay, because we're having a discussion about the conversation and the format of the conversation, and I'm saying you all collectively then, you can all take responsibility for totally fucking this up, right? And to completely flailing around for an hour, right? Until you eventually get to the point where you play the evidence. If you want to take a joint responsibility for that, fine. But I'm saying all of you fucked up. You're worthlessly bickering about nonsense rather than getting to the fucking brass tacks. And it was dog shit content, right? And all of you just wanted to railroad and kick this guy in the teeth to get your fucking moment on a stream. And it was wretched and pathetic.
True. So what I brought up earlier on is that Shamu wasn't particularly interested in litigating it on call if other people could argue it for him.
Okay, well, I've said a piece about it. That's all I've got to say. I think it was a terrible performance. I think you looked awful. I think you were cocking about afterwards, like you did something, but you got fucking raped, bro. In a 5v1, you couldn't even fucking get all your ducks in a row and get your points correct, right? You were flailing about.
Yeah, because it was a completely disordered. It was a completely disordered panel with no moderator. That's the whole problem. Yeah, and I've made efforts to be able to. I made efforts to be able to address that and get it back on topic. And apparently, that makes me the moderator and I've done something wrong there. So which is it? Should I direct the conversation more? Or should I direct the conversation not at all because that makes me a moderator?
False query, bro. Okay, I'm not saying.
Dude, I'm saying you're coming at it from both ends.
The point I'm making is you gave the perception of being a moderator, okay? And you took advantage of that in the call in order to navigate things in your direction. Like this moment here, which we're avoiding talking about. Let's watch it.
You can watch it if you want. No. We're not doing that.
Yes.
Okay, we're not doing that. What Nicandros is asking is that particular graphic, do people know where that came from?
Yes.
Well, it's also a screenshot of Nux Taku's like video that you can go back
No, it's not.
for
That's not a straight screenshot.
Yeah, there's
That's what Nicandros is editing on it as well.
graphics, there's a background.
Why don't you just let him say his piece there? Why don't you let him say what he's obviously going to say, which is, well, I've put a name there.
So I already said this 20 minutes ago, right? Because he's going to go off the entire conversation, and you're going to hear this again, you're going to get bored immediately and tell me shut the fuck up. But the conversation is about whether or not Nicandros should be cited in the sources. He added him, and then he took him away. So that's what we're arguing about, that particular thing. Okay? So if he's going to move away and say on, well, one of the screenshots, I didn't cut you off, it's like, okay, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't matter. The whole conversation is being had over whether Nicandros should be cited as he was initially.
Fucking absurd standard, okay? Of
dude, and now you pivot to the fucking standard. Which conversation do you want to have, bro?
I'm saying
you can't fucking jump around. It's going to be fucking nowhere.
I'm not jumping
you
around.
are. Because now you're talking about me trying to abuse moderator powers, and you're saying this point is
well,
retarded.
hold on. No,
it's not retarded. In fact, it harkens back to the point that I made earlier about him giving half fake concessions.
No, dude. What I'm saying is, it's very simple. You have managed to obtain the perception of being a moderator, so you're able to cut in effectively here, and you don't even let him make his point or make his argument. You don't even let him make his point or make his argument, and then you and fucking Nicandros just fucking railroad this guy, and you don't give him a chance to defend himself.
Okay.
And then you railroad him to going, yeah, I kind of agree, yeah, sure. And you railroad him to that position, and then later on you're like, he was just offering concessions. Yeah, because you railroaded him and didn't give him a chance to defend himself.
Dude. Okay, that is a fake concession. When he says that it's included in the video...
Over us are going to talk.
I'm not doing that. What Nicandros is asking is that particular graphic.
And in the original thread, there is a watermark, but it's been removed. So my problem with this is that you're not like the viewer, the viewers, do they know who's being where you're getting this information from?
They do, because again, look over. It shows right here.
Wait. No. We're not doing that. Okay, we're not doing that. What Nicandros is asking is that particular graphic. Do people know where that came from?
Yes.
Well, it's also a screenshot of Nux Taku's video that you can go back.
No, it's not. For
That's
not a straight screenshot.
Yeah,
that's what Nicandros is editing on it as well.
Graphics, there's a background.
Look at the railroading here, bro.
This is a screenshot of Nux Taku's video, guys. Do I need
look
to
at the background? No, look at the white circle there.
Look at the wretchedness. He wants to make the point, okay, that his name is there. You don't let him make that point, and then you railroad him in on this point about whether or not this is fucking Nux Taku.
No, because he is obfuscating. He is obfuscating. He is obfuscating from Nicandros' position in giving a fake concession about something that happens 10 seconds later. You agree with that, don't you? Nicandros is asking about. Hold on. Nicandros is asking about this screenshot on screen, and he pivots to something like 10 seconds later. That's not the screenshot that Nicandros is talking about, right? That's not what he's asking.
You see that watermark on the screen, and you immediately recognize, oh shit, maybe you might have a point here. So you cut him off from saying that, and don't let him say it, and you go back to, well, what about this? Why didn't you let him speak?
No, I'm going back to what Nicandros is talking about, and I'm trying to...
And then you railroaded him into talking about this. You didn't even give him a chance to make his point, which was likely to be, well, look, it was there. The thing was there, and you could see it there.
No, again, dude, the whole conversation is not about this. It's whether Nicandros, don't play the video. I'm saying it's whether Nicandros should be included in the Google document. That is the conversation. And Nicandros is asking this image here to display his point. Do people know where this image came from? The answer is no, obviously not. And then he wants to pivot and give a half concession because he didn't cut off the watermark on an image like 10 seconds later. Do people know where that came from?
Yes. No. Who's being my problem with this is that you're not like that. This one is not. My thread? No, it's not.
Okay.
Nicandros, have you got a link to your thread?
By Shadman was the one for the game.
It's on my
which this is also a lie, and also
so pause now.
So. Is it this?
Yes, this is you've taken this from my thread. It's got my graphics and information that I found, and in the original thread there is a watermark, but it's been removed. So my problem with this is that you're not the viewer, the viewers, do they know who's being where you're getting this information from?
They do, because again, look over. It shows right here.
Wait. No. We're not doing that. Okay, we're not doing that. What Nicandros is asking is that particular graphic. Do people know where that came from?
Yes.
Well, it's also a screenshot of Nux Taku's video that you can go back.
No, it's not. That's not a straight screenshot.
Yeah, that's what Nicandros is editing on it as well. Graphics, there's a background. There's visuals that have been used.
This is a screenshot of Nux Taku's video, guys. Do I need
look at the background? No, look at the white circle there.
If I go in and make a screenshot of Nux Taku's video, am I automatically, can I make a patent on that? You don't copyright claim it?
Okay, dude, you see what we're clearly saying is that, again, like we agreed on earlier, you are taking things from other people's research, okay? It's probably worth crediting them, right? That's all people are saying right now. Not that you deserve to go to hell, not that you need to go to fucking death prison, just the agreement that, sure, okay, you've taken something from them, probably credit them, right? Now, you agree with that. I think you agree with that. Because 2 seconds ago, you tried to weasel out of it and say, well, the later things are credited, they're not credited. Nicandros just put his name on there, and you've left it in. That's all that's happened. Yeah. And you've still taken Nicandros off your source list. So clearly you don't think he deserves any credit. So
do you not see the railroading that you're doing here? He's clearly making the point that it's there, and you're just dismissing that completely, and you're just bombarding him. And then Nicandros is in there, and then fucking other matey boys in there as well.
Yeah. So what I'll say, okay, because you feel as though, I don't know if there's this fact that, like, I can't consider at any point. I will say, in retrospect, it is actually inappropriate there, if I want to, like, move away from people railroading, or everyone talking at once, for me to jump in on Noah while Nicandros is trying to have an argument. Well, I'm literally giving you a concession.
Yeah, exactly.
But the idea that you know the way that you've come at this every single time is that I'm abusing my moderator status, or that I think that this is a retarded point where I'm raped, and so we've got to save it to be able to fucking railroad him. That's not true. Jumping in to make that point, probably unnecessary. Yeah, that's where it starts to get a 2v1. That's probably inappropriate. I can concede on that. But the idea, okay, Nicandros is talking, then Noah says something. I jump in to address what he says. Morale tries to interrupt me to be able to respond.
Wow. So why is it so difficult to do that? Why can't you just admit a little something, anything?
Because you're trying to say that I'm using this fake moderator status that I've agreed with, like, disagreed with several times, and you cannot let it rest.
Because
that
here's
is
what
why.
I'm trying to point out. Here's what I'm trying to point out, okay? When I was watching this, I perceived you as a moderator. I don't know if anyone's got the clip. I'm pretty sure I talked about what I perceived, and then I changed it to what a reasonable person would see to try and get you to understand. And you refused to engage with that. And eventually you said Noah. Okay?
No, I engaged with it directly.
And when I was watching this, no, you didn't. You didn't engage with it. You said, I'm not answering it.
I gave you the answer.
You refused the question. No, you said you refused the question.
No, I didn't. I actually...
Eventually
What answer did I give to that question, dude? What answer did I give to that question? What answer did I give to that question? You know that I gave an answer to that question.
What I'm saying is...
Don't try and lie and fucking repaint the conversation, dude.
Through the conversation, you have interjected at numerous points. You've guided the conversation. You said don't talk and stuff. And you have created a perception of you moderating the conversation. And you have taken advantage of that now to cut him off and railroad him. Okay.
Yeah, I disagree.
So you can't make the point.
Okay. That I disagree with. Yeah. The idea that as an equal participant as anybody else in the call, after Nicandros is going, it's poor form to be able to jump on Noah after he's given a response to Nicandros and then give my rejection of that. Like, true, it does harken back to a point that I made earlier over giving, like, half fake concessions, but still, it's Nicandros' argument at that point. And in fact, earlier I had said to Nicandros, Nick, you take it, you go. I'm butting in on a line of dialogue between Nicandros and Noah. That's correct.
Yeah, it just feels like you're giving this. I mean, you talk about giving like little concessions. I mean, I feel like you've done that through this whole conversation. You've done it just then, right?
Well, no, it doesn't distract from the larger point. What? And what I'm saying is he's saying things that are like technically true to be able to get people to roll over and paint as though paint the idea as though he's conceding on the larger point. I have fought you on the larger point and then given you this I could actually agree with, and I take the L there. I'm being completely honest with what I do agree with and what I disagree with. When you try and get me on like abusing my moderator status, I don't say, well, you know, I guess it was kind of inappropriate for me to jump in at that point. No, I fight you on the fucking moderator status bit. And then we get to a lull in the conversation. And then I say, yeah, okay, this I can understand.
Okay. I understand that you are factually not the moderator of the situation, okay? I'm saying that a reasonable person watching this would perceive you as a moderator. You've said that you thought it was reasonable that I thought you were a moderator when I was watching it earlier, right?
No. Okay. Just to pin in that, okay? Given the fact that you were under the belief that I organized this and this was being held or hosted on my stream. Wind it back. That's what I said earlier. Dude, holy fuck. You're just not remembering key parts of the conversation here.
No, you're trying to put in all these provisos and all these fucking criteria, bro.
Dude, it's literally outrageous. What I just fucking said earlier. I said I understand why you thought that, given the fact that you thought that I was hosting it and that you thought I'd arranged it. I understand why you thought that. That's what I'm saying. There's not provisos.
You're putting in all of these provisos. Look, I'm trying to keep
not provisos. I'm saying, given what you thought at the time, I can understand where you come to that conclusion. But you were wrong in the information you had at the time.
You are trying to overcomplicate this, okay? I'm saying that I'm watching it.
I'm massively not.
This guy's the mod. Okay, dude.
I'm saying pretty simply, dude, given what you believe to be the case at the time, I understand why you thought that. It's as simple as that.
Okay. But at this point, you are unreasonably and excessively interjecting and railroading this guy, and it becomes a 3-on-1, and you're all railroading him to a point, right?
I can see on the fact that I've jumped in.
let's listen on a bit further. Let's listen on a little bit further, okay?
Don't talk about the Candros News Network.
I thought that I hadn't plagiarized it. And honestly, I don't know.
So using
I feel
something's work without credit, so you've taken stuff from my thread, you're not clearly indicating here that this was made by me. But that's the problem.
All right. So what do you propose to be a
Yeah.
good solution for this then, Nick?
Well, if you want to use something from, let's say, a Twitter thread you come across, you say, hey, this is really like useful information, you can put on the top left or top right, like, you know, my Twitter like handle or whatever, source, colon, and then add real Candros. That's all you need to do to avoid this confusion. Alternatively, I mean, well, it's not my Twitter handle, it's just like a joke thing, but on this image in my thread, there is a watermark, but you cropped it out. And with like the way you treated Shaman's clips, then, well, you cropped it out, it's not visible on this particular image. But in the original
Here specifically?
in the Twitter thread,
No, I posted the image.
Okay, let me look here.
I mean, the thing is like, you're saying he intentionally cut the watermark off. And that
We're
what that
going back
suggests
to
to
this
me...
point again.
No, because what it says to me is he's intentionally trying to remove the credit from the Candros.
Mm-hmm. In the exact same way that he's trying to cut like graphics out of the Shmoo video. Yeah.
But but is
To
he
obscure
doing
the
that
fact that
because
it's
he
from a
wants people-
different video.
Okay, so you think he's done it intentionally to obscure the fact he's gone on the Candros' Twitter thread and found it?
Or that he's like pulling sources from somebody else, yeah. And I've
Okay.
explained why. Like, given the
But
way
then
that the guy
the
presents
next
himself.
second, it goes to a clip, and it says Nicandros News Network, and this idea that
So you
he
can see
could have
that
cut it
it's easily
off
cropped
is
out.
not true. He could have
Yeah,
cut it
so I
off.
answered this earlier, Chud. I'm saying that when there's like a watermark across Nuxtaku, such that it's like onerous or like super fucking obvious that he's like cutting something out or it looks shitty, then he doesn't cut it off. When it fucks with the content, he doesn't cut the watermark off. But he does every other time, and that's an intentional decision, not to just drop it in his editing software.
He could easily have edited that clip to remove Nicandros' watermark, but he didn't. Now, I'm not saying, because I know people are fucking retarded, I'm not saying this guy isn't a fucking plagiarist. He has plagiarized, and I agree, he plagiarized Shmoo. But I don't think this is a particularly good or substantive example of it, and it certainly doesn't show this malice that you're trying to show, when within seconds, it shows a clip, and Nicandros' name is right there.
Yeah, but we're talking about all the individual media. And again, the entire point that we're having there is about whether he should be cited in the list of sources, as he did originally. He agreed to do that.
And he's not allowed to elaborate on his point because you cut him off.
Well, no, of course he is. But if he's going to like lie and give like a fake concession, because again, Nicandros asks,
well, you don't
that
really know what he's
image
gonna
that
do,
we can
because
see on
you cut him
screen
off,
there,
he can't talk
do
because
people
he's
know
wrong.
where this is coming from? Nicandros has already conceded, obviously, that it's from another bit. In another bit as well, you can see a watermark there. Nicandros is asking this image in particular. And then he says, well, you know, in another image, I leave your watermark there. That's not what Nicandros is asking. He's obfuscating from the point.
Okay. But the point is, by showing it within a second of this being shown, okay, right? Within a second of this being shown, I think the point he's trying to make is, well, it's shown there. So that's enough.
On
Right?
that image, sure.
Yeah. So again, I go back to my point, right? If you want to argue the toss and litigate the fucking reality of this and whatever to the ends of the earth, fine. But why are you wasting time doing this when you've got the Shmoo thing right there and it's substantive? It's right there. And you don't get to it until how long after this?
So again, the Shmoo stuff, we've already spoken about this by the time we talked on the Nicandros stuff. I want to talk about Nicandros initially. We've already been over this, and then he wants to talk about Shmoo while Shmoo is not in the call, okay? So the Shmoo stuff is already dealt with. However, the point that's being made here is that Nicandros is trying to dig down and he's obfuscating to other points, right? Do you think, okay, just a sanity test here, do you think that he's left in that last image's credit to credit Nicandros as he sees fit? You think that is supposed to be the credit?
I don't think that he's done that thinking that credits Nicandros specifically. No, of course not.
Okay.
But I'm saying that functionally, his name is there, and litigating this, right, when his name is there, is not worthwhile when you've got much better things that you can get to, and this is just a waste of time, and you guys just want to fucking...
That is the drama, Chud. I don't... Listen, okay, I don't know if you... I completely disagree with this characterization. If you're going to go and make other claims, I'm going to address those too, and we're going to loop every single time, okay? But to go back to what you were saying originally, okay, before you pivoted. So, the Nicandros and Shmoo drama is the stuff that he's responding to. That's the drama. That's the contention. Those are the people who are complaining. I can try and interject and completely derail it over to something which will be fucking damning if I want to. But what I'm trying to do is engage in the topic as already laid out. The drama as it already exists. The back and forth. Did you follow any of this on Twitter?
and I followed a bit of it on Twitter, right?
Fair
I'm
enough.
saying it takes you a long time to get to the most substantive evidence, and you're here talking about a watermark for an image from Twitter. It's
I
worthless.
mean, take that up with Nicandros. This is
Well,
Nicandros'
yeah, I was
complaint.
critical of Nicandros as well, but you
Fair
jumped
enough.
down its throat and didn't let him make his fucking point and backed Nicandros up to the hilt.
Well, because his point was obfuscating from what Nicandros was asking, and it goes back to giving fake concessions, which I
How
said
do you know
earlier.
you didn't even let him make his fucking point?
You know exactly what he's saying because he finished his point. Did he gives the point?
Well,
he gives
he didn't really.
he gives
You
it on
cut him off and railroaded
watermark like 10 minutes later.
Okay, listen,
He's
dude,
obfuscating.
listen.
Nicandros is asking this image here. How do people know where this is from? Because we've already discussed previously in the conversation that it does exist one of these materials that has the watermark on it. So Nicandros is asking this frame, this image. How do people know this is from me?
Okay.
He says, well, later on, when I show something else from you, I credit you then.
Later on.
That doesn't answer this question.
A second later.
Okay, a different image. That's Nicandros' point.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Nicandros is being excessively autistic and putting on this insane standard for a fucking YouTube video. Yes, I think that's the case. And I think you can just talk about the stuff you've gotten dead to rights on.
I mean, yeah, we spoke about the Shamu stuff first. Yeah,
You barely touched on it.
It feels like two
Google document.
Well, because as you said earlier, we barely touched on it because you immediately conceded, right?
Okay, and I do.
Why do you need to litigate it anymore and like drag him over the coals over it? That's
It's fucking
unnecessary.
nearly 10:30. Listen, okay, listen, okay, listen. One thing you said is that this guy ended up apologizing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and it seemed quite substantive, and it seemed like he was willing to accept fault for what he'd done. And the impression that I got, was that that was not enough for you. And I guess I'm just wondering. The impression that I got was that the apology that he said he was going to issue was not adequate or sufficient, and it was some sort of trick that he was playing, and it wasn't substantive.
Oh, so I don't think that I'm expecting more from him. But I think that in this conversation, as I've described, he gives a fake concession on the Nicandros point.
Well, I don't think he's given a
mean
fake.
it.
Okay, I don't think he's given a fake concession. Okay, I think.
Well, because later on he says that he's 50-50 on it. He doesn't think he's done anything wrong.
Yeah, sure, because you railroaded him and didn't give him a chance to really defend himself. That's what I think happened there. And you weren't
based on a
that.
single instance where he's obfuscating from a question Nicandros is asking, and again trying to give a
And you all
fake
jump
concession.
in and fucking railroad him.
No,
and then
I jump
think
in,
that's why
and then Morale tries to do a 3-on-1.
Okay, dude.
Okay, so don't say you all jump in. I was trying to stop that at other instances of the call,
Okay, bro.
and I've already
In what
conceded
instances,
that
on
jumping
this
in
point,
into
dude,
that conversation,
bro,
I've taken the on that.
absolutely fucking
That
insane,
wasn't
bro.
productive.
Dude.
It's not that insane at all.
It
I
is,
don't know why you're
dude.
trying to play this up so fucking much.
Because it's very clear that if the point I'm making is you didn't give him a chance to make his point. You all jumped in and he got railroaded, and then later he said, "I'm not sure about that point," because you didn't actually convince him. You railroaded him, and he felt like he was in a position where, well, I've just got to agree because these three people are railroading me, right? And that's
He's not
why
trying to make
later
a
on-
point.
and
He's
that's
trying to obfuscate from Nicandros's question.
He is trying to make a point. Whether or not you think that's going to end up doing that, he's trying to make a point, and you don't let him. Okay, and so later on,
Okay,
he's
I'm gonna say-
uncertain because you've not convinced him. You've railroaded him into thinking, "Well, I've just got to accept this because these three guys are fucking railroading me." And you're claiming that's dishonesty. I'm saying I don't think it's dishonesty. He was willing to accept fault substantively for things, and clearly there's stuff that he felt railroaded on, felt that he had to say yes on, and then later on thought about it and thought, "I don't know if I do actually agree. I'm more 50-50 on it." I don't think that's dishonesty. I think that's a product of the way the conversation went.
Dude, he's a fucking adult man. He can stop muting people as he's shown like a predilection to do before. He threatens to do it to me. It did it to Morale. You're hyper focusing on this one point and then drawing a much larger conclusion from it that just does not exist. Okay, this is the most notable example of what you're talking about. It's the only one you can bring up.
Because later on, when you say he says he's 50-50 on it, and you act like that's evidence of him being dishonest in some way, and I'm saying I don't think he's being dishonest. Okay, I think that genuinely he got railroaded into saying something that he didn't really believe, and later on thought about it outside of the pressure and thought, I don't know if I fully agree with that point.
Except for the fact that when we start this conversation and Morale brings up the retarded Kiwi Farms thing, I say, stand on something if you disagree with it. Don't give a fake concession. And then here, he's giving a fake concession.
And then
that is exactly what he's doing there. You agree?
And then you railroad him into saying something, and later on he says, I'm not sure because he got railroaded. It's not dishonest. He's just thinking after the conversation, you know, I don't know if I actually agree with that. And he just said it in the moment because he was getting fucking bombarded by 3 retards on a call.
No, we're not insulting him. We're not saying you are a retard, you are a theft, you are a thief, you're fucking Hitler if you don't fucking accept this. This is gonna look so bad for you, dude. This is gonna look fucking awful for your career. You are completely fucked. Nobody's gonna want to associate with you. That, I agree, would be massively excessive. We're talking it through with him.
It doesn't need to be an insult for someone to feel they're in a position where all they can do is agree because 3 people are coming at them, all, you know, at 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then they're just like, okay, I agree. I don't think.
Which is why
I don't think them later going, well, I'm actually not so sure about that, is a sign of dishonesty as much as it is a reflection on getting railroaded and thinking, actually, maybe I don't agree with that. I think you
go and look at the way that people spoke to him.
He was being dishonest when he substantively apologized for a number of things.
Sure. You agree that he didn't mean that apology. That's all my point.
What apology?
And you agree. We litigate this for the longest period of time of the entire conversation.
I think he means the apologies to the people I think he means the apologies that he dishes out. Okay. Right. But I'm saying that after the call, you jump on him for being 50-50 on the Nicandros thing, and you say he's being dishonest there. When, to me, it seems way more fucking likely that he got railroaded and at that moment was thoughtful about it and wasn't sure if he agreed. And you use that to back up.
Well, no, it's directly after the call, so it's nothing about being thoughtful. But what I'm saying is he doesn't think that he's done anything wrong, so how can the apology be sincere?
But he said he was 50-50
That's basically
on
it.
it, if I recall correctly. No, he said he was 50-50
yeah, so he doesn't
on
think,
the Nicandros thing.
Does he believe that he did something wrong?
He's not sure if he did something wrong because he
yeah,
felt
so he does not think that he
it.
did something wrong. He's unsure about the fact. He does not believe that he's done something wrong. So the question is, what does he apologize for?
No, bro, he's unsure as to whether he's done something wrong because he's clearly reflecting on the conversation, okay? And he's thinking, that, to me, at least from my perspective, he's thinking, God, I got fucking bombarded into it. And so he's not sure whether he did something wrong. And he's 50-50 on it.
Mm-hmm. And that happens on every single one of these points. Because this isn't the first time he's argued this. This has become a whole drama cycle. And by the point that he invites me on this panel, he's been arguing about it for the last 24 hours. And then he comes in and flips on all the positions. Okay? That's why I'm skeptical about when he flips. Because he's suddenly a completely different fucking person. He's a completely different Noah by the end of that call, even throughout it. All these positions can be arguing for 24 minutes.
Something and say stupid things. Oh, yes, of course, I agree. He was acting defensive and really stupid and was acting too aggressive, yes. But then you're acting like it's bizarre that he opts into a call and changes his mind and then apologizes, when to me it seems far more likely that on some of these points he realized he couldn't defend them. He came in ready to say no to certain things, and that wasn't enough for you. You had to get him on these points, railroad him into a position.
All that is notable to me... Okay, we're going back to the railroading. Okay.
Oh, yes, because that's
all that is notable to me is that it seemed like he took the L in the conversation about the Nicandros stuff. You agree? It's the stuff we litigated the most, okay? And then later on, I hear him talking to his chat, and he takes it back. That's all that's notable.
I think
and you seem to agree that would be notable.
I don't even think he took it back necessarily, okay? I think he got questioned by a chat message, and he said, I'm 50-50 on it, like he was unsure. Because to me, it looked like he felt he'd been railroaded in, and on reflection outside of the conversation, he thought, maybe I didn't actually need to fucking, give ground on that, but I'm not sure.
That's not what he thought after the conversation, but sure. Because I spoke to him after we went off stream.
Right, okay. And what did he say?
He said that he thought
wait. No, I don't give a fuck about what he said, actually. You're reacting to a stream comment, and you're pointing to that as him being dishonest. And I'm saying, I don't think it's reasonable to say that's an example of his dishonesty. I don't think that is reasonable.
Whether you think that it's like, whether you think that it's like condemnable dishonesty or whatever the fuck, he's not given his true opinions in the conversation, and then he's revealing that he... Hold on, dude. Hold on. He says something in the conversation, and then he later admits that that's not actually true. Now, definitionally, that is dishonesty. Do I really condemn him for that? No. It was a pretty heated fucking conversation. Okay? I don't condemn him for that hardcore, but it's still notable that he's taking it back. It's still notable that he's saying, yeah, actually, publicly, I actually don't agree with anything wrong, but you know what? I'll apologise.
No.
Because it's proved my thesis the entire time.
You're misrepresenting what he said, you fucking wretch.
Wait, what did he say? What do you disagree with my characterisation?
Because he was getting pressed by chat on taking that on everything, and he said, "Oh, I'm not sure about that. I'm 50-50 or something along those lines." So he was clearly uncertain on the back of chat putting something to him.
Yeah. So he said that he thinks he did something wrong, and then
Yeah, in the middle of a high
I feel
intensity,
like
high pressure
for me,
conversation,
it's going to be
he got railroaded
equivalent.
into me, he
Okay.
said something wrong. Then later he said, "I'm more 50-50 on it, actually."
Okay.
Clearly outside of the pressure, he's thinking about it more. And
Which is a
listening to his
change of
chat.
opinion. Which is a change of opinion.
Okay, and why do you think he's changed his opinion?
No. Dude.
No.
I'm saying it's a change of opinion, and
Why?
I'm saying
Why?
that is
Why?
what is notable to me. That is what is notable to me.
What's notable?
Because you started this.
Why do you think he changed his opinion? Why do you think he changed his opinion? Answer that.
I've already said.
What?
Each the conversation. Doesn't seem like this guy does well with conflict. I don't know why he arranged the panel.
No, you were trying to suggest he was some sort of dishonest actor. I believe you used much stronger language in this, in fact, when you spoke about him after the call.
Sure. Because my point the entire time throughout this, and I make it several times throughout this disagreement, that you should stand on shit. You should not give fake concessions. Don't give fake concessions. And then I come to the end, and he admits at the very end, I gave a fake concession.
Listen to what you say about him.
Originally was on Twitter,
Okay. No, I did not see this from him. Although, again, if I had, I would have addressed it then. Happy to take accountability. Or what happened with Vincent?
I think so. Yeah. Nice. All right. Have a good one. Catch you later.
Yeah.
You need to bottom line all of this. He doesn't seem to understand. It seems like he's trying his best to get away with whatever he can until he's cornered in a way where he has to admit SDHMG.
Yeah, I completely agree, Jimberly. I said that a couple times before. He doesn't want to accept it for obvious reasons, but yeah. Like, this guy never would have fucking taken the L if it was, I don't know, anybody else fucking saying anything to him, right? Unless it was like a big fucking tweet that a lot of people also kind of like got their weight behind. It never would have fucking happened. Yeah, absolutely. Rest in piss. Okay, also...
Rest in piss. Never would have taken the L. He took the L. He apologized before he left the call. What's the rest in piss comment about?
What I'm saying is that, okay, so Jimberly is saying you need to bookend this with like a harder concession. But I'm saying, I ignore that, actually, and I say,
what does
if he wasn't actually confronted on it
what does
in
rest
person.
in piss mean? What does rest in piss mean? Why do you say rest in piss? Explain that.
Wait, can you go back? What did I say before?
Away with whatever he can until he's cornered in a way where he has to admit SDHMG.
Yeah, I completely agree, Jimberly. I said that a couple times before. He doesn't want to accept it for obvious reasons, but yeah. Like, this guy never would have fucking taken the L if it was, I don't know, anybody else fucking saying anything to him, right? Unless it was like a big fucking tweet that a lot of people also kind of like got their weight behind. It never would have fucking happened. Yeah, absolutely. Rest in piss. Okay.
What does rest in piss mean there? What are you trying to say?
I think it's going to be something like, if you give like a fake concession on this stuff, or if you give a concession, you've got a disagreement, you admit like plagiarism, right? And then in the course of doing that apology, you lie about it, or you say that you like take the L and you're willing to apologize, but you're still defending and saying you don't think you did anything wrong, then yeah, I mean, there's like not really where you can come back from that, right? You are kind of done. And again, I'm not even saying this to him. I'm saying this to chat.
Right, because you're trying to show
this is far meaner than anything that I said.
Bro, okay, but you're trying to act like you were much softer than you were. You said rest in piss, right? That's quite an aggressive phrasing.
Him. Okay.
What do you mean not to him? Bro, you're talking about him. Right, if I call you a retarded fucking loser, okay, a retarded rape loser to my chat, right? I'm not saying it to you. What am I doing? What am I saying about you? I'm insulting you. I'm talking shit about you. Bro, are you fucking serious?
I thought this entire thing has been the way that I've treated him.
That's why you're acting all
Dude,
fucking
what are you
sheepish.
even trying to talk about now? Did I said rest in piss after the debate?
The point I'm making is you are trying to soften how aggressive you were when you spoke about him after. And I'm saying you were being more aggressive than you're saying.
Oh, spoke about him afterwards? Sure. I thought we were talking directly on the comment that I made. We're talking... No.
Dude,
because you've got confused here. You're mixing stuff out, okay?
Oh my God, dude, this is crazy, bro.
You are talking specifically... Just let me go. I can clear this up in 2 seconds.
Aiden, bro. You're reminding me of Aiden. Until you're pinned on something, you don't fucking admit to it.
Oh my God, dude. What you were talking about there was what I said after he took back the concession. That's what we're talking about
I was
the
talking
entire
about you watching
time.
him after the stream, okay? And you were acting like you weren't being aggressive.
And saying what?
Okay? And then
No,
I
I'm
show
saying
you
what?
being aggressive and you go, well, that was after the stream. I was obviously talking
What?
about after when you were watching him.
The
He said he was
entire
50-50 talking to his
dude.
chat.
This starts from you arguing whether I'm expecting more from him after he takes back the apology. The entire time of this, we're talking about him, whether he concedes or whether he doesn't, and whether it's genuine. You are talking about that part in the stream,
and then I've
and
shown
you're
you
acting...
Dude, this is so obnoxious, bro. No. Dude, this is the point, man, right? I'm saying something, and you're arguing the toss about it, and then I show you, go, yeah, sure. Why do I have to argue the toss about it? You were being aggressive.
Because you're talking specifically about when he says he's 50-50 and takes it back. That's what we've been talking about for the last 10, 15 minutes. That's what we're talking about. not all the comments I've made about him after the conversation.
Let's listen on. Okay.
Okay, also, thank you for Pilkington, the 100 kicks. Thank you very much. Okay, wait, he's still streaming. Okay, hold on. I want to watch the end of this. How's it going, Nicandros? We're watching the end of the stream, dude.
Oh, yeah, I've seen fucking Pilkington in my chat fucking endlessly sweeping for you. It's all making sense now.
Base?
I thought that
was hacking valid, dude. Very, very, very valid. Yeah.
Very valid conversation. Yeah.
All right, well, I guess that's it. Yeah, like I said, I am more than happy to take accountability for what happened with Vincent, Nick Andros, Shamu, and Neryl. I'm going to be making a YouTube post after this, after stream here, and I'm happy to be taking credibility for trying to, actually source things correctly in the future. We all lost. Don't let them win. What do you mean don't let them win? Huh? Oh, is KinoFlex still here? Burt Brain threatened me with a bullshit lawsuit. Clearly he's not interested in debating. Dude, you joined a group chat with him, KinoFlex.
Oh my god, and he's still talking about this fucking KinoFlex retard. The only reason why this KinoFlex person is being spoken about at all is apparently they've got some previous beef, and it's super easy to dunk on him because he left the group chat one time.
And then you ran, you pussy. I love that KinoFlex just jumped into this because he has no involvement with any of this. It's all these guys. But KinoFlex just jumped in randomly, which makes it
what? Thank you.
Funny. This is clearly they were clearly just...
Yeah, do not brigade.
Why did you say thank you? This person is criticized.
Because somebody sent me a super chat.
Very valid letting the tard dog walk you. You realize
I don't even know what that means.
He's saying that the person
that's criticizing me
in the conversation. Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I said thank you for a donation.
Right.
Obviously, do not fucking brigade this guy's chat. Stay out of this guy's chat.
Gaslighting you? These guys don't care about accountability.
Dude, this guy cannot fucking complain about KinoFlex being a pussy or a coward when I gave him the slightest pushback and called him a fucking retard, and he blocked me for the rest of the fucking call.
You got very toxic, bro. You got incredibly toxic. Did not realize
What was
that.
the worst thing I said there?
Did you call him a retard?
I did just own up to that just now. Yeah, that's the worst thing I said to him.
That might be the worst thing you did, yeah. Dude. At least you got a lot of your points kind of like fed to other people, though. And he catch you in the group chat, you're able to still stream it.
I fucking guess, bro. Dude, it is so clear that this guy did this to more people because when you sent him the Ryle video, he was trying so hard not to watch it. This guy absolutely has stolen from other people. It's so fucking retarded. People are treating this kid like a test tube baby. Like they're being way too fucking nice and cordial to this guy. This guy's
like, how old is he?
Stealing.
He's not like a teenager, right? He's like in his 20s.
So this stuff here, way too cordial. What more do you want to do to him exactly? Especially when he's admitted fault and said he's going to apologize.
Wait, hold on. Go back. I didn't hear the context of that.
Well, they don't really need to. It's just, I was saying we should have gone harder on this guy. People were treating this guy with fucking kid gloves, right? And I'm thinking, well, what more could he possibly do to him? You've railroaded him, berated him, fucking whatever, for fucking 2 hours. And he said, you know what? I'm wrong. I'm going to take the L and post an apology. And apparently that's still not enough.
Take it up with Mao, I guess.
Okay, but you're agreeing in principle with this, or at least you're not disagreeing, right? So, like, you don't agree. You think you agree that this is a stupid comment.
What?
You agree
okay.
that
Do I agree
about...
currently? Go on.
Okay, listen again.
Hello? And he catch you in the
thing I said there.
Did you call him a retard?
I did just own up to that just now. Yeah, that's the worst thing I said to him.
That might be the worst thing you did, yeah. Dude. At least you got a lot of your points kind of like fed to other people, though. And he catch you in the group chat, you're able to still stream it.
I fucking guess, bro. Dude, it is so clear that this guy did this to more people because when you sent him the Ryle video, he was trying so hard not to watch it. This guy absolutely has stolen from other people. It's so fucking retarded. People are treating this kid like a test tube baby. Like they're being way too fucking nice and cordial to this guy. This guy's
being way too nice and cordial to this guy.
Take it up with the cat. How old is he?
Stealing.
He's not like
okay, what do you think? You tell me your opinion. I'm asking for your opinion about this now.
I don't know. I think it was fun. Yeah, I disagree with Morale. I think Morale thinks that we should have gone harder because he got fucking muted and he was seething the entire time.
Why did you just kind of say that and you just kind of went along with it?
Well, because what's the harm in like Morale seethe after a debate where he got muted? Like, what's the issue?
I'm not saying there's an issue, bro. It's saying, do you think it's clear from what's happened here that I can know, oh yeah, Dickers disagrees with this? Because the way you're acting is like, it seems like you agree.
Well, I think it's like, whatever. I just don't really care about people. Okay, that was the predominant sentiment after it, right? So it wasn't just Morale saying that. That was just what a lot of people were saying. So it's like, okay, people have that opinion.
And right. Okay, because to me, if someone was saying we should have gone harder, and I think it was appropriate, I would probably say, to be honest with you, it was just the right level, and he ended up apologising. But you just kind of sit there and don't say anything.
Well, what do I move on to say?
Let's see.
He's like in his 20s.
I'm using kid as a insult because I don't like him. I'm not
okay, that's
treating this individual as a test tube baby, someone to be poked and prodded at rather than to be treated as an adult.
Because that's what I kept on trying to drag it back to. Like, this guy isn't just some, oh, well, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to do that, right? It's like, he was going fucking hard on Twitter. He was going really fucking hard before this debate. He thought he was going to, what did he say? He was going to cook, or he was going to grill Nicandros and Sha.
So, Do you think it's fine, or do you think people are going easy on him? Because it seems to suggest here that you do think people were going easy on him because you're not really disagreeing with this, and you're saying things.
What I'm talking about there, because I'm looking at his chat, right? And I've been looking at his chat at the end of the debate, and a lot of his community still don't think that he did anything wrong, right? You know when he went live, do you know that he went live a second time, right? Okay. So that was his community telling him that he should go live because they wanted to give like their statements on why he didn't do anything wrong. That's what I'm talking about, okay? People complaining that like people should have dealt with this privately, like the argument that he was saying. Nah, I think it's totally fine to make these points in public, and it's totally fine to argue with them in public, especially if he's put together the panel.
Dude. This is fucking bullshit, bro. Right?
Dude, you can go back and look at what is on my screen at the end of the debate. In fact, right here, there is his chat.
It's fine. Based on this, it seems very much okay. Let's watch further. Let's watch further and see what you say.
Jamu, before we get into this.
What? No. That was in response.
This guy's just out and out fucking malicious. The only reason for all these fucking
because you're
claims.
mischaracterizing this.
No amount of your heckin' valid
And I think it's the Candros doubling down
Hold
on
on.
really fucking mean to on Twitter.
Okay.
Is the reason why he didn't want to concede an element to the credits. He called him a liar, and that hurt his feelings. So he didn't want to take the L. Totally fucking
Anthony
corrected.
guy. You know that one Anthony guy, the bread tube guy or whatever?
I vaguely remember him, yeah.
He had a debate with Templar a while back.
Okay.
He was in his chat, I only saw like a couple messages. I don't know what his take is. But he was like almost defending him. It's like, dude, you do book reviews, and I'm pretty sure James Sunderland, or the fucking guy, that Age Farmer guy called out for plagiarizing, the guy with the fuck-ass haircut. Pretty sure this guy made content about that plagiarism. I was like, how can you defend this or whatever?
Well, I think it's because people are his friends, and in Brian's scheme of things, he's probably like a small creator, like 41k subs for video essays. That's not huge. I think that might be why, but it's not just a one-time thing of seeing somebody publish research on Twitter and just yoinking it. That's one thing, but it's like copying bar for bar, word for word, point for point, the exact fucking details of somebody else's media criticism video. Yeah, you're like totally right to that point. Yeah, Wargaming Dad is right. He also has like a nice guy persona, which is like pretty fucking disarming. Like it's the constant rolling over that he does. He doesn't fight on all of these claims, and every time he wants to disagree on the Candle stuff, he wants to remind you that he's taking the L on the Shamu stuff. Totally fucking weaselly, totally fucking wretched. He opened the screenshot.
Just explain to me, like.
So what I said about it,
because
I actually
agreed that the Shamu criticism was good, which he said from the start, but disagreed with some of the Nicandros criticism.
Because every time that we would try and discuss the Nicandros stuff, he would remind people that, listen, I've taken the L on Shamu stuff. I've taken the L on Shamu stuff instead of responding to the points. He's trying to roll over.
Okay. I think, from my
and
perspective,
remind you about when he rolled over and gave you the L.
Perspective, the point that he was making was that he's willing to agree if he feels the criticism is fair, as he did with the Shamu stuff, but he had some level of disagreement on the Nicandros stuff. I don't see how that's dishonest necessarily.
Because he did it like several times.
Weaselly behavior. Okay.
Well, that's it. Every time we're trying to discuss the Nicandros stuff, it became like a repeated pattern. He'd remind you that he gave concession on the Shamu stuff. Like, I'm giving that as an instance of a pattern of behavior that I've given you like several examples for now. And it seems like you even agree. You even agreed that he did do that.
I agreed at one point that it did seem like he was making a concession on the Kiwis Farms point, but I don't agree that in totality everything he was doing was making these cursory concessions, and I could easily see him saying, listen, I agree on the Shamu stuff, but this I disagree on. And then you didn't really give him a chance to defend himself, and no one was there to defend him.
Right, that's
and
a
all
totally
of you just
different point. You're amalgamating so much of this together now. This is like pure narrative
Listen to
crafting.
this fucking video, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, dude.
Okay. I want to see what his thoughts are after the debate.
I kind of got that feeling, but you know, I'm happy to.
Wait, hold on.
Which makes it funny. This is clearly they're clearly just gaslighting you. These guys don't care about accountability. Just want to make you seem weak. I kind of got that feeling, but you know, I'm happy to just move on for sure. I'm gonna post that, and then that's perfectly fine.
So this is 100% what I fucking think, okay? He does still think that the Nicandros and Shamu are just trying to create public drama for this shit. He does think that nobody cares about it at all, and he's just trying to fuck with them. And yet still, he's making the accountability post. Not because he thinks he's done anything wrong, not because he's actually taking the fucking L, but this guy's just rolling over and showing his fucking belly. That's what he's fucking doing.
Do you genuinely believe, especially now the apology's out, that he doesn't think he's done anything wrong?
I don't think he was convinced about a lot of these points, especially how quickly he gave up on the Shamu point.
You don't think he was convinced that he wronged Shamu when he said repeatedly through the call, yeah, you're right, I did plagiarize Shamu?
I think just how quickly he gave up on that point when people were making the exact same arguments that people were making him on Twitter. I don't personally believe it. I'm not sure. Having spoken to him afterwards, you say you don't give a fuck what he said afterwards. Yeah, I disagree with that now. I think he does actually concede on it. But at the point, after the conversation, I was doubtful, yeah. I didn't know if he did.
Okay. It just seems like immediately after the call, you were on top of him, talking to his chat, trying to sow doubt on the idea to your audience that he had actually admitted fault or was accepting he did anything wrong.
Well, I was given my opinion that he didn't believe in it, no.
Okay.
Well, I'm not trying to fuck with him, right? I'm not trying to, like, ruin him. I'm like a 2K Andy. Subscribers, not viewers. I'm giving my opinion. I don't think that I've got any influence in this space. We've got no audience crossover at all. I think our only mutuals are Bridge Runner and Beckett.
You're sitting there.
I don't have any influence to be able to fuck with this guy.
Talk to his chat. Okay. Let's listen on.
This is why I was trying to press him on certain shit, because I wanted to figure out what his fucking mindset is about like crediting people, because he'll go out of his way. I don't credit people. Like, I don't have like a pay spin or anything like that I credit people in, right? So I don't have that standard for myself that I need to credit shit. This guy does. This guy makes credit Google Docs that he will put in the description that he will keep up on his Google Drive that he is possibly paying money for, right? He's giving money to Google to host these credits. So I want to know what the fucking criteria is, why he credits certain things and why he doesn't credit other things, and like what that is, or if it's just some like journalist LARP. If he wants to have the perception of like, oh, I did a lot of work on this video, here's all my credits, without actually doing all of the work. Does that make sense?
I agree. He wants to credit newspapers and books that he's read, and he does not want to credit other creators. And I'm telling you, the reason is, A, you look like you just sit down and watch YouTube videos to be able to research for your videos, which is true, verifiably, right? If I could have been into it. And then secondarily, I think that he just wants to seem like an intellectual, and that's the reason why he's doing those like citations. It's not to give credit; it's because it makes him look more impressive. And he's seen Lindsay Ellis do it. That's probably why.
One more call, no, you were so close. What do you mean? I kept getting out of that chat left repeatedly. Well, show us the screenshots then, Kino. I'm happy to believe if you show us the screenshots, buddy. Kino Flex is a sim, yes, unfortunately. Just be sorry, honest, and move on. I am happy to be sorry. I'm happy to be honest, and BY. Thank you for everybody that was civil in the chat there. I do wish things had been gone a bit better.
Also, this retard can't fucking complain about civility when he's going on popping off in his fucking Discord before the stream, calling Morale a pedophile.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fucking freak out about it too much, because I've given people reason with some of the shit that I've said, but it's just like, dude, you can't, like, yeah, I agree. If you're gonna bring the same energy, surely at least, or just say like, no, I'd be uncomfortable with having him call or something, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just the fucking it's just the two-facedness. Because he thought that he was gonna cook people when he started the stream. That's why he doesn't care about civility. But as soon as the table's done, yeah, now he cares about people being nice and shit.
Here, but that's I'm happy to at least take my L there. Move on. Try to make a better effort to properly credit people in my videos. I'm more than happy to do that. Crazy that everyone ended up acting like children on the stream. I'm just glad at least there was some kind of resolution, I guess. I prefer that. I guess we got the. I would say did we get the good ending? I don't know. I'll have to think about this, but I'm not sure if we got the. Rappi got on a call with me. Why not? Why not? Let's have Kino on. I think that'd be interesting. Kino, send me a friend request. Send me a friend request, buddy. I love you guys do that.
Wait, this guy wants to have another fucking debate after the fact. Who the fuck is this Kino Flex retard? Apparently he's accused him of being a doctor as well.
Okay, this Kino Flex stuff is irrelevant. I don't really care about this Kino Flex stuff.
I don't know what point we're looking for here.
No, sure. There's a point where he says something about 50-50, and I think you use it to back up the idea that he's dishonest. I'm trying to find that.
Well, I've already given the fact that he's dishonest. So if that's the point, I'll concede. Yeah, I think he's dishonest, or I thought he was dishonest.
Right. Why? But you don't think that anymore?
No. So after speaking to him, I think he does actually want to take the L on the Shamu stuff and the other two people that he plagiarized from. If for nothing else, I think he had a conversation with Beckett after this, where Beckett does go in and say like, your credibility as a video essayist is probably raped after this. This is like really, really bad. So I have a conversation with him after the fact. I don't know what he thought here, but yeah, he seems to concede genuinely on the Shamu stuff. But yeah, he's still unconvinced that he did anything wrong with the Nicandros stuff.
What if you think he's doing it genuinely? Why are you saying now in this moment on stream that we're watching? Why are you saying he's dishonest?
Because I don't believe the concession. I think that he's like argued this stuff for like 24. Okay, so like I said earlier, so he's argued this stuff for 24 hours previously. Everybody's already given these arguments. There were big threads. Everyone's already gone back and forth. And then as soon as he's in a conversation with somebody else, he's taking it back. Right? Like the Shamu stuff, how quickly did he concede on that, dude? He's been arguing this shit for the last 24 hours.
Yeah,
and then ends up,
people get
shit talking
retarded
Shamu.
and defensive. Yeah, people are retarded and defensive, okay? Especially if they've got people propping them up around them. But he probably thought on it, and when he got onto the call, he realised that he couldn't defend it, and so he just admitted fault. Yes.
Yeah, and that's what I believe now, yeah.
Okay, but you believe that now, but that happened at the start of the call, and he's saying he was going to take the L, and you're still trying to act like he's dishonest here. And I'm saying...
Well, yeah, because I thought that he was dishonest here. You could put the argument... Okay, Chud, the difficulty is you could put the argument to me about why I should think that he's being honest, and I agree. Now, I've thought on it. Yeah, I think that he's honest on the Shamu stuff and then the other two people.
So the point
he said to me that he doesn't think that he does anything wrong with the Nicandros stuff.
Trying to fucking own him further and further performatively to the chat because you wanted to look like you'd won when you were a bit weak on it and you thought you'd lost a couple of points.
What? No, I took the L. He didn't rape me at all. There wasn't even a back and forth on those points. He was saying, I think I got from here. I think I got from there. So, oh, right. Okay, that's your editing. Yeah, fair play.
The point is, you're sat here watching him, right? Because you want to get some more fucking dubs on him because you feel self-conscious about how well you actually did.
Dude, it's not a fucking ego thing. I couldn't even remember the fucking L that I took until today. Bro, I couldn't remember what that was about. And then you're talking about the two L's that I took. And then it's actually Morale's point originally about Kiwi Farms that I disagreed with.
You're
and I
clearly
immediately
self-conscious
like
about
I
how
was
it's gone. So you immediately need to get on his case.
Dude,
Okay,
this is
and watch
insane.
him. You need to get on his case and watch him to see how he does, so you can get a few more kicks in, so you can really let your audience know, yeah, I really owned this guy, guys, didn't I?
Yeah.
Because you were self-conscious about how well you'd done.
Like how we've moved away from the core disagreement here, and now with how we're talking about how I was talking about him after the stream. Similar to that?
Well, no, we've talked about a lot of disagreement here. I'm talking about this point here, when you're trying to get an own-in on him, so you're immediately concluding on the basis of him saying, oh yeah, I am going to take the L, I am going to apologise, and you're saying he's being dishonest here.
Yeah, because I noted during the conversation throughout that I thought he was being dishonest. Yeah. So I've been consistent on it. I'm not now trying to rationalize a position to be able to dunk on him. I have said throughout the conversation, given the fact that he's rolling over, while he's argued this stuff for 24 hours previously.
Okay.
He's shown up in my chat. So apparently, if he's to be believed, I didn't look into this, and I really honestly don't care to, but he told me in my chat that someone face doxed him, so in response, he posted someone else's face. But he said very plainly, hey, I only posted someone's face. I didn't post someone's name, address, location, anything like that. I just posted someone's face in response to them posting my face. So I don't know what fucking spur drama this guy's getting into. He makes movie reviews. He is an actual creator. You can go to his channel. He posts movie shit. But yeah, I think he's more conservative, which is why he has beef with Birdman and people like that.
Oh, okay. That kind of makes sense. All right. Okay. I get that. We'll find out more in the debate, though. Okay.
And thank you also for holding the account, right? I made a mistake here, and I'm happy to admit that. I'm happy to be mature and move on. Don't dislike people. I clearly did not get the good ending. What do you mean, buddy? I absolutely got the. You wouldn't call this a good ending? I wonder what the good ending would have been then. No, you're not.
Dude, I've also seen, Kino Flex. Kino Flex and Otter.
This Kino Flex stuff is fucking
just, yeah, just skip past until the Kino Flex guys off the screen.
Their anti-woke takes.
No, further. Okay, right. So it's people using media commentary as two sides of a fucking, fucking culture war.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Not a bad guy, man. Just be better. Only have mistakes. If they're moving on, yeah.
Because he hops on stream and then he shows the graphic. So if you go after the graphic, you'll be able to find the end of the Kino Flex stuff. Right, okay.
Not a bad guy, man. Just be better. Only have mistakes. If they're moving on, yeah. I do agree with that for sure. Take the L's kind of crazy, not gonna lie. But you're all not ready to have that conversation. Not ready with the clip farmers on the right. Oh, plagiarism is bad. This felt like being childish. Oh, were they just gaslighting me then? Is that really
what? Dude, no.
I swear to God, if this guy's not let him get away with this, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed.
Dude, the coke is fucking insane about it. There were so many periods of that conversation where you will ask him a question or you will make an argument and he just goes completely fucking silent. Dude. And now he's trying to claim that people gaslight him.
Bro, do you not see how aggressive you're being here? The guy's talking to his chat and they're saying things to him and he's going what, was I gaslighted, and questioning it, and you're on his fucking ass like crazy.
Have you watched the Wargaming Dad stream? Or do you know anything about that? Dude,
I don't give a fuck about the Wargaming Dad stream. Address this point.
Well, I am. So that was the cope that he gave after the Wargaming Dad stream for why he removed Nick Andros' credit. So he's going back to the cope that he's already gone to.
Okay, bro. To me, he's talking to his chat. Someone's putting an idea.
Well, this is the exact same rationalization about why he walked back his concession before. So I think that he's going to walk back his concession.
Okay, well, let's continue on and see.
Taking shit from his chat and then repeating it to you. He was literally, it's beyond parody. He was plagiarizing his chat for arguments in an argument about plagiarism.
Dude. And now he's looking to his chat for some kind of cope or defense. We'll see, okay? We'll see. The flip is starting, okay? The flip is starting. Let's see if he completely gets there.
The flip is starting. Let's see if he gets there.
Yeah. So he's outlining the rationale for why he took back his concession last time, or took back him giving the Candros the credit last time. So he's walking through that thought process, and I think that he's going to concede or flip completely. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's listen on.
A friend request, buddy. Your Discord is KinoFlex Pebble Clack? Okay. Why not?
I'm pretty sure it talks more here.
It's Lumpy Willie calling you guys right wingers. That's not true.
Oh, by the way, I'll just let you know, and I do not want to fucking debate this point. It is true that Lumpy Willie, I'm pretty sure, was in chat calling you right wingers. I saw it with my own eyes.
Is that
Lumpy
true?
Willie was doing it. Yeah. At some point in this VOD, if you roll it back, I promise you, Lumpy Willie was in there doing it. There could be other people doing it too, but Lumpy Willie was definitely in there doing it. I saw it.
Mm-hmm.
You're too trusting of Lumpy Willie.
What? Lumpy Willie's not my guy. I don't trust Lumpy Willie.
Oh my God, Pilkinson.
I'm sorry, Lumpy Willie. I don't believe that.
Bro, this is so obnoxious. Dude, this is literally commentary brain rot retardation, okay? I don't give a fuck to litigate plagiarism. I'm trying to talk to Dickers about his conduct on this stream, and I thought it was bad. I don't need to go and talk about fucking plagiarists, dude.
Also, Silver wants to join. Okay, here we go. Let me start a voice call with you, Silver. And I'm also going to send a friend request to KinoFlex. Oh, there we go. Okay. Send you a friend request there, Kino. Hey, Silver, how you doing, buddy?
I'm grand. How's yourself, pal?
Not great after that, but I'm happy to move on. Hopefully, do better about.
Sorry, are you still live?
Oh yeah, I'm still live.
All right, so I'm live.
Oh, okay. You're streaming as well. Awesome.
Oh my God.
This guy's accent is crazy.
Excuse me. I'm really confused by the situation here because, well, we have one accusation that you for beat copy somebody's video in terms of words and the clip.
Anyway, listen, I don't know where this 50-50 thing is. I thought it was at some point here. If anyone can find it, please link it. But I mean, my general point here is you are very aggressively going at him after the stream, and you're trying to claim that he's being dishonest and he's going to flip and stuff like that, and you're waiting for him to do so. When I'm looking at it, I'm thinking he's had a conversation, he's taken a lot of L's, he's going to apologize, so let's see what he does. But you seem very intent on pushing the idea that he's being dishonest, he's going to flip, when I don't think there's any reasonable reason to do so.
You're saying as though I'm like trying to push the idea as if I don't personally believe it. I'm giving my honest thoughts. I'm not trying to push shit.
No, you're self-conscious and you are desperately trying to get more fucking.
Dude, I've already disagreed with this point. I've already disagreed with this point. Over 2 examples you've got, okay? One, where I immediately concede, and then Morale's point that apparently I also took the L on despite the fact that I said that I didn't agree with it instantly. I'm not. I don't know what to tell you. I feel as though this guy has acted pretty fucking egregiously. Okay, over the course of, like, I think Raul was looking for this shit for, like, 3 hours. He found 2 other examples where he plagiarized somebody else. Then you've got Nicandros, then you've got Shamu. I would say significant portions of this guy's back catalogue have been plagiarized.
Wait.
I'm giving you the rationale.
Shut up, you fucking retard. Okay? I may be tired, but you're not going to fucking railroad me, bro. I'm not debating on whether or not this guy played. Do you think at any point I've contested this guy's plagiarized? Yes or no?
I don't know if you're getting, like, mind raped by your chat, but I'm not saying that.
Dude, are you fucking through? I don't give a fuck what my chat is saying. My chat is full of fucking retards that care about plagiarism. Okay? Answer my fucking
exactly.
question.
That's what I'm saying.
Answer my
That's what I'm
question.
saying.
No,
I'm not trying to paint out as though you don't care about plagiarism.
No, you
I'm saying
you are.
That's
because
not what
you're going on about what other stuff this guy's plagiarized. That's not in contesting here.
No, I'm giving my rationale for why I am suspect of, like, I don't know, skeptical about him, like, rolling over and changing his mind, okay? Because the behavior before the stream, when he's not on call with people, is completely different. And the idea that he's been doing this stuff and doesn't think that it's wrong, or doesn't know what plagiarism is, I find that, like, it's not believable, okay? This guy's whole back catalogue is going to be taken significantly, a lot of videos, in my opinion, from other people's shit.
Yeah,
this is the way that he's done stuff.
Extensively. Yes, he has.
Yeah.
And when he's called out on it, he is sensitive to it. He's defensive. He's acting aggressively. He's putting on a show. Okay? And he's in Discords and he's talking a bunch of shit. Why are you shaking your head at that? Dude, this is the other thing. You're fucking, a fucking demon mama, bro. You're on me a fucking demon mama with your fucking gay faces, bro. Right? Acting like it's not understandable. What am I saying that's incorrect for you to shake your head at, you fucking pathetic cunt? Tell me.
Okay. So what I'm saying that I disagree with is that Shamu tried to DM him. Okay, got no reply. A different person has added him on Twitter,
I don't give a
and he
fuck
doesn't
about
reply.
Answer what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is that he was not sensitive when this issue got brought to him, okay? It's been brought to him 2 times before that we've got evidence of. Maybe there are other ones, but as soon as somebody gets in a call, then he completely flips. It's not like he's not been aware of this.
You fucking retard. How do you not understand this? Okay?
God, to be clear, okay?
He is acting defensively.
This is retarded,
He's
okay?
acting defensively, right? And in his defensiveness, he's aggressively going at people, okay? Because he's feeling defensive about getting called out for something that he probably knows deep down that he's done wrong. And that's why he's acting like this, okay? And that's why
he's an adult, dude.
Right. And that's why when he gets into the call, he pretty soon concedes on some points, and then you litigate all the other details out, whatever, right? But clearly he's coming there in a conciliatory way because he's thought about it, and he recognizes this bullish approach. He's being defensive, and actually, he has got some stuff wrong that he needs to admit to, and that's why he admits to it straight away.
This whole narrative that, like, he's been coping the entire time. He wanted to confront Nicandros and Shamu. He's not feeling sensitive about it. He thinks that he's won. He's not feeling sensitive about it at all.
If he thinks he's won, why is he coming in and immediately accepting, more or less immediately, as you said, that he was wrong about the Shamu stuff?
Because people are in a call arguing with him about it.
Yeah, but that's when he first gets
and he seems very passive.
Okay, but more or less straight away, does he not accept that he was wrong about Shamu?
After like 10 minutes? Sure.
Yeah, like very quickly into the call. Yeah. Yes.
That's my contention, and that's why I thought it was suspicious and didn't think that he was taking a genuine L. That's the whole point that I'm making, by the way. I'm outlining why I thought... Because, okay,
dishonesty.
Dude, holy fuck. Chud, the reason why this is a retarded conversation is because you're trying to get me to justify what I thought then, like 24 hours ago. I've already said I don't have the same opinion now, and I need to clarify that for people who listen to the conversation. I'm not giving the rationale for why I think he's not taking the L now. I'm giving the rationale then. I've since changed my mind.
Okay. And my point is, you're being hyper aggressive and going at him after the call. And I don't give a fuck about this guy. He's fucking retarded plagiarist, okay? Right? But I'm saying you're self-conscious. You've done a 5v1. You haven't really done that well.
I've already disagreed with that.
Okay.
I've already disagreed with that. I mean, you can keep on hitting the same points, and we're going to keep on having the same arguments.
Sure.
I've already disagreed with that like 3 times.
Yeah, of course. And I think it's quite noticeable that throughout this conversation, any concession I've got, I've had to literally pull fucking teeth on it.
Dude,
right?
you are so wrong on that. The concession that I gave you, I stopped the conversation and stopped the argument to say, I will give you this. I said, I will give you this.
Dude.
I said, I disagree with that. If you phrased it this way, I agree. You haven't had to pull any teeth. I've given it to you.
Dude. Okay. Absolutely at points in this call, it has been absolutely wretched trying to get you to fucking agree on a particular point. And it feels like I've had to argue and argue and argue for you to just accept a little thing. It's fucking been ridiculous, dude. Okay? Everyone can fucking see it, dude.
I
don't know why you're
wholeheartedly
acting like I'm being a
disagree.
reasonable.
I think you are being reasonable. I don't see that really conversation.
Dude.
I think
Anyway.
I've really given you a concession on was it 1 point or did I give a second one? I can't remember.
Yeah, it's been so few and far between because it's been so fucking difficult. And it's been, this idea that you were being aggressive to him after the call and you're contesting that. And then I show you, you're like, sure, yeah, I was.
What?
But that's the reason I was
No. You're completely repainting this now with this argument earlier. What you were talking about at the time was whether when he said 50-50, whether I was being, overly aggressive then. Now you go to the end of the call. You haven't even got to the 50-50 bit, by the way. And then I say rest in piss. And you're complaining about whether that was too aggressive or too nasty.
The specifics. I recall a point when you talk about 50-50. I don't remember the specifics of that. The point is there is a aggression that you were going in with it after the call that you were downplaying when we spoke about it first. And then I get to the rest in peace point and I ask you about that and you're a bit stunted for a sec and then eventually you come up with some new fucking rationale.
Yeah, because I don't know what point you're making with that.
The point I'm making now.
No, I did. Sorry, I didn't know what point you were making with that. I felt like you just I still feel like you just saw me say something mean, and it was similar enough to the point you were already going at. You just went, fuck it, okay, we'll go here. We've got this. This is like a big point.
The overall point that I'm making is you were downplaying how mean you were being about him later on. And you argued a toss about that, and then I showed you the rest in piss.
No.
Yeah, sure.
What you were complaining about, was not being mean. Dude. What you were complaining about was trying to throw shade on whether he's being genuine or not.
Okay, just listen. You're being so you're being such a fucking disgusting debate pedophile about this. Okay, the point I was making, okay, to really make it clear for you, because you clearly can't go by the shorthand that I'm using. Okay, you after the call were watching him and trying to paint things in a hyper uncharitable light towards him. Okay, right. And the point is you were being aggressive in how you were talking about him. And when I got to the rest in piss point, I asked you what you meant because you were downplaying that nature and that behavior earlier when we were talking.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, you just say there. You were talking about me throwing doubt on his apology, and then you bring up rest in piss. If what you meant was I was being very mean to him, like, sure.
No.
But I've already outlined why I thought that he was being dishonest.
Oh my god, dude. Okay. And
dude, you keep on looping on the same topics, and you keep bringing them up again and again and again.
Yeah,
I don't know why you're asking. Like you're exasperated here.
I'm
exasperated. You're the one who brings them up.
The point, because clearly when I got to the point about the rest in piss, you had downplayed how you were behaving after the call, and then when I got to that, you actually admitted, sure, and you agreed that you were behaving in a way that was more aggressive than you initially said.
Because you were talking about the 50-50. You were talking about a different point in the call.
This is so weaselly, bro.
Dude, I'm just outlining exactly why
Bro, you are trying to get down into the detail. I'm just talking broadly about your conduct after the call.
The detail of what you said.
Oh my god, dude. This is fucking absurd, bro. This is fucking absurd.
Yeah, I don't know why you're trying to relitigate this point that we had like 20 minutes ago. I don't know why you're doing a meta conversation on this.
Because I'm trying to point out.
I genuinely don't. I'm not being informative with that. I genuinely don't.
Shut up, you fucking little bitch. I'm trying to point out that you were being misrepresentative of what your conduct was like after you left the call, and I pointed out your conduct is worse than you were suggesting it was in terms of aggression, and you accepted that. And now you're trying to change it all around like I was specifically hinging on the 50-50 point, okay?
You were, yeah. But I don't.
Okay, dude.
Yeah. I don't know why we're so fixated on this point.
Because I'm trying to make a broad point about your conduct after the call, and you were contesting that. And when I got to a point where I could point that out, you admitted it. And that's the point that's like pulling teeth. Rather than
You
just
weren't
go,
making a
"Yeah, I
broad
was being
point.
quite
You were
aggressive."
talking
Yeah, I
specifically
was
about
on
the
top of
50-50
it. Yeah, I
comment.
was trying to point. Okay, okay.
Okay. You've tried to paint it again and again, like
Where's
I'm
this 50-50
intentionally
point?
trying to fuck with him by throwing doubt on what he said or his conciliation or whatever. Wait, what are you looking for now?
50-50 point. I want to find this 50-50 point. Okay.
We're rewatching our own debate. Oh, wait, sorry, go on. Okay, this will be interesting. Let's see.
Well,
okay, this will be interesting. Let's see. What take does he give about what he's being accused of and what he's taking the L for? This should be interesting.
I took some stuff from Nick Anderson's video, those screenshots and stuff. And he wanted those properly cited.
Okay, so where did they source their clips to make their content?
Ooh.
Where did they source their clips to make their content?
I'm assuming from Nuxtalku's actual video.
So they stole his content.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I guess
Ooh.
the screenshot.
Does he give into the code?
That is fair use, right?
Well, yes. This is what I'm trying to establish. Listening over internet drama.
Yeah, I will.
Like, this is what I'm talking about, dude. Does he give into the code? Does he give into the code?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
You read his chat during the debate, right? Or maybe you didn't, because I had the fucking Discord call up over.
You read his chat and you spoke out of his chat and it looked pathetic, actually. But no, I didn't really read his
Okay.
chat.
Okay. So yeah, his chat the entire time, we're trying to argue with him about why he actually didn't do anything wrong. So that's why I'm saying giving into the cope.
Okay, so you're saying that he's given into the code of his chat rather than the code
Well,
himself.
no, I'm wondering whether he's going to. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's play.
Especially given the fact he's in a call with somebody else this time. So will he concede to what they're saying?
Okay, but by your tone, your suggestion to me is like you're thinking he's going to, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I will say I am still a bit kind of mixed on the Nick Andros stuff.
Dude, he was not mixed. He was not fucking mixed on the.
Bro, this is the point I'm talking about. Let's listen to this bit.
Does he give into the code?
That is fair use, right?
Well, yes. This is what I'm trying to establish. Listening over internet drama.
Yeah, I will say I am still a bit kind of mixed on the Nick Andros stuff.
I'm a bit kind of mixed on the Kandra stuff. Okay, so this is the point I'm talking about, where you railroad him into the point in the call. Later on, he goes off and he says, "I'm kind of mixed on that still." Let's listen on. Okay.
Dude, he was not mixed. He was not fucking mixed on the Candro stuff. He took the L several times. And I said, you agree on all the principles. Every step of this conversation, you conceded and you agree. You agree on the Candro stuff. He said yes. What is this? He's still mixed. Do we need to have this conversation again?
You're literally railroading him outside of the call. You're railroading him there.
How is that even fucking possible? I'm recounting part of the call. I'm saying that he's agreeing on every argument that he makes. Does he concede? And then he said,
very
yes.
clear on that point about the Nicandros thing. He wasn't certain and he got railroaded into that. Okay. And now after the call, he's reflecting on it and thinking, I'm a bit mixed. I'm mixed on that now. He's saying he's mixed. That's what I meant by 50-50, right? He's mixed. Okay. So he's not certain.
Yeah.
Right. I don't think he's been convinced. I think he's been railroaded into it. And now he's reflecting on it. And you're immediately.
Yeah, I don't think he's been convinced either. Yeah. And that's what I'm noting on. The fact that he gave a concession earlier. And then now he's going back on it. That's what's notable.
Okay, and why? Okay.
And it's falling into what I said earlier. That he'll just give fake concessions.
Shut up. Why do you think now he's saying he's mixed, but in the call he was saying otherwise? Why do you think that?
Because he had people confronting him on that fact. And it was like social pressure.
Right. You railroaded him into it. Yes, exactly.
Okay. I disagree with that characterization. But yeah.
Okay, he was in a call. Right, let's put it like this.
Okay, dude. No. To be super clear, the reason that I'm going to disagree on that is because the entire conversation we've had, you've been trying to paint it out as though that is my intention. And again, it's several times I've tried to stop people talking over each other so we can have like a one-on-one, all right? So I agree that he feels social pressure over it.
He was railroaded into that position.
I agree.
Oh my God, bro.
Well, I'm just being very... Dude, I'm just noticing... I'm noticing the fucking narrative you're trying to paint, all right? So I'm disagreeing with the narrative, all right? Because I'm being very specific about what I'm talking about, because you painted this whole fucking idea that I've tried to get this guy into a call with like several other people, and then I pretend to be a moderator, but I'm not actually moderating, except for the times that I moderate.
You are overstating all of my points to make it sound ridiculous, okay? That's not what I've said at all in this.
Wait, what?
I've not said it in that way at all.
You've said that several times.
What have I said?
That I got him into a call with several other people.
When did I say that exactly?
On the kick stream? Because you thought that I'd arranged this?
Conversation.
It was my panel?
Bro, you are so full of shit.
Dude, I'm talking... This is stuff that you've said today. Chud,
Bro,
this is stuff
bro.
you've said today, bro.
I'm talking about in this conversation between the two of us.
Okay. Well, I'm talking about the narrative that you're trying to paint, as in the stuff you're saying in totality.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying, to be super clear.
Oh my god, dude. Okay.
I don't know what's so hard to understand with this or what's snaky. I'm saying exactly why I'm trying to be specific.
We are litigating out. Listen, simple question. Listen, very simple, okay? I'm going to lay this out. This is the thought process, okay? The guy's on the call, okay? All of you, are pushing him on the scoundrel's point. He's not allowed to make his point, and so he ends up agreeing with you, even though he probably doesn't really agree, okay? Later on, he questions it, right? He questions it after the fact, and you're immediately jumping on him for it. When it seems far more likely that this is just a product of him not being in that situation anymore and having a bit of room to think and maybe changing his mind a bit, that maybe he's not 100% on the scoundrel's point. And you're trying to act like he's like, do you see my point? Do you see what I'm trying to get at?
Yeah, I agreed. I just agreed on the I disagreed on the intentionality, but I agreed like 2 minutes ago. To be clear,
no,
dude, I said I agree. I just disagree with the intentionality. That's when I started talking about the narrative spinning.
Bro, you are such a little fucking wretch, bro. I've had to battle and battle and battle. Okay. But I've got a lot more fucking stamina and fucking self-worth than this fucking Noah retard. So I'm willing to fight the fucking battle, okay? And I will do it until I get the fucking point. But this Noah guy isn't. And that's my point. You're a pathetic fucking wretch, okay? I've had to badger you and fucking get you to agree to the point, right? And you didn't let Noah do that. You didn't give Noah a chance to do that.
We've agreed to it several times, Chud. The fact that he is agreeing to this point under social pressure, I've agreed to that 10 minutes ago. I agreed to that instantly when you asked me the question. Don't try and fucking pretend like you've had to fucking railroad me to be able to get this concession. I've agreed it incredibly early on.
Here for hours. No, you didn't agree early on. This has been like pulling teeth, because this is what you do. You sat there in that call with that guy with 4 other people like a fucking pathetic cunt, okay? And you railroaded him, right? All of you did, and pushed him into a position. And then when after the call, he gets a bit of breathing room and goes, oh, maybe I don't agree. You jump on him again because you're a fucking coward, bro. I will sit here all fucking night with you, pulling every one of your fucking teeth out, okay? Because I know that you're full of shit. You have finally admitted it after fucking debate. Okay? You finally admitted it. How long did it take to get here? How long did it take to get to this point?
It got the very start.
What I'm saying?
I agreed with it when I said I agree now. I agree now. I agree with that insanely fucking early on that he's given this concession. This is my entire point, FYI. This is my entire point, FYI. That he's only giving a fake concession. How many times have I fucking said this over the last like 2 fucking hours? He's giving a fake concession. He does not mean it. I said incredibly early on. It's because of social pressure. However you want to dice that up, whatever words you want to use, I've agreed with the substance for ages. I don't know where you're trying to paint out as though I've been dishonest or not given the concession. I've agreed with you from the get-go.
You have been fighting me on this point all the conversation.
Okay, to go back like 10 minutes now. So what I said was I disagree with the narrative that you are trying to spin. No, I'm going back 10 minutes to what I said like 10 minutes ago. So I'm disagreeing with the narrative that you are trying to spin, and that's why I'm fighting you on specific wording. But then I'm happy to say, without the intention, sure.
But you're not. No, but you didn't say that. You didn't say that originally. This is only something you've now concocted so you can give a concession, okay?
Dude, I said without the social pressure. If I'm talking, like, nominally without agents, about the social pressure that he's feeling, and then you're talking about the actions that I'm taking and describing it as railroading, if I disagree with that, and I agree that it's with social pressure, then what is the contention except for the narrative? Because what I'm saying is that you're right. In the call, he felt a certain amount of pressure, and he gave a fake concession. And I've said this the entire time.
I don't agree necessarily with your framing of intention, but I agree we did push him into that position, and then after he walked it back, probably because he felt under pressure in the moment. That's not a characterization of your position throughout this entire conversation. And if I pull out your bottom jaw to get here, and it's just
you're just wrong, but okay.
It's exactly what's
you're just wrong.
I'm not wrong.
You're just wrong.
You're telling me I'm wrong about this. I'm not wrong about this. Yeah. I've been in the conversation.
You're wrong about
what's happened. You're
wrong about this.
Little debate tactics won't work. And unfortunately, some of the retards in the audience haven't seen what I've had to do here, and they've not understood as I've pushed and prodded and gone around the house and gone to every point, and eventually I get you to agree because you do not want to do this. You do not want to do this. And the only reason you're doing it with me is because I spent the time doing it, okay? And I'm not just going to fall.
I don't know what you're talking about there.
I have spent
I don't know what you mean.
an hour going over this with you to get to the point where, yes, you do agree with me in what you did. Whether or not the intent was there, we can argue the toss about that. But fundamentally, what happened, you agree with my characterization.
I agreed with that all the way back when we started talking about the Nicandros stuff. So I said super early on. But yeah, Nicandros has litigated it. I jumped in. That was inappropriate. I shouldn't have done that. I said the L.
No, it's not.
I gave that point word for word earlier. I gave that word for word like an hour ago.
It has taken me hours to get here with my basic point, which you now agree with, right? This guy, forget the fucking framing. You pressured him into a position collectively, okay? And then later on, he's reflecting on it and thinking, maybe I don't agree with that. And you're framing that as dishonest. What I'm saying, it's probably more likely that he doesn't feel the pressure in the conversation and he's happier to give it a bit more of a thought.
So now, as I'm coming into this conversation, I've said several times, I agree with that, right? I've said that I think he's being honest about the times he's taken the L. Have I not made that difference explicitly clear several times? There's a difference between what I'm thinking there that you want to help when you hold me to task on and what I think now. I am not lying. What the fuck are you talking about? I've made this distinction explicitly clear and people have fucking heard it because I took pains to be able to do it, saying I disagree. I thought differently then to how I do now. Do you remember when I was talking about a conversation I had with him offline? And then now I've changed my mind.
Do you think
I did speak about it earlier.
Agreed with my point in the course of this conversation. Do you think people are looking at it
and now we've massively brought it out into my point, dude?
Bro, you're just a fucking rodent, bro. Right? I've had to sit here and pull teeth to get to this position, and now you're acting like we always agree.
Okay, dude, you've tried to go circle around on the same points endlessly to be able to draw a fucking narrative. And then when I want to go down and disagree on certain points or argue certain topics, as soon as you are fucked on the point, you want to broaden it out all of a sudden to my point. Do you agree with my point in this debate? Dude, there's not been a single point in this debate. There's been several because we're talking about your perspective.
Okay, and the broad thrust of what we're talking about now is how he acted at that moment with the Nicandros clip through to this point here. And you've argued with me every step of the way. Only at the end to go, yeah, I agree with that. And act like you agreed fundamentally with what I was saying the whole time.
No. I will say there is a small thing on which I agreed, okay? Because I've been specific on what I've agreed the entire time. It's social pressure. I'm saying in that clip, he's given a fake concession. Even then, clearly the reading of what I've said is that it's social pressure. I've agreed for this for the last 24 hours.
Let's watch the rest.
I don't know if you were trying to do a railroad back to prove your point or show me the error of my ways, but it's not working, dude.
And move you to accept certain points, and you've refused to do that. You argue the toss about this fucking moderator thing when I think if you did a fucking poll, right?
Oh my god, we're going back to this again! What am I saying? You're looping back on the same points again and again and again to be able to narrative craft. Carry on.
I'm not narrative crafting, dude, at all, right? Okay? The point I'm making is you have been exceptionally obnoxious in how you've handled this conversation, okay? And basic things that I've asked you, you've refused to engage with. That's all I'm pointing out. And I'm pointing out there's things that if we were to have a way of assessing this, right, I think people would know exactly where I'm coming from. But you refuse to engage with it and you refuse to answer. And then we go through the entire conversation and I'm making this broad point about what happened with the Candros thing and what happened here. Every step of the way, you're arguing. Only to get to the end and go, well, yeah, I agree with that. I agree that he felt social pressure in the moment. And then now he's thinking about it more and he's, reflexively, thinking, okay, maybe I didn't really agree on that. And
you just haven't listened to what I've said. I think you're intentionally trying to at this point, I think you're intentionally trying to ignore it. In this clip that we're watching here, what do you think my thought process is for why he's switching on his opinions? Why am I calling him dishonest?
In this moment right now, here.
In this clip, this me yesterday, yeah.
Because I think that you're sensitive about the fact that you've lost the debate and you're desperate.
Oh my god, and now with the fucking narrative craft and the same thing over and over again. This is the question. What do you think I think the reason is for why he's conceded in this clip here?
This clip here?
Yes, me 24 hours ago.
Okay, tell me why.
Social pressure.
Okay, but that has not been what you said this entire fucking time. You're claiming he's being dishonest in some way, right?
Yes! Okay. He's given a fake concession because of social pressure! That's the dishonesty! And I've outlined this several times. I feel like I'm going fucking insane, dude.
Dishonest suggests some sort of malfeasance, okay? Right? if you're pressured into something and you say, "Oh,
I'm pretty sure you agreed earlier that it was dishonest, right?
Reflect on it afterwards. That doesn't necessarily mean you're being dishonest. That suggests malfeasance. Okay.
No,
People
no,
can
no,
agree to things in the moment, not in a dishonest fashion, but because of pressure, they just agree with it to get the heat off of them, and they're like, "Oh yeah, sure, I agree with you."
Do you think that in that moment he was like, "Yeah, actually, I do actually agree with this," or did he know that he didn't agree with it and he just gave a fake concession? Again, I said earlier, you remember me saying this because we've looked on the point so many times, all right? That I don't think that it's like hardcore condemnable, but I think that it's notable because he's going back on it.
Right. I don't think he was being dishonest in that he was thinking, "I'm going to tell a lie here to get out of this." Okay. I thought he felt exacerbated because of the pressure that he was under, and he just spat out something to placate you. Right. I don't think he was intentionally being dishonest. It was a sort of like, I'll say anything to get you off my back. And now Larry's reflecting on it and he's going, maybe I don't agree with that. Now I'm out of the pressure of that conversation. Framing
so I don't know how it can be. I don't know how it can be unintentional. I've said that it's unintentional. You seem to disagree, but then you're outlining like an intention and a motivation.
Yeah, because the way you're describing it makes it sound like there's an intentionality to his dishonesty, and I don't think it's intentional the way that you're presenting.
Yeah, to be able to get people off his back, and you think so as well. You think there's been like social pressure, and you say raid rolling.
You agree with me. No, you agree with me. This is the point that I
No, you agree with me because I've had this position since 24 hours ago. You've had this disagreement for 12. You agree with me.
Let's listen to the bro, dude. It's just fucking pathetic, dude, that you're trying to pull this.
This is, I agree.
Fucking break, dude. Listen to the clip.
I understand, like the Vincent. God. I will say I am still a bit kind of mixed on the Nick Andros stuff.
Dude, he was not mixed. He was not fucking mixed on the Candros stuff. He took the L several times. And I said, you agree on all the principles. Every step of this conversation, you conceded and you agree. Do you agree on the Candros stuff? He said yes. What is this? He's still mixed. Do we need to have this conversation again?
I understand like the Vincent thing as well, 100%. And the what was the
He said it was valid. He told me it was valid.
No, right, I get that. I'm still a little mixed on the Nick Andros stuff, but I'm just gonna put him in the YouTube community post as well. Because I know if I don't, he's just gonna go and, like clip farm me basically.
Dude, he's rolling over on it.
Wrong. He's doing it.
You're live! Noah, you're still live. You're still on live stream. We can all hear you saying this.
Why is this such a crazy deal? I don't understand why you're acting like this is some massive
because he's still on live stream and publicly saying that he didn't meant what he said there, but he's still going to give the apology. That seems like a particularly retarded thing to do if you want people off your back. It's not even that harsh of a criticism. It's just absolutely true. If you're 50-50 on something, but you're going to publicly apologize anyway, it would probably be ill-considered to say, yeah, I'm not sure if I did anything wrong.
If you're 50-50 on something and you're not sure, and you're like, I'll just apologize because that's the easy way out, but I'm unsure about it. I don't think that's that big a deal. I don't think it's a bigger deal to fucking spurg out. Oh my God, look, I'm fucking enemy. You're live, bro. You're live. Like, it's completely reasonable.
Because he's saying that publicly. I'm not saying the thought process is unreasonable. What I'm saying here is, why are you saying this live on stream? Does it not undercut his apology to Nicandros?
No, not at all. I don't think so.
You don't think the fact that he's not convinced that he's done anything wrong undercuts his apology to Nicandros?
Is he
where he says that he's done something wrong?
Is he unsure whether he's done something wrong?
I mean, it's just like 6 of one, half a dozen of another.
No, it's a difference between knowing you've done something wrong, okay, and not being sure if you've done something wrong. Those are two different things. Agree or disagree?
Those are two different things. But you can still accurately characterize each of them as not thinking you've done something wrong.
No. Wait. You said 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. You're suggesting they're the same thing. And then you're saying they're not the same thing. So you've just changed your position in real time.
Yeah, I apologize. Yeah, I misspoke. I misunderstood. See how easy that was. See how easy that was. I immediately say, yeah, I misspoke. I phrased that incorrectly.
What you're doing, and you know you're arguing the toss down every single route. Okay,
dude, we have fucking argued for how long now, and you think that that was some carefully considered plan to be able to get away from it? No, I just gave it up easily. Yeah, I misspoke there. Fair play.
You're trying to present
a
perception that you're being reasonable and are just willing to concede because you know you're getting pushed on it now.
Oh my God, we're still narrative crafting. Dude, it's unbelievable. I'm not trying to paint shit, bro, because as soon you did the narrative crafting first, see how easy that is. See how easy that is. I had to pull teeth to... No, you didn't. I gave it up immediately.
Let's pull teeth this whole conversation to get to more or less...
Okay, right, we're back to
Let's roll it back a bit and listen to this.
What is this? He's still mixed. Do we need to have this conversation again?
I understand like the Vincent thing as well, 100%. And the what was the
He said it was valid. He told me it was valid.
No, right, I get that. I'm still a little mixed on the Nick stuff, but I'm just gonna put him in the YouTube community post as well. Because I know if I don't, he's just gonna go and like clip farm me basically.
Dude, he's rolling over on it.
He's doing it.
So wait,
you're live. Noah, you're still live. You're still on live stream. We can all hear you saying this.
Let me just see what he said there again, because I'm not Really certain on that? Let's see. Let's do it one time just to really be certain.
A bit kind of mixed on the Nick Andros stuff. I understand.
Fucking idiots. Holy shit.
Dude, he was not mixed. He was not fucking mixed on the Nicandros stuff. He took the L several times. And I said, you agree on all the principles. Every step of this conversation, you've conceded and you agree. Do you agree on the Nicandros stuff? He said yes. What is this? He's still mixed. Do we need to have this conversation again?
And I understand like the Vincent thing as well, 100%. And the what was the other?
He said it was valid. He told me it was valid.
Nero, right? I get that. I'm still a little mixed with the Nick Andros stuff, but I'm just gonna put him in the YouTube community post as well, because I know if I don't, he's just gonna go in, you know, and like flip farm me basically.
I'm still mixed on the Nicandros stuff, but I'm just going to put him the apology anyway, because otherwise he's going to clip farm me.
Yeah, I don't know why that's something you would like reveal to the public. That feels like if that's an internal thought process, I understand it. But voicing that to the public is pretty notable.
You frame that as he was certain he hadn't done anything wrong and he was going to apologize anyway, and that was dishonest. But that's not what he said, is it?
What? No, he said earlier that he did concede on it, and now after the debate, we agreed there's a difference here. I don't know what the disagreement is.
No. Earlier, you said, you made the claim that he didn't think he'd done anything wrong and he was going to apologize, and that undermined it. But that's not what he's saying, is it? He's saying, I'm not sure if I've done anything wrong, but I'm going to apologize anyway so I don't get clip farmed.
Okay, Chud. Like, I don't know, behind the wall behind me. Is the Ricard there? Is the dude? No, I'm not actually. Behind this is the Ricard. Is the Ricard behind this fucking sheet?
I don't give a fuck about your car fucking shit, dude. You're
okay. What I'm saying is, if you are not convinced of something, you do not believe it. That is all that I'm fucking saying. If you're not convinced of something, you don't believe it.
He's uncertain about what he thinks about it.
Exactly,
right?
And he doesn't think it. Yeah, he's uncertain. I agree. He does not think that he's done anything wrong.
He's uncertain if he's done anything wrong. He's not sure whether he did do something wrong or didn't do something wrong. He's in the middle ground.
Exactly. So it's true to say that earlier in the conversation, he has taken the L and said that he's done something wrong, and now he's going back on that, right? In this moment here, because you agree with me, do you think that he thinks he's done something wrong?
Don't play that fucking cheap shit with me, bro. I don't fucking agree.
Dude, this is not cheap fucking shit. This is not cheap shit. In this moment, on this live stream, in this clip, dude, because this is retardation. You're trying to claim as though I'm changing my fucking mind. You're trying to claim as though I'm changing my mind, and I'm saying you, these both make sense here, okay? So in this clip, does he believe that he's done something wrong? Yes or no? You can add nuance afterwards, but...
Sorry, ask the question again.
Okay, in this clip, as we see him here, after he says that he's 50-50, and he's unsure if he's done anything wrong, does he think he's done something wrong?
He's uncertain. He neither knows or doesn't know.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
This is not a yes or no question.
Does he think that he's done something wrong?
He's in the middle ground.
And if you're uncertain, you neither believe it nor disbelieve it, right? If you're 50-50, you do not believe that it's true, and you...
Because it's very obvious what he's saying. He's saying, I've said it in the call, I'm uncertain now, but I don't want to get clip farmed, so I'm just going to put it in the apology, even though I'm uncertain on reflection.
And it's true to say, he does not believe that it's true, he does not believe that it's untrue, he is uncertain. He's not certain either way. Both things are equally true. So it's accurate to say that he does not think that he has done anything wrong. This is just a factual statement. You might think that you need a little bit more fucking nuance there. What I'm saying is just accurate. I've not changed my position.
And uncertain, he's unsure, right? He's unsure whether he's certain or certain. He doesn't know. He doesn't know either way.
Okay. Do agnostics believe in God?
Okay, I don't give a fuck about this. I don't care about your God thing. It's very simple.
Oh my fucking God. This is incredibly simple. Do agnostics believe in God? They're unsure, right? But do they believe in God?
I do not give a fuck.
No, come on, Chud. Come on, dude. Dude, come on. This is exactly, this is a perfect fuccking analogy.
Go back. No, we don't need an analogy. It's because this is so simple. There's no
Apparently we do, because we've been stuck in the exact same line of dialogue for the last, like 5 fucking minutes.
No. You made
agnostics do not believe in fucking God. If you're unsure of something, you do not believe it to be the case. Go on.
Okay, No, that's not even true of agnostics. Agnostics are uncertain if there's a God. They do not know, nor do they not know whether there's a God. They're uncertain.
Yeah, but do they? No, we're not talking about knowledge. We're talking about belief. Okay, we're not talking about knowledge. We're talking about belief.
You wouldn't say that an agnostic doesn't believe in God. You would say an agnostic does not know whether there is or is not a God. Okay.
And and again, this is the point that I'm making. Okay, you might say that it requires more nuance. I might even agree with that, right? But it's true to say that agnostics do not believe in a God because they are not confident in that position.
We're going back to this example. Very simple. You made a stronger claim than is true. You said that he knew he didn't do anything wrong, and therefore the apology was undermined. And I'm saying that's not correct. He was uncertain. He didn't know whether he did or didn't do anything wrong.
Okay.
But in order to, because he said it on the stream, he's going to put it in the apology because he doesn't want to get clip farmed. Totally reasonable. Yeah. And you're acting like he's dishonest because of that.
Well, yeah, because he's saying publicly in the apology that he's done something wrong. But he does not believe that. He's uncertain about whether he has or not.
So he's in the middle. He's not sure. So he's saying, because I've said it on the call, right, I'll include it in the apology, even though I'm unsure now.
Yeah. He doesn't want and again, we're going back to the point that I find that notable that you're giving that thought process away. Agree or disagree? Does it undercut the apology?
No, I don't think it undercuts the apology.
If somebody's not sure if they've done something wrong to you or not, but they're going to apologize anyway, versus actually feeling as though they've done something wrong to you, that doesn't undercut it at all. Those are completely the same.
Because in the moment he said that he agreed, and then later he said, I'm not actually sure on reflection, but I've said at the time, so I'm going to stick to that.
No. Why?
Because he's worried that
out
if he
of fairness
doesn't
to
put the
the
apology in, no, because
exactly.
He's worried. Well, what does that matter?
Well, because it's self-motivated.
Well, what does it matter if it's fucking self-motivated? You're moving it to a different point now. You are trying desperately to get away from the fact No. We're going back to it. I'm taking your last tooth. We're going back to this. You made a stronger claim than is true. You said, right, that he thought he hadn't done anything wrong and was going to apologize anyway. That isn't what he said, is it?
No, that was my belief.
Right.
Wait, what? Sorry, say that again.
You said that he thought he hadn't done anything wrong and he was going to apologize anyway.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said that he didn't believe that he did anything wrong. That's what I said. Not that he's firm in the belief that he's done nothing wrong.
What are you on about, dude?
Go back and watch it. Go back and watch it.
He didn't believe he'd done anything wrong. And when he spoke, did he say, I don't believe I've done anything wrong? Or did he say, I'm uncertain if I've done anything wrong?
We can go back to the point of whether agnostics believe in God.
No, we're not going back to that point.
If you are unconvinced that you've done anything wrong, agree or disagree. If you are unconvinced that you've done anything wrong, do you believe you've done anything wrong?
You said that he believed he hadn't done anything wrong, and he does not believe that.
He does not believe that he's done anything wrong.
Is that he doesn't know whether he's done anything wrong, and he's 50-50 on it. He's in the middle, and he doesn't know.
Yeah. So he's uncertain about whether he has or he hasn't.
But you are making a
he doesn't believe he's done anything wrong. He doesn't believe that he's done anything.
He's not said that. He's not
anything
said,
fine.
I don't believe I've done anything wrong. He said, I'm uncertain as to whether I've done anything wrong.
If he's taken the middle road position, he doesn't hold either polar, right? Either polar position.
And
you agree with that, surely?
No.
Talk about that.
Okay, so he's accepted this. This is what I mean about the pulling teeth. Do you understand this now? I'm trying to pull teeth on this.
Oh my fucking god, dude! I am just right on this. I don't know why you're trying to fucking.
I'm trying to get you to agree. I'm trying to get you to simply agree that he didn't say.
I will not.
I believe I've done nothing wrong, and I'm going to apologize anyway. He has said, I'm not certain if I've done anything wrong, because I've said I've in the call. I don't want to get clip farmed, so I'm going to apologize anyway, even though I'm not certain.
And you say that the fact that he's saying that he's not sure if he's done anything wrong, you say that doesn't undercut the apology at all.
I don't think that substantively undercuts the apology, because he's accepting that he said it in the call and he's taking that as read. But on reflection, because he did, as you said, get pushed in that position by all of you, on reflection, he's saying, I'm not so sure now, but because he said it in the call, he's going to go with that and back that up and put the apology out.
And you're trying to paint it out as though he's sticking to his word, all right? Listen, okay. Me and Noah have spoken after this. Me and Noah are fucking fine, okay? I'm fine with this fucking apology. I don't care about this anymore. The only reason I'm talking about it is because you're taking issue with it, okay? Just to make that explicitly clear to people, I'm not trying to...
And then when you finally do...
Okay, all I'm saying is, I'm not trying to excessively fucking dump on him. Holy fuck, dude. Just chill out, man. Yeah. I mean, the disagreement here is just retarded. It's like inflexible.
It's inflexible
Yeah,
because you're unwilling to admit that, and you're trying to argue the toss, trying to craft reality to your will.
You've already agreed. If you are taking the middle road position, and you've previously taken a hardline position, okay, you've said you agree with one instance of an issue. Then you're undecided. You are no longer decided on the issue. You do no longer believe either one. He does not believe in this instance he's done anything wrong. He's unsure.
He doesn't know whether he's done
I'm just
wrong
correct
or not.
I agree.
No, you're not just correct. You're not just correct. You overstated it. Okay, right?
It's not overstated. Both are true.
Dude, this is fucking egregious, bro. It's absolutely insane that we have to sit here and argue this point until the ends of the fucking earth, dude. Okay?
Well, you're the one who carries on trying to argue it, dude.
I do, because I know what you're like, and you're a dirty little cowardly wretch, and you'll sit there with four other people berating this fucking loser retard plagiarist, and then you'll feel self-conscious afterwards, so you're desperate on top of this guy.
Yeah, again, we go back to the narrative. We go back to the narrative about feeling self-conscious and doing this to cope.
It's obvious,
holy fucking shit. It all goes to the same, like, 5 talking points.
The reason
and this is why this conversation will never end. We will die in this Discord call, Chud.
Yeah, I will be here for hours with you, fighting forever, endlessly.
Yeah, but I'll outlive you and I'll win. So,
I mean, if it gets to that point,
I can win the war of attrition.
Okay. Well, how old are you?
Who's got more teeth? Who's got more teeth left? I'm 24.
Dude, okay, that's a fair point. But
aren't you almost 50?
I got some fucking shooters. Okay, I'm gonna get them around to your house and we're gonna fucking get it sorted. Okay. Listen, dude. Okay. I don't want to fight endlessly on this fucking point. I just think it's very simple. You overstated his lack of belief in doing anything wrong. He was more in the middle than you gave him credit for, and you were too excessive in going after him from that. And I just think all you had to do, and let's listen to it again. Let's listen to it again, okay? We're going to listen to it again.
We're going to die here. This gaming chair is my fucking coffin.
Several times. You are acting like he's revealed some sort of crazy information that he shouldn't have revealed.
Okay. Chud, is this new information? He's saying that he's 50-50, or in the call he says that he thinks he's done something wrong. Is there new information here? Has he changed his position? Yes or no? Just real quick on that. 1-1.
Well, I don't know if he really truly believed the position when he said it in the call. Okay. So I think he was saying...
I'm talking about the information that he's saying.
Wait. Let's just listen. Let's just listen.
No, I'm talking about... Sorry, Chud. I'm talking about the statements as given, okay? So earlier, he concedes on it. Now, he's saying he's 50-50. You're questioning the fact about whether new information has been given. It has, right?
But here's the thing.
This is a change of position.
Here's the thing. New information does not necessitate the reaction you have on stream. The reaction you have is excessive and you act like he's owned himself on a point, when all he's saying is, basically, in the call, I was more certain. I'm not so sure now I'm out of the call, but I've said so in the call. I don't want to get clip farm, so I'll just put the apology in there.
Okay. What I'm saying is that difference, that change is notable. And the fact that he's willing to say on stream, I'm not really sure if I've done anything wrong or not. I'll apologize anyway. I think it does undercut his apology. I think it undercuts his apology. So the fact that you would say that on stream, I think is very mindless, very ill-considered, very stupid, very funny.
I really don't think it is as big a deal as you think it is. You want it to be a bigger deal because you want your showstopper moment, okay? You want to be like, oh my God, look what he's admitted. Oh my
God. But especially after I've just argued about it with him for like 90 minutes.
Okay. But the reality is, he's not really revealing that much. He's saying, I basically, especially prompting the audience, he's saying, I said it on the call because I got pushed to that position. Now I'm not so sure, but okay, isn't that what happened? Do you not agree that's what happened?
Well, no, that's not what he's saying. You're saying what he's saying to his audience. That's not what he said to his audience.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying a description of what happened. Okay, right?
Okay.
In his mind, in my head, and you've agreed that this is how it went down. Okay, you and the others pushed him into a position that he kind of accepted to get you off of the back.
We've already agreed this like several times over.
Exactly. And now he's out of the pressure of that, right? He's reflecting on it, and he's saying, I'm not so sure outside of the pressure of the call. But because he's agreed on the call, he's like, I'm just going to apologize.
Well, it's not like he's like keeping his word. That seems like that's not the motivation, right?
What is motivation?
I agree with it like factually, but that's not his thought process.
You want to really believe it. You want to really believe, I'm so sorry, Nicandros. I'm so sorry I stole your tweet. Is that really important to you, bro? That you do this big fucking show of like, oh my God, he's just said this on the stream. When to me, it's a guy this is a high pressure conversation. He's reflecting on
I never even said that he should do a public apology. That's all I'm saying. I just find it.
I'm saying
you're trying to paint it out as though I want him to like grovel and beg at Nicandros's tweet.
I'm not painting that at all.
For stealing his tweets. That's not what I'm fucking saying. I don't want him to grovel. I don't want him to give like an overly like I don't know, like emotional apology or anything like that.
At all. I'm not asking. No, you're being so.
I think you said that verbatim. But go on.
I'm talking about your reaction to this revelation. Okay, you're acting like this is some big revelation. It's not really that big a revelation. It's a guy going, yeah, I kind of felt pressured to say something. Now I'm kind of reflecting on like maybe I didn't need to do that, right? Because maybe I'm not sure if I did anything wrong, but I'm going to apologize anyway because I've agreed to do so and leave it at that. And now you're acting like there's a big revelation. His apology is undermined because he's not giving a really truthful.
I mean, it just does undermine his apology.
It's fucking bullshit, dude. Who fucking cares, dude?
And the whole fact that he's saying it live on stream is the thing that's notable. I could have believed because I did believe that he had that opinion in it. Okay, I could agree because I agreed at the time that he did hold that position in his head. I went in saying, "Is he going to give in to the cope?" And then he's outlining a thought process in public which undercuts his apology. If somebody does something to you that they have to apologize for, and then they say, I'm not really sure if I actually fucked him over that bad. I don't think I did anything wrong, actually, but fuck it. You know what? I'll apologize. That doesn't change it at all for you. That doesn't undercut it at all.
You are so dishonest, bro. Point to me.
Dude, I'm asking you a straight, plain, honest question. Don't try and paint me out as being fucking dishonest.
No, you are changing it because you said just then, I don't think I did anything wrong. And he didn't say that. He said he was unsure if he did anything wrong. Let's listen again.
Okay, so it's not that he doesn't know that he did anything wrong, it's that he's unsure. Okay. I'm fine taking that. That's like a synonym for the way that I'm using it. Those usages are synonymous.
No, they're not. They're not. Someone saying, I'm not sure whether I did anything wrong is different from saying, I don't think I did anything wrong. We already agreed this. Why are we going back to this? You already agreed there's two different things.
Because you picked up on it, okay? But I'm saying in the way that I'm using them, they are synonymous. If somebody is unsure of something, doesn't believe something. Okay, sure. So I'll use unsure. Okay?
They have
Let's say that somebody
in whether they did or didn't do anything wrong. Just like with a fucking agnostic, they're equally uncertain as to whether they do or do not believe in God. Okay, right? And this guy's he's using the term 50-50. He's clearly down the middle and he's not sure. And you're trying to act like he's actually more to the side that he does think he didn't do anything wrong, which this isn't the case. Clearly on what he said.
Okay, if we're gonna go back to this point, okay, agree, disagree. Agnostics don't believe in God. Agnostics do not disbelieve in God. Both of those are true, correct?
Oh, I'd say they're uncertain about whether or not they believe in God.
I'm talking about like discrete fucking propositions, but it's fine. We don't need to get back to it. Okay? I'm fine using unsure if that's going to help with the conversation.
Okay, this agnostic thing is a fucking stupid sideline. We don't need to talk about
it's a point that you fucking picked up on again, and I've made the mistake of fucking arguing the toss again.
Is the right way to look at this, because with agnosticism, right, there's a number of different things you can believe. You could be uncertain on this. Right, with this is simple. He's uncertain as to whether he did or did not do anything wrong. He's 50-50. He's down the middle. He's not sure. Okay? And this is how you react to that information. Like he's revealed some super embarrassing, damaging piece of information.
Okay? And what I was asking you before we go back to the clip is if somebody's done something to you, okay, that you would ask an apology for, and they would say, after saying, yeah, fuck, I fucked you over, dude. All right, fair play. I'll apologize to you. I'll apologize to you publicly. And then you hear that they've said, nah, I don't think I've done anything wrong, actually. I'm unsure if I've done anything wrong. I've corrected myself, okay? You say, I'm unsure if I've done anything wrong, actually. Fuck it. I guess I'll still apologize to get him off my back. That doesn't undercut it for you at all.
No, he didn't say, I'll apologize to get them off my back, right?
Go back to the clip.
He said, okay, let's listen to the clip.
Their clips to make their content.
What's that?
Wait, go back.
Where did they source?
Bro.
Oh, wait, no, about what he's being accused of and what he's taken the L for. This should be interesting.
I took some stuff from Nick Anders's video, and those screenshots and stuff. And he wanted those properly cited.
Okay. So where did they source their clips to make their content?
What's that?
Where did they source their clips to make their content?
I'm assuming from Nux Taku's actual video.
So they stole his content.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I guess a screenshot of.
Does he give in to the code?
That is fair use, right?
Okay, and the question we're asking here is, does he say that he's going to apologize to get them off his back?
Yeah, I will say I am still a bit kind of mixed on the Nick Andros stuff. I understand.
Fucking idiots. Holy shit.
Dude, he was not mixed. He was not fucking mixed on the Nick Andros stuff. He took the L several times. And I said, you agree on all the principles. Every step of this conversation, you've conceded and you agree. You agree on the Nicandros stuff. He said yes. What is this? He's still mixed. Do we need to have this conversation again?
And I understand like the Vincent thing as well, 100%. And the what was the other?
He said it was valid. He told me it was valid.
Narrow, right? I get that. I'm still a little mixed with the Nick Andros stuff, but I'm just gonna put him in the YouTube community post as well, because I know if I don't, he's just gonna go in, you know, and like clip farm me basically.
So what I said is correct.
No, that's not what you said is correct at all, because you've constantly pushed this idea and you've constantly tried to weasel it in there that you said, I know I didn't do anything wrong, but I'm going to apologize.
Oh my God,
anyway.
I'd conceded on that and I was using your words of unsure. The contention here is about whether he's apologizing, motivated to be able to get him off his back. I think not clip farming him is pretty well summarized by get him off his back.
No, it's not. No, it's not. He's not saying get him off my back. No, it's not. Because what he's saying is, if I don't put him in the YouTube post, people will take the clip and be saying I'm going to apologize and say I didn't apologize. And I've already agreed to apologize, so I'm going to stick to that. But now I'm uncertain. But I'm going to stick to what I've said because I don't want to get clip farmed as being dishonest again. That's clearly what he's saying there. It's not about getting him off his back. It's about I don't want to be shown to have said at one point I'll apologize and then I don't apologize. I want to apologize because I've committed to that, even though I'm uncertain now.
I think to get him off his back is like a pretty fine fucking synonym for that. That's a pretty fair characterization. He doesn't want Nicandros to be able to do anything with him notable, treat him badly, whatever the fuck, right?
No, it's not getting him off his back, right? It would be getting him off his back if he's like, oh, this guy's DMing me loads, and I'm not sure if I've done anything wrong, but I'm just going to say to get him off his back. He doesn't.
But it has to be DMs.
No, I'm just giving an example of the kind of behavior that someone might point to say, I want to get this person off my back. In this instance,
and that wouldn't apply to clip farming him.
No, because he's saying, I've already said on the call, I'll do it. So if I don't do it, right, I can.
That's not what he says.
Be made to be looked at me, bro.
You can say that, but that's not what he says.
Bro, he said to be clip farmed, right? The best interpretation I've got of that, because he's not clear, right, is he doesn't want to be in a position where he said on the call that he's going to include Nicandros in the apology, and then he doesn't. He's uncertain now if he's done anything wrong, but he doesn't want to not include him because he's uncertain, and then end up with him getting clips saying he was going to apologize, and then not having ended up apologizing.
I think he's talking about like in the future. He'll apologize so he doesn't get clip farmed going into the future. I mean, they got live streams, right? So
going into
this is kind of what Nicandros does.
Going into the future. No, he's talking about what he said on the call. He's specifically talking about.
He's not talking about what he said on the call. He just says, so I don't get clip farmed. What does Nicandros do? Take a look at his Twitter. What's the predominant thing that he's talking about? He does not refer to a particular clip. This is the whole point that I'm fucking saying.
Bro, no, it's not. This is the first time you brought up this clip point. This is the first time you brought up this clip point in the whole time we've been talking about this. This is the whole time you said about future clips.
No,
I thought it was understood and agreed, okay, that we were talking about, as he's saying, that he said in the call, right, that he's talking about that point. He doesn't want that point to be clipped and be used to point out some sort of dishonesty going forward.
What's a clip form? It's when somebody takes several clips. How do you take several clips of a single concession?
Now you're pivoting.
It just doesn't make sense. Your interpretation does not make fucking sense. I'm not doing anything, dude. You're given an explanation which goes contrary to what I'm fucking saying. I'm saying maybe he said that. He never said what you've just said.
Listen to the call again, dude. See, this is the thing. You get trapped on a point and then you pivot off. So you started off saying, he said, you know, I don't believe I did anything wrong and I'm going to include it anyway. Not what he said. He said, I'm uncertain. So you're wrong on that. And now we're talking about the clip farming thing, right? And you're saying,
don't make me talk about
trying to get him off his back. And now you're saying he's saying that to get him off his back for some sort of perceived future clip. And I think the context is very clear. He doesn't want to get clipped from the debate you've just had.
That's the way that
apologizing the call and not apologizing.
Okay. What I'm saying is, it's a fine characterization to say that that's to get him off his back. I don't know why we've got lost in this fucking point, dude. Holy fuck. I'm saying, maybe I didn't make myself clear, Maybe I overextended. You could be right, So I'm saying that it's totally plausible that he's talking about future clips. He's talking about being clip farmed. Not a single clip, several clips. Clip farmed. If I clip somebody's stream one time, do I clip farm them?
Oh my god, dude! Now we're talking about.
Dude, I'm talking about. You're saying that I'm being autistic. You've got nothing to back up your position.
Generated in your head.
What?
So when you said you overextended,
in contrast to you saying that he's worried about having an apology clip previously, if he's worried about being clip farmed, why is he saying this live on stream?
Stop. When you said you're overextended, what point do you feel you overextended on? Explain that to me.
I feel as though I made it sound as though I'm supremely confident that that is what he meant when he said clip farmed. Okay, but whether he meant clip farmed in the future or like on live streams he does in the future,
did you mean that?
That's what Nicandros does.
We were discussing about whether he was uncertain, because I thought you may be referring to that, but now you're saying that you're overextending with a clip farming thing.
Yeah, the point that we were just talking about.
Okay, so what have you overextended on then? So you think it is excessive to say get him off his back?
I don't think I can conclusively say whether he's talking about in the future. I'm skeptical of whether you're saying that he's worrying about in this stream. Going to get clip on in this stream.
Add some more clarity.
Holy fuck! I'm saying that's what I overextended on. I don't believe yours. I'm not convinced of yours. But in any case, he wants him off his back. He doesn't want Nicandros' attention anymore. You agree with that, right? In whatever way, he doesn't want Nicandros' attention anymore.
Well, wait a second. I don't think he wants Nicandros' attention going back to that moment where he apologized and he gets clipped and then he doesn't include in the apology and he said he's going to apologize and he doesn't apologize. I can't speak to this concept of future clips that Nicandros might do.
Oh my fucking god, you're talking about it as though it's so fucking outlandish. I'm talking about like he streams.
Let's listen to it again.
He streams.
Let's listen to it again. What do you think he's talking about? Let's listen to it again.
Those screenshots and stuff.
Okay.
And he wanted those properly cited.
Okay. So where did they source their clips to make their content?
What's that?
Where did they source their clips to make their content?
I'm assuming from Nuxtaku's actual video.
So they stole his content.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I guess the screenshot of.
Does he give in to the code?
That is fair use, right?
Well, yes. This is what I'm trying to establish in listening to all this internet drama.
Yeah, I will say I am still a bit kind of mixed on the Nicandros stuff.
I understand. Fucking idiots. Holy shit.
Dude, he was not mixed. He was not fucking mixed on the Nicandros stuff. We're going to do this like 30 seconds every time, or this minute every time. And I said, you agree on all the principles. Every step of this conversation, you've conceded and you agree. You agree on the Nicandros stuff. He said yes. What is this? He's still mixed. Do we need to have this conversation again?
And I understand like the Vincent thing as well, 100%. And the what was the other?
He said it was valid. He told me it was valid.
Narrow, right? I get that. I'm still a little mixed with the Nick Andros stuff, but I'm just gonna put him in the YouTube community post as well, because I know if I don't, he's just gonna go in, and like clip farm me basically.
Dude, he's
so he's not doing it because he thinks he's actually in the wrong. He's doing it.
What are we looking for here? You're lying.
I think it's very clear that he's worried, but the moment he apologized, getting clipped, and it being used against him if he doesn't apologize.
I think given the fact that what Nicandros does is clip farm people.
So you think he's worried about...
That's the takeaway that I see from that.
Non-conceived future time when he's going to get clip farmed on his streams.
Non-conceived future time? Do you think the Earth is going to fucking implode tomorrow? His computer's going to melt into fucking sand? He is going to... I'm not being dishonest. I'm giving you my honest fucking opinion, dude. This is so fucking infuriating. You're trying to act as though this future clip point... maybe I phrased it in an awkward way, and so you think you're going to harp on it again and again and again.
When you brought it up when you were totally battered on the point about him
totally battered, absolutely.
Wrong. And instead you pivot off to this point about the fucking get him off his back clip farming thing, when the fundamental point I was making originally, which I was interested in talking about, was you were saying that he said he believed he hadn't done anything wrong. And I said, it's not true. He was uncertain as to whether he did anything wrong. And that's
no, because actually how this came off, how this started, that's not true. We're talking about whether it undercuts the apology. And I was saying that he's doing it for self-motivated reasons, because he wants Nicandros off his back. That's how we got on this line of dialogue, actually. It was about the weight of the apology and how it's changed by this statement. Again, if I made that mistake, you'd call me dishonest and call me a rat. No, that's what I'm trying to fucking point out, dude. You could make mistakes in the conversation and misremember things or, like, make slip-ups. I don't call you a fucking rat. I don't call you fucking dishonest.
No,
because I think you have, like, an honest problem.
All the way through this, you have wanted to try and get at least the impression of winning on every point, and you've been unwilling, and I've had to push and push and push and push.
And we're circling and looping again on the same fucking points, bro.
Okay, dude. What time is it? Midnight.
Yeah.
How many views have you got?
I think everyone's gonna watch you. 113.
Fucked. Okay, I thought I was actually helping you, to be honest, but I've just taken all your viewers, so.
Oh. No, it's all right. It's all right.
Okay.
Fuck you.
I mean, how do you feel that? Listen, let's just roll it back. Okay. How do you feel it went? In all seriousness, no judgment, my end. How do you feel it went?
What, the debate between you and I?
No, not me and you. I don't give a fuck about
thank
that.
God.
I mean, the original
Holy
call.
Fuck. I think that having like a moderator in there could have been good. And then like fixing stuff. Yeah. Everyone was talking over each other. To be honest, okay, I feel as though I've made steps to be able to avoid people speaking over each other. And I've made some kind of intervention there to try and keep things on track. Or you're saying that it's shit content. I've tried to keep the conversation on the rails. And then that is the source of a lot of the fucking ire directed my way right now. Okay? I'll be honest. That's in the aftermath. That's in the drama of like the things you've said or whatever, fuck. Yeah, I think could have done with the moderator. I don't know why British Runner didn't. He was more sympathetic to him and didn't want to argue. Probably should have asked him.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it just... The most fundamental thing that I found frustrating about watching that, okay, is in 1 minute of watching the Viral Kitten House video, I was like, this guy's a plagiarist. And then I look online and I see he's arguing the toss about it. I'm like, God, he's very abrasive and obnoxious about it too. And then I listen to the call and it's just like, what is going on here? It's like a fucking clown show. You're getting points wrong. You know, you're not pressing him on the best stuff that you've got. And I understand you've got a reason for that. It just feels like you could have really nailed him a lot more quickly and a lot more smoothly if you hadn't have gone around the houses with all these points and stuff, and it would have been better content. That's just my personal take.
I agree. It would have been better content. But again, I mean, I've been added into this call like an hour and a half before it's supposed to start. But he's been prepping it for like the last, you know, however many hours. If I suddenly join the call because British Runner has said that I'm fair, and then I'm like, actually, okay, this beef that you've had for the last 24 hours, forget about that, Noah, okay? I'm going to tell you the real stuff you got to talk about, mate, all right? I don't know. That feels a little imposing. But for the content, it would have been better.
Sure. Dude, this has actually been quite fun, even though you're really fucking annoying.
I think I could say the exact same. I could say the exact same. Oh, dude. We need to find things to be able to argue about, to take out each other's teeth.
I think this is like a little teaser for what's going to happen when we actually meet up in a few months. That's the plan, isn't it?
Yeah, and what did you fucking say a few weeks ago? Oh, I think that if Deckers met me in real life, he'd be so conciliatory because I'm the real streamer. How's this for conciliatory?
He's trying to be a dick.
With what I just said then? Yeah, but not the conversation, no.
Dude, I literally wanted to put you into the boats earlier because I felt you were being so, unreasonable to this poor little autistic wretch. I felt bad for the guy. I wanted to watch him get destroyed because I thought he was a plagiarist, and you were just fucking knocking him about like 5 people beating one guy.
I just don't think I had much sympathy for him in the call. I asked him in the call.
Okay, but
have you thrown out this doxing shit? Wait, hold on.
Fundamentally an unfair fight, isn't it?
Because I'm saying, like, have you gone into this doxing stuff to be able to throw something back at people? Because he's included Nakandros and Shamu in it, and he says he could say that, yeah.
But
so I think with like points along the way, like throwing
wrong.
around allegations like that, dude, that is way fucking beyond the pale. Doxing allegations, just throwing them around because you're mad at somebody, calling you out for plagiarism.
Well, okay. I'm not sure if he threw them out because he was mad at Shamu. I think that contributed to it. I think he was freaked out because he didn't understand Shamu's background and he had a bunch of sector freaks in his replies and he spurged out and didn't know what the fuck was going on.
The thing that changed with that is it was literally just one.
Okay, this guy's.
I understand why he'd be freaked out and why he'd be like perturbed. He's in commentary though, dude. Like dude, this is the shit that
He's like some fucking leftoid fucking retard, bro. I don't think he's like in commentary in the same way, and he doesn't even probably know who the sector is and doesn't know who Shamu is.
He knows who Shamu is because he nicked his fucking video, didn't he? But
wait.
Knowing about Shamu's history, I didn't know about the sector stuff until you mentioned it on stream. To be fair, I didn't know that either.
So hang on a sec.
I thought that was one of his A-logs,
You see
not
the dishonesty
Shamu's.
you just did there, right? You knew what I was getting at when I said, because I said he didn't know who Shamu was, and you said just then, well, I think he knows who Shamu is because he stole his video. And then you said, well, he doesn't know about his background. You understood the point that I was making, but you tried to act like I was saying something ridiculous when you understood the point I was making.
Well, I just made a video about. I just made a joke about him nicking his video, but
okay.
Yeah, I didn't know about Shamu's history until you talked about it on stream today.
Right. So that's the point that I'm making. This guy's got no clue about this guy's fucking background. Okay, he sees some fucking retard going on about doxing him, and he freaks out. Now, I would say that he used that to his advantage in his beef that he had with him. But I think a lot of that was rooted in just freaking out and not understanding and thinking like, God, this guy's going to dox me. And did he get doxed as well? Is that right?
I believe so. I'm not 100% concrete. Actually, no. I had to. One of the guys that was fucking with him in his chat came over to mine out to like fucking hide him from the channel. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
The thing that I doubt there is if you're being doxed, you probably want less attention on you, right? Why are you going ahead with this huge debate panel where you are bringing on the doxer to be able to argue about whether you've plagiarized?
Because I think at some point he recognized that he was wrong about the doxing thing, and that's why he conceded on the doxing thing again fairly quickly.
He was arguing with me and British Runner about the doxing thing right up until the call. But what I'm saying is, why you can get a call with these people? Why are you getting them on your fucking stream if you think they're fucking doxing you? If somebody's spreading around my fucking dox information, I'm not speaking to them on fucking stream, dude.
I don't know. Dude, we're getting into another argument again. I don't know, okay? I don't know what conversation you've had with him and what the nature of it was, okay? But I think at some point between him making the claim of doxing and getting on the call, he stopped believing that you guys were a threat. But he maybe wanted to argue the toss about the details of it, right? But clearly, by the time you agreed to get on a call, I would say at some point he probably considered you no longer a threat.
For Shamu, I'm pretty sure that he was confident that he was doxing him up until we got in the call. If you don't know the conversations, I mean, that's fair.
Why did he
I might be able to send you the DMs.
Okay. Why did he concede?
I mean, the same reason he conceded on everything else, right? There's a bunch of people in a call telling him that he's wrong.
Right, okay. But at some points, I think he was coming into the call ready to concede on. Like, I'm pretty sure when he started the call, he was fairly reasonable to say that doxing he was wrong about. And he also was willing to say that the Shamu plagiarism stuff was wrong.
He didn't come in ready. Yeah, so he didn't come in ready to concede that. He was still arguing about it in DMs with British Runner and me to a certain degree.
What did he say when he came on? Let's listen. Let's go back right to the start. Okay? The Big Bang. Let's listen to when he joins the call and see what he says. Let's listen.
Oh, hello.
Character.
See.
I got that. Okay.
So there's a bit of time setting it up.
Okay, perfect. That seems to be good, actually. All right, so we're gonna go live here then. Do you guys have any questions before we get started at all?
Can you tell your friend to delete that tweet with your name on it if you don't want that out there?
Which friend?
I mean, the guy that's engaging with you on Twitter. If people are if people are tweeting your personal information, please do not engage with those accounts because they're going
to. I feel really stupid for doing that. British mentioned that to me as well. I just never had this happen before, so I apologize if I seem very flustered here on stream.
The way how the internet trolls work, right, is that they try to find ways to push your buttons, and if you give a reaction, they're like, "Ooh, I'll keep doing that."
Especially if you repost it to complain about it. Yeah,
that explains it. I'm gonna DM Simon real fast here. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for saying that. If you can
so that's him.
The post.
Because I don't know the details.
Yes, you're.
Yeah, I guess I can send it to you in private, I guess. But he comments under and retweets an instance of somebody doxing him. That's what Nicandros is saying there. That it's really stupid to do.
Okay.
But he's not conceding on the Shamu stuff.
You're sending it to all of your followers, right?
Yeah, don't want that.
You wanted Morale to be in here, didn't you?
Yes, Morale was asking to be in here. Sorry, I totally fucking forgot.
Come on, that's totally fine.
Save the day once again.
There we go. I deleted that. I'm going to tell Simon to delete the replies as well to the post about my name. Please do so. Okay, cool. All right. I think we're good then. Okay. And, Wargaming Dad wants to join as well, so I'm going to be adding him to our group chat here.
How many people are going to have on here?
A lot, which, I'm totally fine for that. As long as everyone stays civil, which I would say, at least from what I've gathered so far, everyone just wants, to be civil about this. That's completely fine. I am more than happy to have
that. Work out.
Yeah, so I'm gonna add in Wargaming Dad, and
Yeah, we
he's
might
gonna
be
join
on a
the call.
road
And
to
then is this
nowhere
Morale
here.
just joined as well?
Yes.
Yeah, you're fine with him being admin, aren't you?
No, we'll just listen to this.
Okay.
Been in long enough already. We can listen to this.
My
No,
teeth,
it's totally fine,
bro,
yeah.
my teeth!
I hear you. All right, there we go. And I hear Wargaming Dad, and now can you try talking Morale so I can put you on as well?
Hi.
Test your audio.
Hi,
Hear you.
smile.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, so now we're gonna go live here.
And we got
There we go.
everybody but Shamu.
Yeah,
Shamu says he can call in a bit.
Cool.
Yeah,
He's got a little bit.
We have everybody but Shamu. Awesome. Okay, so now we're live. Bingo. This is a very unorthodox stream because all this just happened randomly. Also, I need to add in Fuji check stuff for each of you guys too. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that on stream here while we're live. But hello everybody. Hi. We are live now. Let's sort things out. Let's see here. Okay, I can add all you guys in easily with that. Bingo, bingo. Perfect. Just move that over there for now. Perfect. Awesome. There we go. If you don't mind, would you mind introducing yourself for each person here and letting us know what your content is and what you generally do?
Shit, this fucking intro.
Yeah, I'll take it first. I'm Dickers. Hello, my name's Dickers. I do live stream commentary. Talk about drone topics. Do deep dives, different
I'm
topics. We don't talk about the doxing
There we go.
stuff
Okay, who's next?
until the
We'll just go
Shmoo
in order, I
stuff
think.
is all already
I'm
been
Ronald. I
argued.
do live streams.
We do the
and
plagiarism
video
first, and then we
essay,
talk about the
commentary, video
doxing.
things.
I was expecting he concedes on the morale pedophile
We can
stuff
I
pretty
talk about
quickly.
creating videos, but I rarely do.
All right, very valid. And next then?
Wargaming Dad. I do gaming commentary mostly, talk about anti-wokers and stream games.
Awesome. Okay, and then last two there.
Dude,
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm the British runner. I make law videos and occasional commentary drama videos as well.
Awesome. And then we had one other person, I think. Unless are they still? Oh, they're muted. Okay.
Who's moderating in this instance, chat?
Okay, I guess we got.
I've not got it.
I thought Rao joined, but I guess we got everyone then. Okay.
I already said my piece.
Oh, sorry.
What was that, Dickers? What was that little shitty comment you made?
Well, I was just wondering in the start of the call. I just wonder who's moderating here, but we don't need. That's fine.
No, sure. He's introducing you to a stream, sure. But I mean, at this point, I don't really think there's any particularly clear person that's like moderating.
I'm taking a jab.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I understand what you're doing. Okay. Do we really? Okay.
No, don't. Please don't. Please don't. Don't.
Okay, let's listen.
Sorry.
I mean, I already like a pedophile. We got that.
Whoa. I was about to ask about that.
Yeah, what? Okay, so what is the deal with that exactly? Because
well, no. Okay, I think since you
put out
the claim to be fair to morale, I think it's more fair if you give the basis for believing that morale is a pedophile.
Well, that's very fair actually. So I did see a video claiming that morale was a pedophile, and initially with that, like, I thought that was legit.
How much of this do we need to watch before you say that he didn't immediately at the start of conversation concede that he was wrong about the doxing with Shamu?
No, sure. I'm not saying that. I thought that within a short period of time of the call starting, he is open to being wrong about the Shamu stuff, right?
That's not true because we don't talk about the Shamu stuff until like much later.
No, sure, but does it not come up at some point? And he says,
it does come up. It does come up later, but it's after I guess like me and Nicandros explain like, listen, you can't say that out at somebody because I just ask him what evidence do you have that Shamu is involved with this, and I guess it kind of snaps for him because he's like, oh well, Shamu in particular. Well, somebody on Twitter said it. It's like, well, that's not evidence, mate.
I don't know. Like, it just kind of seems like them saying edgy stuff mostly. I don't know if I qualify that as being, I don't know.
Which video are we talking about?
Is it Vincent Martins?
I think
it's from somebody called One in 6 States. So somebody asks you in your Discord, what happened? You say, Morale, a pedophile, has jumped on this too inevitably. Same with Kino Flips, a doxer, Morale. Somebody said, I saw the Nick guy in the Morale stream, which is ironic. You say, this ain't a good look for him.
I'm not even saying, could you post these stickers?
I can post these in the group chat, sure. I'm still listening. Sure. So then somebody says, yeah. To which you reply and send a video from somebody called One in 6 States, and you say, the video outing Morale as a pedophile. Here we go.
Dickers got up, it's over. It's over.
There we go, okay. Yeah, I'm looking at the chat here. I can also show, let me see if I can show screenshots of that on screen here. Perfect, thank you.
Because the weird thing, at least for me, is that you seem super happy to have Morale in the group chat or in the group call when you think that he might rape children. This feels like an odd introduction.
I would rather not that happen, thank you very much. But I was honest, like, I genuinely was not sure.
I think there's a case here.
I didn't say my age yet.
Right, that's very valid. I was not sure what the deal with Morale was, but having actually watched that video,
I guess my biggest is you didn't really respond to any of the tweets that I was making. Instead, you're in your Discord server. You were complaining on Twitter about people poisoning the well against you, about Nicandros poisoning the well. But it seems like you were doing exactly that. You were even refusing to engage, and then in your community, you were like, "Oh, this guy who's chatting shit is a pedophile," right?
Because I think that.
Are you telling me that in the last 2 hours, while prepping for your stream? Okay, so you're saying that while you've been on lunch break, prepping for your stream, you've rewatched this video, and you've rewatched this video and you've changed your mind about Morale.
There we go, perfect.
Yeah, what made you change your mind about Morale then?
This is an hour-long video, mate.
What?
And it's like an hour-long video, and so you've watched it again.
Edgy stuff.
No.
Oh, look at this. Showboat is
Buy a membership, give the membership.
So I'm all right, let's move on from that for now. I totally, I will watch the video on Morale and come to
I missed the snipe.
How about that? Because that's not what we're going to discuss today, and I think you guys are very aware of that.
I mean, it's a claim that you've thrown out during the drama. I just thought that it was weird the way that you spoke about Morale privately, and then when you're with Morale, you seem like really pleased to see him. But change your mind.
That
Fair enough. That seems
totally
odd.
valid. I am all right. That is completely valid. I'm gonna look at that video more and just determine whether like what I really think of Morale there. Okay. So
Okay,
that's
fine.
completely valid.
So,
I'm happy to
so you're like hopping on to like making pedo claims on what basis? That you
That is-
saw
that-
a video embed on Discord?
okay, that's completely valid here. But I thought we were here to talk about me, supposedly plagiarizing Nick Andros and Shamu. So why don't we
That's
talk
okay.
about
That would be correct.
We can move on to that. Yeah, we can move on to that. OtterlyNoah,
Ideally-
okay?
ideally, we
Do
will.
you have the editing history on the Google document that you posted?
Oh my god, dude! You talk about the
Yeah.
Google Doc, don't you? There's some point here though, right?
Because
where you did
Nicandros
talk
is
about the
here,
stuff.
right? Because
No,
I just
sure,
Nicandros is here.
I
Shamu's
thought
going to join later.
somewhat early
Just
in
figured
the
it's worth going
call-
over that first.
I recall him expressing some sort of, desire to take the L on the Shamu stuff.
He does later in the call, but again, it's after I guess like Nicandros and I kind of like, do you have any evidence for this claim? He says, well, somebody on Twitter said it. It's like, if Shamu wanted to dox you, why would he send somebody on Twitter to say, hi, Shamu wants you doxed and harassed, by the way? Would not conceal that. And then it's like, okay, I guess the penny drops. But I still feel like, okay, but the doxing stuff and the pedo stuff with Morale colors my opinion a little bit. That he's just like throwing out stuff to try and be as malicious as possible. Like, he's calling these guys fucking conservatives at the start. He's got no evidence for that.
Sure, I mean,
But he's
the
just
thing
trying
is-
to throw shit
okay.
at them for his fucking audience.
Here's the thing,
Which is
okay?
fine for conservatives, right? If you're saying someone's
No, wait,
conservative,
wait.
I don't give a fuck.
The thing is, I definitely saw. I'm willing to admit, yeah, I thought that earlier on he'd said something about the Shamu thing, but it must have come later, and that's fine. I accept that. I think he was acting very aggressively, and stuff like this here is kind of wild. And I think there's even more examples of this where he's like popping off on Discord and banging on and stuff like that. But it's like very little was presented to him. Very little of that was presented to him and put to him. And I'm just like, why didn't you bring that up and say, hey, look, you said this, you said this, you said this, you said this? I feel like you could have had a ream of stuff to put to him of how aggressive he was and what he's been like now, and that would have been great. But instead, you litigate a fucking Google Doc. Who gives a fuck about a Google document? You on Twitter saying this, and now you're in here acting like this. Is that not like better, more compelling?
I mean, possibly, but how is he supposed to engage with that? Especially if you take issue with me calling into question his sincerity with what he's saying in the call.
No, but I'm saying the first point, if he's coming in, right? And this one, okay, you need to understand what I'm saying here, okay?
Okay.
I've looked at the 1 minute of the Viral Kittenhouse video, and I've looked at his conduct, and I've gone, damn, this OtterlyNoah guy's a fucking loser plagiarist. God, I bet these guys are going to fucking own him. And then I start watching, okay? And the first thing that you kind of get to is this pedo claim. Who gives a fuck if Mara's a pedophile? Mara's not a part of this. This is fucking stupid to have Mara's involved in this as you do. And then you start litigating a Google document, right? But there's so
that's
much
the core of Nicandros' claim, and that's one that was like left up in the air.
And the point I'm making is, right, to the average person, doesn't give a fuck about the intricacies of the shitter drama that's coming along to this. That's boring as fuck. And you could have put Discord messages to him, Shamu stuff, if you don't want to get to that till he's on, that's fine. But you could have put a lot more to him to challenge him on his behavior before he got on the stream. But you didn't. You pointed out one thing about a pedophile, and you start litigating the Google document. And so I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, this is fucking weak, dude. I thought they were going to own him. And you're just fucking bickering about a Google document.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like wanting to get to the substance, because it's not just me in the call at that point, right? I mean, Nicandros is there to litigate his shit.
Yeah,
he's in like a different time
Nicandros
zone to me.
is
He
an
goes like
incredibly
bed earlier,
autistic,
blah, 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 blah.
like, intricate person who gets, he's not even finished his fucking Duxtaki video because he's busy doing some other shit. I'm saying that's a mistake. Don't get drilled down into the detail of some fucking autist, right? Bring the fucking evidence. This is how you're acting. Why are you like this now? Look at what you said. Do you stand by this? Boom, 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 boom. And you've got him. And then Shamu comes on and you go, look at this thing of Shamu that you did. Boom. Doxing thing. Boom. Clean, crisp, nailing him. Instead, you flail about a Google document, right? You then you get something wrong, and then you talk about Kiwi Farms. It's totally the wrong way of doing it. And it's 5v1, by the way. It's 5v1. And this is what's
I don't
happening.
know why he set up the fucking call, but yeah. Because the problem is that none of us, I don't think Nick, me, or Morale, to be fair, can make a clear, consistent point. Because I tried to at several points, and I've got an idea of how I want to litigate it, the points I want to make, line of argumentation, and then he says something that like triggers Morale, or he says something that like triggers Nicandros, and then that's why, even at some points of the call, it is me, Nicandros, and Morale all talking over each other.
But so you're agreeing?
It was
with my
it was a shit show.
fundamental
Yeah.
point. Yeah, it was a shit show, and you didn't really press him very well. And to I think a person that's not hyper autistically invested in this, right? I think many people would watch this and be like, "Fucking hell, you kind of fluffed it there," right? And when Shamu comes on, he starts to press him a bit better. And eventually, when you get round to stuff like the Viral Kittenhouse video, it starts to get better because he's being pressed on this stuff, and that then leads to him admitting fault, and then you move forward. But you're fluffing about for like an hour, and to me, I'm watching and thinking, "Fuck me," they're just barraging this guy, rather than just cleanly consisting and getting him on the points that you want to get him
on. Sure, yeah, I get that. I mean, what I said earlier was that I've basically just, been invited to it like an hour and a half before for me to completely derail to the Royal Kittenhouse stuff, which wasn't really in contention, rather than just letting the Kandros or Shamu have his fucking piece. Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. I think that, like, bringing into question the things that he said on Discord previously, it doesn't actually deal with the things that he's, like, there to debate, right? It's a good show, and it's like, it paints him as the fucking villain, I guess, to the fucking audience. But I've already gone through all of this shit for 30 minutes before we then get to the debate.
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. You were saying this guy's just rolling over, okay, and he's not bringing the same energy that he brought before. What is the best way to point that out?
The fact that he's argued this shit for like 24 hours.
What could you show on
Twitter?
Screen? What could you show on screen? Okay, on Twitter. What could you show on stream to point out the discrepancy between how he's acting in the call and how he acted before the call?
Well, this is my whole point. Because I say this again and again and again throughout the call, that he's like just rolling over as soon as he's been speaking about it in person.
And what can you show him to immediately
on
make
Twitter? Well, this is the problem. He's also got control of like the Discord live, and so I've got to send him his own tweet and say, pull that up right now. I want to discuss what you said previously, right?
That seems like a mistake, doesn't it? That you can learn from. If you're there to challenge someone, don't let them control the Discord call. Correct?
Possibly, but I wanted him on my stream.
What do you mean possibly? What do you mean
Well,
possibly?
because I wanted him on my fucking stream, but he'd already he'd already announced a stream. He'd already announced a stream hours before I'd even fucking messaged him. That's the fucking issue. This stream is happening with or without me. I've looked through this shit. I'd rather be there. Do you not agree?
No, but you're saying possibly, right? The question is not whether or not the litigation. It's you agree that if you control the Discord call, you bring the things up and you press them on it. Correct?
I agree. Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, don't care how you do it. Learning from this, if you want to press someone, you need to control the Discord call, no matter how you fucking do that. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah. Sure.
So why are you arguing?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Why are you fucking arguing on that point, dude?
Because what I'm saying is that it's his call, it's his stream. I'm calling into his stream.
How cool it is. I'm saying you learn from it and you go, right, in the future, I'm not going to let someone take control if they're the one getting pressed.
Yeah, that would have been better. I tried to do that in the beginning.
So why are you giving me all this shit about, well, you see, blah, blah, blah. I don't give a fuck about any of that. I don't give a fuck.
Well, because I'm saying I tried to do that. That I knew that was the optimal thing, and I tried to do that, but it's like the call's going ahead with or without me. It's on his stream.
Did you say to him, listen, Noah, it'll make more sense if one of us controls the call? Did you say it to him?
No, because that.
Well, then when you say you tried to do it,
I guess.
When you say you tried to do it, what action did you take to try and do that then? You didn't, did you? You're full of shit. You didn't do anything. You just let it go.
Wait,
ahead.
I did. I'm looking at the fucking DMs. So, yeah, I said Ian to talk about this in a bit. He said, I will be streaming on my channel. Yes. Apparently, British Winner wants to come on as well. Are you wanting to also? This is already a call with like several other people. I'm then going to say like, guys, we're doing this in my Discord, actually.
Okay. Wait.
Because when you complained earlier about fucking little shitters, who try and inject themselves into drama, let's bring up what you said earlier today, actually, if we're going to do this. I'm not being dishonest.
You claimed that you tried to take control of the call. Did you try and take control of the call? Because you're now saying that you didn't try and take control of the call, but you couldn't do that because it wouldn't be reasonable. So did you or did you not try and take control of the Discord call?
No. Okay, dude. I'm talking in the context of this. Hosting the call. Me managing the call.
You just said the way you put it across was that you tried to take control. You tried to do that, but you didn't try and do that. And now you're explaining to me why you couldn't do it.
Yeah. As in, like, hosting it. I control how the conversation flows. I control who comes on, when.
My point is super simple, and you're... Okay? Right? You should have had control of the call, and you didn't. Now you're telling me why you couldn't have taken control of the call, but before you were saying that you tried to, but you didn't try to. Can you explain why you couldn't try to?
Well, no. Okay, so I did try to in DMs, but I'm saying it's something that he is already arranging with other people.
Where you say, let me control the call so I could actually bring stuff up? Did you say that, yes or no?
I didn't say that. No, right. I was a guest. I was a guest, bro. I was a guest.
Bro, do you see the problem here?
Dude, this shit had already been arranged with other people. I don't know what British runners prepared. Am I going to completely fucking snipe what he's doing?
It's best to take control of the call. You didn't try and do that. You tried to say that you did try to do that, and we've got to debate it, when what I've said originally is correct. You should have tried to take control of the call, and you didn't. And that's it. End of conversation.
Okay. I'm saying that I did. I didn't press it. Maybe I should have pressed it. Does that not feel like I'm, like, fucking injecting myself, though? I'm somebody who's messaged him an hour and a half before his stream. And then I'm saying, actually, Shamu, Nicandros, British runner, actually, we're going to do this on my time.
You've already injected yourself into the drama, you fucking retard. You said, I want to get involved.
Yeah, but I'm not going to fucking monopolize it. That's, like, different. No.
How is it monopolizing it? Everyone's streaming it. You're just saying, if I've got to press you on stuff, I'm taking... Like, no, you don't say it like that. You can say, listen, okay, I want it to be fair, right? Can we not set it up? Also, hang on a sec. You're on Discord, right?
Yep.
So he's streaming his computer to the Discord call, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. You're acting like it's some big deal to take control, right? In the course of the call, could you not say, listen, man, I got some stuff I want to show to you. So let me start a stream just so I can show you what I've got here. Could you have done that?
Yeah, fair enough. That's a good point.
Right. So why are you fighting me on this?
Well, no, I'm saying I agreed, but I'm saying that I tried to control it beforehand. But yeah, that would have been a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we'll leave it there, mate, because I'm off tomorrow and I've got loads of shit to do.
Oh, dude. Okay. Fab. I was gonna say any more thoughts, but I think we've probably hashed literally all of that out that we possibly could. Yeah. Okay.
I'm very irritated.
Do you believe that atheists or agnostics believe in God, though? Before we go,
I don't think agnostics believe in God. I think they're uncertain about what exists.
Okay. All right. Fab. All right. I'm just fucking with you, mate. Okay. I'll chat to you later.
Have mate. Bye.
Sleep well. Bye. Oh. Jesus Christ. How fucking long was that, dude? Anyone want to go back to the Sale 2000 drama? Fuck me. Okay. Dude, I feel like Chud is just, I don't know, slightly antsy or maybe ill-tempered to any kind of disagreement. Why are you trying to fight me? Disagreement. Oh my god. Dragged on for too long? I will not concede that I was the reason for that. Also, anybody who's saying that Chud won is going to get banned. I'm controlling the call now. Hold on, let's have again there. Wait, Chud Logic joins 3.5 hours ago. Beckett, shut the fuck up, bro. I was gonna do a voice. I can't really do a voice. I don't think that conversation was annoying enough. That's true. You could have been here as well. You could have been here as well, mate. That would have made it so much better. Way better. Alright. Great. Chud suicide bombed you. He basically won by holding you hostage. Okay. Nice. Wait, and now Beckett wants to call me. Please, Beckett.
What's that, buddy?
Beckett.
What's that?
Don't do this to me. I can't take another one.
Now, look, I think we really need to nail in on what you think an agnostic is. What do you think an agnostic is?
Somebody who's neither convinced nor unconvinced. Or, sorry, neither believes nor disbelieves in God's existence.
Okay. Bro,
disagree? You disagree?
What
Well, I'm saying that if somebody's taken the middle road and they're not convinced either way.
Dickers, I agreed with you like 5 minutes ago. Dickers, fuck. We agreed.
I hate you.
Jesus.
I fucking hate you, bro. Oh my fucking god. Holy fuck.
Or because, like, you don't agree? Or, like, what is it, buddy?
You're fucking triggering me, dude. You're fucking triggering me so bad.
That could literally look like a PTSD episode.
I did wonder at some points if I was having flashbacks. Yeah. Space Station.
I looked at you at one point, and I was like, "This is the look of a man who's like picturing the helicopters in Vietnam just coming over the fucking ridge."
Have you ever watched Steins Gate, the anime?
Yeah.
When he's like reliving the same day of his life over and over and over again to try and stop his sister from getting killed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel that. I've heard that that's a really good retelling of what PTSD feels like, and I suddenly agree.
Like,
holy fuck, this is correct. Wait,
oh my god,
hold on.
That was so fucking rape, bro.
Space Station has just atted me on Twitter with this. It's so fucking true.
Funny. I mean, like,
L'enfant et l'autre. And l'autre is Chud logic.
Because I obviously, like, I spoke to Noah myself last night, but I wasn't going to bring him on until I saw him do that fucking call with his, like, community manager and chatters.
Yeah.
And it was, like, the most fucking insane thing I've ever seen. It was bizarre.
Yeah, one of them hopped into my Discord to try and, like, relitigate it with me. And it's, like, autistic fixation. The monkey one. The Scottish one.
Oh, his community manager, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy
and it was like,
actually
well,
fucking retarded.
He didn't do it deliberately. It's like, well, did he know that he was doing it or not? It's like, well, actually, he didn't think that it was wrong. Okay.
Well, this was my take last night. Either you're like, I don't know, it was retarded and therefore useless as a commentator because, like, why the fuck would you have, like, why would you listen to a guy who doesn't understand what plagiarism is on media analysis? Or he's lying. It's like one of the two. He's fucked either way. I do actually genuinely think he's fucked. I think the thing people are overlooking is video essayists who sort of have lots of crossover with other content creators. It's largely with like, oh, you know, you'll watch this person's video on stream. Nobody can watch Noah's videos on stream now. So he's fucked. He's like lost all the pickup he could get through that.
I think in terms of content creator like collabs, I think he's probably fucked, like with other video essayists. But I think that he's fine with his audience. Like I've come to realize this: the hardcore niche that he sits in of doing autism-themed media analysis. I don't know if nobody else is doing it, but it's insanely fucking vociferous fan base, especially with 40k subs as a video essayist. Like video essayists don't usually have pretty intense fan bases anyway, right? Especially not with somebody like 40k subs. But just how active his Discord is and how like defensive those guys are of him. I think you'll be okay, audience-wise.
But I lost, you know, I know that I have some crossover with this guy, and I lost 2 subs. Because I expected to lose a load more, actually. So yeah, I've only seen one really negative comment, and it was about Falgi. Who was like,
dude, Falgi was going hell for fucking leather.
Yeah, it was
somebody should show Chud
Convoy. It was great.
Falgi's performance on Beckett's stream last night. Hopefully, Chud will get distracted by him and go after a different target.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, he had fun. Fuck it, or whatever. I mean, like, I don't know. I think Noah deserves to be chewed out. I disagree with Chud. I think Noah deserves to be chewed out. I think I don't know whether my view comes from a place where I do video essays and I do a lot of original research. Dude, if someone did that to my work, I'd lose my fucking mind. I think Nicandros and Shamu are being, frankly, pretty reserved. The
bear could have raped the otter. Shamu was insanely fucking chill about it. Shamu was relatively chill even about the fucking dachshund stuff. He's like, yeah, well, you know, if you need me, I can head on. You guys seem like you're doing a good job, though. Yeah, bro, you're getting called a fucking doxer right now. Really? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it just doesn't give a fuck. But yeah, anyway, so I think we agree. I feel like we agree. I'm glad you agree with me. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I'll let you go. Have a fun rest of your night. I won't have a 3 hour
Thank you very
call with
much. Have a good one, Becca. I'll chat to you later, dude.
Peace.
Oh, man. Dickers, why did I wake up to you trying to get me dragged, lol? If I've got to experience it, okay, other people have got to experience it. Holy fuck. I don't know if that call was good or bad for my relationship with Chud Logic, but I'm just happy that it's over. I'm out. I'm free. Dude, I'm fucking free. Also, holy fuck. How much has Chud been fucking streaming today? Thank you, Growing Pain, for the gifted sub. Like, he started going live on Kick at, like, what? Like, 5 in the morning. And then he's been up, streaming, arguing, until, like, midnight. Man. Dude. Okay. Also, I want to go through the donors before I move on to something else that I ignored while I was live. Okay. Nate! Thank you for the 5. Nate, thank you for the 5 gifted. Nate. Beckett for the £2. Panda in the Shadows for the £2. Mrs. Soap and Clay for the $2. Again. Janky Johnny for the 2. Miss Soap and Clay again. And Yaki for the 20 New Zealand. Miss Soap and Clay. Oomphy Killer. Let's go through. Listed individual people. And Live Convoy all the way at the start of the stream. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. Oh, man. No, don't say thank you for the donor, remember? Dude, that was the most retarded point. Did you just say thank you? Why'd you say thank you? Somebody just gave me $2. Why? Yeah, but why? I'm just happy for the money. It is big streamer narcissism. 100%. It's big streamer narcissism, you know. Chud Logic just takes all that kind of stuff for granted. Not like me, though, which is why I'm asking to like, sub, dono, buy a membership, gift a membership. Everything is appreciated. Okay, fantastic. Holy fuck. Okay, do we go back into the stale? Do we go back into the sale stuff? I'm not starting this shit again. Hope you guys fucking enjoy it. All right. If we do upload this as a segment, we're just going to immediately segue from me watching this, saying, oh, Chud wants to call, to me several hours later, looking like years have been shaved off my life. Okay, let's get into it. They're looking over the contract that Stale 2000 got sent by the fake scam TV show. They haven't included, like, an incorporation, company. They haven't included, like, proper legal details. Let's get into it.
Referred individually as a party and collectively as the party. It's cool. Purpose. Wonderful. These dots. This strikes me as something that was put into like Microsoft Word. I'm not saying that dots, the bullet points aren't present sometimes in contracts, but just the numbering and the alignment here. And usually, right, when you do a number, oftentimes they're like 1.1, whatever. Oh, they have it there. Okay, cool. Never mind, they have that. But it's just something about the format. I can't define it totally. It just looks a little weird, and that I just think the bold and stuff looks a little weird. But you can continue. The purpose of this agreement is to establish a strategic marketing and community collaboration whereby LSF, which is you understand that this is a reference to you. So everywhere you read LSF, it should read Brian Wade, where Brian Wade supports the promotion and distribution of MDF related content, and MDF in return incorporates an LSF specific bonus challenge.
Wait, hold on. I don't even know if this is true. It looks copy-pasted from AI. Okay, I'm not going to say this isn't true. Pisco, I think, has done infinitely more years at law school than I have, okay? But if we're talking about, in his individual capacity as operator and moderator of the livestream fails subreddit, LSF, and then you've got the MDF here, represented by Stephanie. Oh. Because they're the first parties named, right? They're the parties at hand. Who's representing them doesn't really matter, but it's saying in his individual capacity, so it should be Brian Wade. Right. Okay.
So everywhere you read LSF, it should read Brian.
Remember, LSF is not an entity. Yes. Okay. Correct.
Wade. where Brian Wade supports the promotion and distribution of MDF related content, and MDF in return incorporates an LSF specific bonus challenge into the show and associated content ecosystem. I don't know what the fuck half these I would hope that MDF related content is defined somewhere. I hope it is somewhere. I hope that LSF specific bonus challenge is defined somewhere. Associated content ecosystem is defined somewhere. These are like terms of that I don't know if there's a specific meaning, but to me that they're not like they're not terms that like I'm familiar with, have like an industry meaning or something. But yeah, I'm nitpicking. This is what I do. But any thoughts on that?
I mean, I think they do define the challenge somewhere else.
Cool.
But yeah, I didn't think about like what an associated content ecosystem means. I thought it was just like generic.
Cool. The collaboration is intended to drive.
Would that be understood as like a legal term? Like, could you put like a tech pro term like that in a contract and it's understood? Or is this like complete fucking retardation? Like nobody understands what's going on.
Organic discovery of MDF through clip-based content. Encourage community participation from the LSF audience, from the Brian Wade audience. See, now it feels like they're using the term to refer to the subreddit, but oh wait, sorry. I'm so sorry. LSF is a reference to the subreddit itself, so it's not a reference to you. But it's kind of weird. Hang on. Oh, now I'm not sure. Is LSF, guys? What do you think? Is LSF as a defined term referring to stale, or is it referring to the subreddit?
Well, no, it's saying its individual capacity.
I would assume the subreddit. Okay, well, they'll just assume the subreddit.
That's how most people. That's like how regular people use it.
Okay,
they call it LSF.
Got it. Encourage community participation from the LSF audience. Create a mutually beneficial promotional loop tied to viewer engagement. This feels like a game loop, right? Like from these roguelites. All right, cool. So that's the purpose, is to do, and you understand it as promoting LSF in exchange for like promoting MDF, right? Some version of that, which with more specifics. Cool, got it. Yeah, sub, of course. Got it. My bad. Sorry. All right, cool. I fucking missed.
Notice there's no mention of sale as an agent. Well, I'm guessing because LSF isn't like a real thing. Like, can you be an agent of a subreddit legally recognized? Would it have to be in your individual capacity? I don't know. I think that some of the things that he's pointing out here, like, they do seem fishy from what he's talking about. But also, I don't even know how you would sign, like, as an agent of a subreddit otherwise. Like, this is uncharted territory already for how you would do it. Because Reddit owns the subreddit, and Reddit is not a party to this agreement. Would this even be fucking legal? I'm not sure.
It's Reddit, my bad. Content promotion. LSF agree. Oh, see, but now here's the problem, right? LSF agrees to. Can you represent? I mean, LSF isn't the party, right? I mean, you're the party.
You mean, yeah, I'm the party. Yeah.
So LSF is a non-party.
He has no authority or ownership in LSF, really. Well, I think he has authority. You might disagree that he's got ownership, but yeah, he is the head moderator. He's got some kind of, I guess that you could consider that legally, right? He does have like recognized power and authority over there as like a moderator.
As I understand it, right? Like,
basically, yeah, because I can't really sign something.
He literally cites his shares. Wait, what? That he owns in Reddit stock as proof of his ownership of LSF. There's no fucking way.
Yeah, on behalf of Reddit. Yeah, because I didn't get permission to sign.
Can you sign something on behalf of LSF? But does it even define LSF as a party that can agree? It seems like this should be like, you agree to support. Because can you bind LSF? I'm not sure. Or can you? Is LSF? Can it even be a party? I'm not sure.
I don't even know what that would mean to be able to like sue a subreddit if he doesn't like follow through on the fucking on the terms of the agreement, right?
I don't actually know the answer to that. I'm genuinely unsure. LSF agrees to support MDF through the following, subject to moderator discretion and subreddit rules. Okay. Allowing MDF related clips, announcements, and community submissions to be posted on our live stream fail. Would there be any reason why they wouldn't be allowed there? It seems like you're not actually doing anything. Like, wouldn't they already be allowed there?
Some subreddits ban self-promotion, but this was an idea that I had come up with was, what if their editors like seed the subreddit with like behind alt accounts? And
wait, hold on. What have you sent me? At the very best, and it's an unincorporated association. Wait, what have you sent me? This is like an address. This is somebody's address in New South Wales.
Post stuff there, which is not
allowed.
It's actually a bit of it's a controversial idea. It's allowed, but it's controversial to say that. And so that was an idea that.
So you're allowing them to do like things that you wouldn't allow other people to do.
This is what you want to see. Can I show this? Can I show this on screen? This is a template. Read above. Oh, okay. This is what an IP clause for sponsorship agreement looks like. This is a template, so I can show this, right? I can show this on screen. This is from a government website. Okay, fantastic. Would this be... Okay. Problem is, we're talking about, like, different jurisdictions, right? So would this actually be exactly the kind of details that you would expect to see? Or is it similar to this for somebody in an agreement, like a party in an agreement? Their name, their address, organizations receiving the sponsorship fund, agreement end. This is Canadian. This is a Canadian common law contract. Wait, I thought this was New South Wales. Okay, never mind. Never mind then. Okay, right. I'll take a look at that.
Maybe.
Things that people... I mean, we do allow other things people do, but most are things that most other subreddits ban. Yes, so I'm allowing them to do things that most other subreddits.
But that LSF would ban? So are they getting special treatment in LSF?
It's technically not. It's technically not special treatment because we allow self-promo, but I guess we wrote that in there to make sure. Because basically...
No, dude, I know... Okay. Alex, I understand that MDF is based in Canada. I understand that fact, okay? Did I say America? I might have misspoke. What I'm saying is, have you sent me something from Canada, and so it'd be the same jurisdiction, what you would need to be included? Or is this from Australia? And it's like, you need these similar details.
So that is one of their benefits.
Okay.
That is like the...
Contracts ordinarily these days have these schedules. Okay, interesting.
Main way that they benefit is by having this, even though I guess they can do it anyway.
Right. So you're giving them something that they would do would largely be able to do anyway. And that's another red flag for me. It's like, maybe if you had started to ban their shit or it had indicated that you might, that might make sense to me. But like, why would they be like, oh my God, we need to make sure we have permission from LSF if that seems to be like assumed, you know?
Yeah.
So that's like all right. So what am I giving to them? And spoiler alert, I think that what you're giving them is like potentially like credibility. That's what's kind of like credibility with respect to like believing that this is legit. Then this entire thing makes sense. That the agreement is kind of like maybe vague and ambiguous, and maybe is stuff that they're already allowed to do. Maybe that's because the agreement itself is the goal. And that's also maybe explains the 24-hour turnaround is like, we just want to have an agreement that says we have an agreement because the agreement and the partnership itself is what is helpful as opposed to any like benefit. But here we go. Here's one. Publishing at least one pinned announcement post when mutually agreed.
Wait, no way, dude. I found an old statement from Reddit about mods signing NDAs. It's a decade old, but might be useful. Throw that in on inbox, dude.
Informing the community of the MDF collaboration. Again, that's just becoming, I could see the same sort of incentive that it's just announcing that there is in fact a collaboration. The LSF related challenge or submission opportunity. Cool. Permitting organic posts by the community and or MDF editors, provided all posts comply with Reddit and subreddit guidelines. So it seems like separate and apart from the pinned tweet and the collaboration, that's like the like new stuff.
Yeah.
That's like the stuff that is like they wouldn't normally get, but they would normally be able to post.
Okay, so Reddit's statement was, Reddit did not initially respond to a request for comment for this article. However, in a statement on Reddit, the site's community manager, somebody, blah, 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 said the agreement did not violate the state's rules, or the site's rules. This is a non-disclosure agreement they signed. So they say there is no rule on Reddit that prevents moderators from signing NDAs in order to speak with gaming studios. That rule, or the rule, is that they are not to accept monetary compensation for moderator actions, which is not what's being done here. They are also not saying anything on behalf of Reddit. Rather, they're agreeing to not disclose confidential information which might be given to individuals, blah, 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 blah. And so it seems like they're happy for them to be able to sign these contracts so long as the individual party, the person, the moderator, is the one who actually signs it.
Okay. But there is stuff that other people don't get, which are like pinned.
I find it's like somewhat retarded that he didn't even like pass this by Reddit before he went live with this shit though. No? Like, he would completely insulate himself from fucking harm if he just went to Reddit and said, hey, by the way, cool idea, what do you think? Just got their, like, thumbs up first. This all could have been avoided.
Announcement posts and LSF-related challenges. So I
Mr. Blight, you really fucking hate Chud, don't you? Jesus Christ. Listen, I'm sure that people on the other side of the fucking stream divide or whatever the fuck are saying the exact same shit, right? It's fine.
I think that you are promising to do stuff. Here, and so it's not like you're doing nothing. Nothing in this agreement requires LSF to approve content that violates subreddit rules or Reddit policies. Cool. And just to be clear, did you actually send back and forth any edits or red lines?
I did not. No.
Okay. Cool.
I signed this as.
All right. Community participation campaign. Let's make sure the numberings are correct. Cool. MDF may run a community-driven submission or clip campaign. May, not must.
Yeah, this was May. I don't know why this was actually my idea, this was talked about as something that they wanted to do, is what I'll say.
Yeah, but are they contractually obligated to do this?
I mean, I guess I was expecting them to. I wasn't thinking that they're gonna not do it, but
regardless of whether they were willing to it, the contract, this May language seems permissive, not mandatory. These parts seem like you have to comply.
We will get to the Tectone shit eventually, okay? We will get to the Tectone stuff. Dude, I just want to go through this first, okay?
They may feature this. They post them there, but this entire thing seems like permissive, you know?
Yeah.
Okay. Next part is, so...
We'll speed it up a little bit, okay? We'll speed it up a little bit.
This... Okay.
Because I've been dying to know what information Stale had when he signed this agreement. I've been dying to fucking know this.
Collaboration, LSF bonus challenge, show integration. Okay? This is like another thing that they're doing. So far, you've agreed to do stuff. They say they might do something in response, okay? This, I think, is they agree to. MDF agrees to create a special bonus challenge associated with the show, tentatively titled the LSF Community Challenge. Key mechanics. Eligible participants submit or post clips to livestream fail during the filming of the show $1 Million Fame. The primary ranking metric shall be total view count as publicly displayed on Reddit at the campaign close. Secondary tiebreakers, if needed, may include upvotes, engagement velocity, or MDF production discretion. I would want to know, like, when this has to happen. Is there like a time period in which this must occur? And okay, but we'll move on.
It was going to be during the show, but yeah, they didn't say when.
During the filming of the show.
Yep.
And it was a live show?
So Reddit user agreement if you live in the United States or outside the EEA, United Kingdom and Switzerland. So it says you may not enter into any agreement with a third party on behalf of Reddit or any subreddits that you moderate without our written approval. Right. So even if this didn't turn out to be a fucking scam, he still breached the fucking user agreement. He could have just asked somebody for written permission. This comes up later. Oh no.
Yeah, or I don't know if it was live, but it was
Dude, Stale is such a fucking retard.
Yeah, parts were gonna be live, but it was going to be a participant challenge. So like you know how Survivor they have challenges. This would be one of those challenges.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Prize winner. The winner of the LSF Community Challenge may receive one or more of the following final structure at MDF's discretion. Huh. A bonus advantage, immunity, or special opportunity within the show, or another prize of comparable promotional or competitive value. Exact prize details will be finalized prior to launch and publicly disclosed. This is a huge red flag, right? Red flag. I mean, what the hell is this binding them to, right? Like, there's no like commitment of any amount of money, right? It all seems to be like, at least the examples, like things internal to the competition, based on a structure that is to be created according to the discretion of this other side, and where the bonus is like, the metrics are there, the key mechanics are there, I guess, defined, but not clear like what this is and what the winner will get.
This is a really fucked, like, legal agreement as well. Because Stale isn't even benefiting anywhere here from the prize and reward, right? And so he doesn't actually give a fuck if anybody ends up being given money. The only incentive for Stale doing any of this is that he feels important. He feels like he's making these legal contracts, and he's like in the game, right? He's involved in the live streaming ecosystem.
And I think that is...
But it's just like all an ego thing. He doesn't give a fuck.
That is a red flag. It's very vague, and it seems like potentially unenforceable. Like what would you get them to do? What would be the value of anything here?
I mean, the value is having the challenge in the first place. So I consider the prize to be at their creative discretion. Technically, even if there was no prize, it wouldn't even matter to me. I wanted basically I wanted the challenge, and then they decide whatever the prize is.
You just wanted them to be like LSF community challenge and the kind of promotional aspect of it, as opposed to any specific. Okay, all right, that makes more sense.
Yeah, we're not getting the prize. The content, the contestants are.
Got it. Timing and campaign windows. Oh, some timing. The parties agree that all collaboration activities contemplated under this agreement shall occur commencing on the effective date. When is the effective date? The effective date. Is that... No, that's not defined as the effective date. That's the date you entered into the contract. So I hope that the effective date is defined. Let's see, control F effective. You got a problem. I don't see effective date defined. Now, maybe effective date is the date of execution, but those are not necessarily the same thing. This is just when the date was entered. But an effective date is like potentially something
it says
different.
Campaign period, but I don't know if it defines the campaign period anymore.
Well, this is a term with capital letters, so capital E, capital D, and so I would expect to see this defined somewhere where that is. Now, the campaign period is also. I'm worried that like ChatGPT wrote some of this. Just heads up. I'm not sure of it, but just saying. Within the campaign period. But again, okay, the parties agree that all.
Right. Okay. So breaking it down, they say we're going to do this stuff, all this stuff here, right? Part of our agreement in X timescale, but they never say when X timescale is going to start or give any indication about what date it's going to happen in, right?
All collaboration content agreement shall occur commencing on the effective date, the campaign period. So, campaign period is defined with respect to the effective date, but effective date isn't defined. You understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, what the fuck is going on in Kick Chat? Dickers, I'm curious what lube you use. You went almost 3 hours plowing CTE riddled al dente before you felt like you've been bumped by a young stud whose spine was as hard as his knob. Dude, that is a crazy fucking comment. Holy fuck. Are we starting at the path of the course? Yeah, I'd probably say it's part of the course. I'd probably say it's part of the course.
So it doesn't seem clear when this starts and when it ends, and if this is a key part of when things and obligations proceed or when things are expected. I'm just noting some potential vagueness and shit. Okay, within the campaign period, AMA events. This is Ask Me Anything.
Yep, like a Reddit AMA. Yeah.
Okay. This should also because imagine you're a judge reading this, like what the fuck's an AMA event? If conducted shall be. You have to like think about when you're thinking about these contracts. I think that you should remember this is meant to potentially protect you, protect them against breach. And in the situation of breach, you got to think like, well, imagine you're a judge reading this and like this is not defined. Like, can we even afford? Like, what the fuck is this? And maybe the parties will agree AMA event in our like usage or whatever means Ask Me Anything. But just again, I'm not saying that this would not be interpreted to be Ask Me Anything. I'm just like these kinds of things I notice are like a little bit all these ambiguities add up for me. If conducted, shall be scheduled during the latter portion of the campaign period, at a time when public awareness and engagement around the show are materially elevated. Again, every time that there's a term that like includes, I'm just like, what the fuck is materially elevated? And when engagement is materially, maybe that just means like it's obvious when that is. But if there are scheduling, maybe this is like an expectation of what you guys do.
Dude. Dickers borrowed the lube from Aiden. Dude, thank you for the 2 Canadian. That is fucking disgusting, though. Tommy has worse wet brain than... Wait, Chud has worse wet brain than Tommy C. Dude, I can't even fucking read the message. I disagree with that. Okay? I think the stuff that is... When Chud and I have had a disagreement, or I feel like Chud is saying something that is, like, not true about me, okay? It's usually through a sincere misunderstanding about the facts at hand. Shellboat stuff, right? This stuff, whether who arranged it, who organized it, whatever the fuck. Tommy C will just make up stuff out of nowhere. Like, totally out of nowhere. Very, very different. Okay, the unks are very, very different.
Again, I'm nitpicking. The LSF.
Also, Tommy C would also get in call. Wouldn't get in the call and talk about it, especially not for fucking 3 hours.
Community child shall occur during the filming of the television show on an episode as determined by MDF. Sounds like a lot of discretion for them. Specific dates, posting windows, and campaign milestones shall be determined by MDF and confirmed in writing between the parties. Text communication is sufficient. Editorial independence and compliance. LSF retains full editorial and moderation control over live stream failed content at all times. Okay, that's already a defined term. MDF retains full creative and production control over the show and challenge implementation. Okay. Neither party is required to engage in deceptive practices, vote manipulation, artificial engagement, or vote rule circumvention. That's great. All activity must reply with Reddit, live.
Wait, that would be a weird proviso, no? Neither party is required to engage in deceptive practices. Would it not be... Wait, hold on. I might be misreading this. Okay. So, would it not be that both parties are required not to engage in deceptive practices, vote manipulation, artificial engagement, right? You're not allowed to do that. You are required not to do that. Not that you are not required to do it. Yeah, I feel like the AI's fucked that up.
Vote manipulation, artificial engagement, or vote rule circumvention. That's great. All activity must reply with Reddit, live stream fails, and laws. No exclusivity. This agreement is non-exclusive. Both parties may engage in other partnership, promotions, or collaborations. Termination for cause. Either party may terminate this agreement immediately upon written notice if the other party commits a material breach of this agreement and fails to cure within 10 business days after receiving written notice. Wait, so is written notice... You'd have to write them a fucking... The thing is, how do you give written notice under this contract is, for purposes of specific dates...
Is it written notice?
Unclear, right? Like, would this require you to serve them or send them to the mail? And if so, where are you sending it? Any kind of notice provision. Does this have a notice provision? I don't see one. So
does he even know where it's based?
I don't know. Like when I see written notice, I usually think like a written document sent to you. And the fact that they're specifying that text communication is sufficient, but just for this, but they don't say that over here. I'm going to read that more narrowly. That's just me, though. I'm not saying what a judge would say, but the fact that there's no notice provision again strikes me as a little concerning. Okay, moving on.
Using AI for interpreting a contract is a little wild, dude. Using AI to be able to write a fucking contract is even worse. I don't know, would there not be some kind of like boilerplate you could use and then slightly adjust with AI? A lot of this stuff just seems to not make sense.
Engages in or facilitates any illegal, fraudulent, deceptive, or unethical activity related to the collaboration. Okay, so did you terminate? So you can terminate this agreement for cause. Takes any action that violates or reasonably risks violating applicable laws, regulations, platform terms of service, or community guidelines, including Reddit or subreddit rules. Acts in a manner.
Speed Racer, you're lying. Techzone's not responded.
That materially harms or is reasonably likely to harm the reputation, brand, or legal standing of the terminating party. Okay. Termination does not affect content already published. Okay. Doesn't affect them? In what respect? It doesn't affect anything? It's allowed to stay?
I don't delete existing or add.
Even if they breach? Even if they never give you what you asked for?
Does not affect content. I guess it's saying I don't have to go back.
Yeah. I don't know what the fuck this means. Representations and warranties. Oh no. You represent and warrant that you are not under any contractual or legal obligation that would interfere with your ability to perform under this agreement. You might have been. So I'm not sure that you can represent that, although you did represent it. He owns or controls the rights necessary to operate the live stream fail subreddit in connection with this agreement. I'm not sure that you can represent that either. I mean, do you own the rights to operate an LSF? You have an ownership.
I apologize to you, Speed Racer.
An LSF subreddit? Or you control the rights? A right?
I guess nothing beyond my Reddit shares that I own.
I don't think you do. I don't think you control a right. Yeah. I think it's all subject to the Reddit TOS, which is like, yeah. So I'm not sure that you can represent and warrant this. That your participation will not infringe or violate the rights of any third party. Again, I don't know that you can claim this. It might infringe on the rights of Reddit. MDF represents and warrants that it has full authority to enter into this agreement. I don't know that they can represent that. I don't even know what fucking entity this is. It owns or has obtained all necessary rights to produce, distribute, perform, and exploit the show. And again, I would want to see evidence of this, right? Where's you putting out, like, that part of due diligence would be like, all right, show me where this is. Maybe it's obvious.
Oh my god, and Stale has already admitted that they hadn't done that, dude. It owns and has obtained all necessary rights to produce, distribute. They have not got an agreement there. They've not got an agreement there. Even up till when it got fucking cancelled, because people started calling out that it was a scam. They were still in talks with Amazon. They never had an agreement.
Based on, like, I don't know, you're talking to someone who clearly represents them, but have they made a website? Have they, like, is there things registered in various different places where it would be registered, maybe for trademark or whatever purposes? do they? Yeah. So I would want like due diligence for some of these reps and warranties. But yeah, okay. Continue on. Independent contractors. The parties acknowledge and agree that this agreement does not create an employment agency, partnership, or joint venture relation between them. I will note that there's no like money changing hands. So to the extent people accuse you of like taking money, it doesn't appear that there's any commitment or consideration of that kind. Public statements, public announcement referring to the collaboration will be coordinated in good faith, accurate, not misleading regarding commitments, prizes, or outcomes. Okay. Governing the law, the agreement shall be governed by and construed in accordance with laws of British Columbia, Canada. Why? That fucking. Did you even know where they were based out of before this?
I mean, I did know that the game show was in Canada, and I knew that the company was in Canada, so I assumed.
Okay. Before you signed the contract?
Yes, before.
I'll ask you the question. Did you read the contract?
I did read the contract. I went through the things that I generally agreed on. I will say that I didn't pay much attention to you were saying that you are representing this and have the rights to do so, but I went over the things that I.
Wait, dude, he didn't even read over that part of the contract. Is that not the most fucking essential component?
Representing this and have the rights to do so, but I went over the things that I was agreeing to do, and I didn't have a problem with that.
Why can't he read TOS? Dude, it's not even a problem with Stale not reading the fucking TOS here, dude. The whole fucking problem is that Stale is having, apparently, several meetings with the fucking CEO, and he has regular meetings, I think, every month with the representative of Reddit, right?
Okay. Independent legal advice. Each party acknowledges they have the opportunity to seek independent legal advice.
Like, he has people he can reach out to be able to, ask them, am I allowed to fucking do this?
Have read and understood this agreement and agree to be bound by terms. You didn't really have that much. You had 24 hours. Do you have like a lawyer on retainer that you're going to be able to hire and get legal advice in 24 hours? I don't think you had the opportunity to seek independent legal advice.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't share the lawyer. So yeah.
Okay. You shall indemnify, defend, and hold harmless all MDF and affiliates and any third-party claims arising.
I don't think, even if he was given a week to check this over, I don't think that Stale would have even had this checked over by a fucking lawyer.
Out of any breach that you have, okay, got it. Any negligent or wrongful act relating to this, and the indemnity survives termination of the agreement. Okay, so you've promised to indemnify, just let you know, MDF for any breach that any claims arising out of your breach or negligent or wrongful acts relating to this. Just a heads up that you might have had. I'm not sure if this is enforceable at all. So
does that mean that I just can't sue them? I guess I'm not planning on suing them, but
so like if someone were to sue them, that assuming this contract were enforceable or whatever, that you would indemnify them, that they could seek action against you to pay for whatever they're having to pay out to someone who sues them if it relates to like a breach of yours.
If I breach it, okay. Yeah. So they could sue me if I breach it. Okay.
Yeah, and I don't see they indemnifying you for any breaches that they do. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, moving on. Limitation of liability and waiver of injunctive relief, except for breaches of indemnity or confidentiality obligations. Neither party shall be liable for indirect, incidental, consequential, or punitive damages. I'm assuming to each other. Wait, hang on. Except for breaches of indemnity or confidentiality. Neither party shall be liable for any damages. Total shall be capped at the amount, if any, paid under this agreement, but none is paid under this agreement. So why is this here? Mm-hmm. You agree that no injunctive or equitable relief shall be sought that would interfere with the show. I'm just like not sure what's left to sue them over, like how this would protect you at all, because it doesn't provide for any monies paid, so you can't really pay for any damages because none are provided. You can't sue for any other like
what have they actually agreed to do under this agreement? Like genuinely, what I don't even know what they're bounding themselves to do. Like genuinely,
like damages that might.
They're saying they may do an extra little bit of the show, and they're saying that he has to promote it.
Emerge out of breach. You're not indemnified at all. Only they're indemnified, and you also agree that you won't seek equitable or injunctive relief. Just seems like.
Yeah, I understand why this is fucking insane. This is retarded.
Like, well, how is this protecting you at all?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if they dropped out, I wasn't seeing like how they could, like the worst they could do is like not do the partnership, I guess. And so, I mean, I wasn't really planning on suing them anyway. But
no, I know, but you can imagine a situation where a bunch of people sue you, right?
Okay. Oh, and then because I was a part of the supposed scam. Now,
yeah, and then it's like, well, hang on a second, I want to sue these people, and it's like, well, first of all, A, do they exist? B, they didn't agree to be indemnified. C, you contracted that maybe you're not going to see any damages for anything, and so I don't think that you should just look at this from like you versus them. It's also like you versus the world, is to protect you from other claims.
Right. Okay. So an indemnity clause is a contractual provision where one party, the indemnifier, agrees to compensate the other the indemnified party for specific defined losses, damages, liabilities. Right, so he's agreeing to indemnify them. They're not agreeing to indemnify him. Dude.
Claimants, and that's why.
So if something goes wrong here, dude, oh my god, if something goes wrong here, he's the one who indemnifies them. He takes all the liability if there's a claim that arises from him promoting this fucking website, which may turn out to be a fucking scam. Oh my god, I understand this now. I get this. I get why this is so retarded.
That's why you indemnify
I'm using
them,
AI, you're right.
Presumably, you might be on the hook. If they can find you, they know who you are. And if they try to sue you, they can claim a breach of you or whatever. I don't think that you're protected at all. Okay. In your agreement, this agreement shall be binding upon and shall inure to the benefit of the parties and their respective successors and permitted assigns. So if you want to pass this on to your son. Rule of construction, the rule that ambiguities will be constructed against the drafted party shall not apply to this agreement. Okay, so all the ambiguities that whatever equitable rule or contractual rule is not applicable here. Headings are for convenience only, shall not affect interpretation. Okay, and then you have this whole contract clause. Agreement constitutes the entire agreement between the parties. It supersedes all prior negotiation or agreements, whether written or oral. Any modification must be in writing and signed by both parties. Okay. All right. What are our thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I will say I didn't consider some of the things you're saying about, like, okay, if I get sued by a random person, I can't like push off the liability to them. But I am like trying to think of like the worst. I mean, we're already in like the worst. Well, not exactly the worst case, but we're in like a pretty bad situation, and I'm I'm trying to figure out like what did I actually sign away that results in like real material harm.
I think it's probably unlikely that people sue you. I think it's probably unlikely that these people will sue you either. It seems like they're scammers though, and it seems like you haven't accepted that yet.
Okay, I've got two reasons for saying that. Reason one is I technically have not. I'll agree that some of the things are fuzzy here. Some of these things are red flags, but there has been no technical proof of it being, of somebody's money being stolen, proving it to be a scam. And the second reason is they are sending around threatening messages saying, if you call us a scam, we'll sue you. And so, my honest opinion is I actually don't know. And
have they? I haven't seen any evidence of that. Is this going to be like when Stale said that people were like getting refunds? Is it going to be the exact same fucking shit? Yo, Raz, thank you for the 4 months of membership. How'd the argument with your dad go? Is he proud? I think he warmed up towards the end. Yeah, I think he warmed up towards the end. Thank you for the 4 months of membership.
And so I'm not going to like make a huge statement saying that they are scams if I don't actually have any evidence of it. But sure, I'll agree that there's lots of red flags, and you could say that's scope or whatever.
Well, I can say that's my opinion that this is unlikely to be a legitimate offer, and that there's indicia of it being scammed. And if they want to sue me, fucking bet, try it, bitch. Try it, bitch. I dare him to sue me. I dare you to sue him. You're not going to do it.
Well, I was saying that because there's some argument that could be made that, like, okay, because my post went viral, that caused the whole thing to blow up. And so I think I'm a little bit more vulnerable than you guys are, but yeah, I get it.
Okay, on balance, you think is most likely that they're trying to scam you, yes or no?
Yeah, I would say there's more red flags than not. I would say, especially because
I'm not asking about the red flags. My question is very specific. On balance, you think it's more likely than not that they're trying to scam you and others, yes or no?
I honestly don't know, because I don't know what you mean by scam, right? Like, are you saying that they're doing
intentions
something
to try to take money with fraudulent promises that they don't have any intention of
like in a way that's illegal? I honestly,
I'm not claiming that. I'm claiming that they are selling a bill of goods.
But almost definitionally illegal. I don't know why Pisco is going back on that. He's talking about like scamming, defrauding people. By definition, that's going to be illegal.
Goods that they know they have no intention to keep.
I don't, because I can imagine multiple situations. I can imagine that they're faking it till they're making it.
What do you think is most likely? Well, if they're faking it, if they're faking it till they're making it, then, and if they don't actually have any intention or ability to like do the promises that they're binding themselves to, then isn't that by definition a fraud?
Yeah, I will. Let me bring up something a little bit unrelated of like one thing that very much feels like a lie, which is that they seem to have been representing that they were doing a deal with Amazon Prime and that they had this like set in stone. They were like telling everybody something about like this Amazon Prime deal. And then they later told me that I couldn't announce that. So I tried to announce that this was like Amazon Prime was announced, and they said, actually, no, that has not been signed yet. And that's like an admitted statement. They said that like they had not had a deal yet. And so if
would that not be fraud in and of itself? If you're claiming to have deals with people, to be able to like make further contracts, right? Like advance your show or like get promotion for it, whatever the fuck. And then it turns out that's not true. You don't actually have a deal with Amazon Prime. Would that not be definitionally fraud?
If that's the case, if everybody thought that they had Amazon Prime in a set in stone deal, and that's not.
Especially given the fact that in this contract, they've agreed that they do have the ability to be able to like promote, exploit, whatever the show.
True, then yeah, that would make it a scam, yeah.
Do we know if this contract isn't just something he cooked up? I guess you don't know that for certainty, but I don't think there's any reason to believe that.
So I'll ask you again. I'll ask again, based on all the circumstances, everything that you currently know, have you accepted, or do you think it's the case that more likely than not, these people are scammers?
I would say yes because of the Amazon Prime thing. I would say just because of that one thing, I would say that's enough to push me over the edge. Just saying it's more likely, yeah.
Okay, great. I have thoughts. I think that this agreement is sketchy. I don't think that it's clear who you're having a contract with. I think
I'm starting to think this was stale. Dude. I think, to be fair, the agreement that Stale had comes quite late in the game. So who knows if it was him or not. There's reason to doubt it. That's what I'm going to say.
I think that the nature of their obligations seem elusive to me. At times, it feels like they have full discretion to do stuff. It seems like they're binding, to do some things. Maybe it's just this whole like cross advertisement or whatever. But it leaves me with a lot of questions. The lack of any effective date and certain defined terms kind of being opaque to me seems weird and odd. The fact that the terms seem especially favorable to them, that you don't seem to have much remedies at all on a situation you might imagine where if you're, think about like any kind of IP issue, like that's not sorted out here. I can imagine an intellectual property issue emerging. So yeah, I'm like, the fact that everything's bold, it doesn't seem like it's been analyzed by some sort of like reputable or thoughtful counsel. And the fact that this doesn't appear to be something that's drafted carefully by an attorney, it would seem to indicate, well, that makes it less likely that they have this kind of capital to do this kind of show.
I can't believe that Stale is still fucking holding on to the fact this may have been fucking real. Let's just let go of it at this point, dude. I don't know if he's going to be like, I don't know, totally raped if people want to like still criticize him for it, and then he admits that he's wrong. Dude, just more likely than not, yes, this is probably a fucking scam.
Where presumably they would need to like get insurance.
Wait, what? Jesus cow, what the fuck have you... This is one of my own clips.
Effective date. But effective date isn't defined. You understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, what the fuck is going on in Kick Chat? Dickers, I'm curious what lube you use. You went almost 3 hours plowing CTE-riddled al dente before he felt like you'd been bumped by a young stud whose spine was as hard as his knob. Dude, that is a crazy fucking comment. Fucking hell. Okay, so what? That was originally put in fucking in Chud's Kick Chat. Great stuff. We love to see it. Okay, thank you very much. Let's get back to this.
You got and all the fucking things that you would want, right? And
Alex Pratt Dono incoming.
This is $1 Billion Fan LLC here. Hello, fellow chatters. Send your social security number and credit card to P.O. Box 67 Shelbyville, Indiana, and you can compete to appear in Turkey Tom's Revenge folder.
Thank you, Alex Pratt, for the 3.
And the fact that the communications happen entirely through Discord, that's a red flag, man. You don't know who this Stephanie person is, right? You had 24 hours to respond to it. Yeah. It's not clear that you have even authority to sign up to the things that you are signing up for. Your warrants and reps, like, how can you do that? How could you possibly do due diligence in this amount of time?
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I honestly was just banking on Mythic Talent having my back on this, but I guess I was, maybe that's
right. Can't do that, man. That's irresponsible. You got a grade that's irresponsible.
It is, but there's another downside to what you're talking about here. Because if I do all these, here's what you gotta understand. I'm like kind of a nobody. And if I am...
You're a celebrity. You're a celebrity.
Well, maybe.
Yeah.
The point that I'm saying here is I've tried to do so many of these partnerships with gaming companies before, and I get kind of blown off. And so if I am, my thought process is if I'm slowing down, every step of the way, I do kind of lose it, right? And so, like in this case, you're right, but I'm wondering, like, okay, let's say I do all these things, I talk to a lawyer or whatever, and I do all these things just to do like a Reddit anime. Like, is that is that going to kill the thing, or like, I don't know.
Yeah, I would like. I don't understand why. Like,
I don't even understand
if
what
it's
point
not
he's trying to
worth
make.
it. I'm not saying that you would have needed to get a lawyer to do this, and that like hiring a lawyer made financial sense for you in this context. But even just not as a lawyer, a legal person, I think that there's enough indicia for a lay person here. Reasonably, I mean, you're someone who works for a living. You're someone who, you're not representing that you're totally like clueless and like you don't have any common sense. You have, right? I mean, you have the ability to look at red flags and stuff. And so yeah, I think that this. I'm gonna be honest. I think this is like a fair basis to remove you from the Reddit mod. Now, I'm not saying that that's.
Dude, Pisco. Be nice to him, man. Be nice to him. This is all he's got. Pisco.
A good thing had happened, but when you say like, well, they should have removed me for other stuff. Why isn't this sufficient? If for anything, if you violated the TOS.
Jesus Christ, he's going for the fucking neck.
Stuff.
Sure. So I would disagree with it on, we'll call it like a meta level.
Okay.
So what I'm saying here is, I wish stuff like this would have gone through Reddit first. Right? And so like, one of the reasons why I was moving so quickly on this and not doing as much due diligence as I should is because I kind of got blown off by Reddit in the past and it never goes anywhere. And so, you could still say that is my fault, but from a systemic level, it's not completely out there that a company like this would want to work with a subreddit. And, they really are, it really is their platform. They really are supposed to be the adults in the room.
Right, so Reddit, you've asked Reddit to do it before. They've said no. And so, what? They're going to blow you off again? And so you just think you want to... Dude, this is so bad. This is so fucking bad.
Protecting me from kind of my own mistakes. And so that's what I do still, even though we'll say it's my fault, like for sure, but I do think that there are systemic issues that they should fix to prevent.
It is total cope. I think he's being sincere here. This isn't like the fucking deep troll shit or whatever the fuck. This is not 5D mind rape chess.
The moderators are making those things.
He's being sincere. This is what he thinks.
So you think that they were negligent in not providing you counsel to funnel this agreement through?
Yeah, I think that they should have a whole pipeline, a whole partnership team, which is like the top of the funnel thing, which this stuff goes through. So it doesn't like go to, I thought I was being a go-getter here, I guess, my mistake. Because like nobody else does this. Basically no other moderator, and they basically just don't have a pipeline for doing something like this that should be obvious. Like I think it's a very obvious thing that a company should do a partnership with subreddits. And that's what Reddit should be there to kind of facilitate.
Well, I like,
I can't imagine
better
why.
things that Reddit could do to make sure that they're, doing helpful things for moderators. Maybe to be honest, you have way more experience in the Reddit mod side of things. I have like none. And so, I'll defer to you on what you think is reasonable given the circumstances for Reddit to do as a company. And I certainly have no good ideas there about how to like grow a business like Reddit. So I'm not that kind of guy. But yeah, no, it's,
I mean, the better question I'll ask is let's say you were talking to me, let's say you were talking to like an influencer, and they were like going through these contracts.
I'll be like, fuck this. What is this shit? Who are these people? Get me on the phone with $1 Million fan. Who the fuck is Stephanie Hall? I need their email. Like, let me talk to this person right now. Voice call. I'm not doing this through Discord. You guys gonna give me a letterhead? I need to know where the business is. Like, those are like the first thing is like, what am I? Who am I contracting with? Like, that's a big thing. That's what I would do. If I were like repping like a influencer, I'd be like, oh, who are these people? How do they contact you? Do you know their names? Okay, put me on the phone with them, and I'm gonna ask them questions. And those are the things like with like a, I don't know, with like a dad voice, not with like a kind of like, sure, oh, that's so great, like a kind of critical scrutiny voice.
Sure.
Like, especially if you think you're a fucking celebrity and should be treated that way, because this is how much other companies value subreddits. You should be able to make this request, right? You should be able to get this out.
Let me phrase again. Would you agree that the other influencers and talent manager who got tricked, like whatever mistake that I did, they did it like 10 times worse? I guess that's all I'm gonna say.
Well, it depends what they did to try to entice them. I only know this, so maybe they have like a. My guess, if you put a gun in my head, my answer is like, yeah, but like then you're basically saying is like treat me like an infant and treat them as like because I should be to a lower standard than them, and I guess do you want to grant that?
I mean, I'll grant it compared to an agency, maybe not an influencer. Okay, I think of myself as smarter than most influencers, but
okay.
I don't know about the
agency.
Oh my god, dude, you can't fucking say this after you've signed this contract with what is likely going to be turned out to be a scam.
You're getting too big for your boots.
Wait, there's 2 companies. Really? There's 2 companies with this fucking name. One that was incorporated in 2023, $1 Million Fan Reality Show 1 Inc. in Vancouver, British Columbia. And then the second one was incorporated middle of last year, And this is called Millionaire Dollar Fan Reality Show 3 Inc. And this has been 2025. Was there one in 2024 then? Because that would leave that impression, right? If one happened in 2023, 3 is happening in 2025, where was 2024? Something's weird's going on there. Something very, very, very fucking weird's going on there. I don't even know how to like conceptualize that or to really figure out what's going on there. Because I would think if somebody's just trying to do a cash grab, I could understand them doing that and making up like a puppet company that's fake. But setting up another one 2 years previously, that sounds like a sincere effort rather than a scam.
No, listen, mate, listen. There are...
That flips me the other way slightly.
Ask the people of Minnesota. There are organizations that, and in fact, states and governments that get taken for a ride. So I'm not... listen, I'm not trying to say that you are like a bad person because this mistake happened, man. Like, I think that could... And people who are like attacking you and going crazy, I'm not saying that I agree with all that stuff. And I don't want you to take it to heart. Like, this kind of shit happens, man. Like, there are people... You were excited about something, right? And there's nothing wrong with being excited about something. There was like a good opportunity, right? And you wanted just to like... maybe you wanted some power too. I heard that in the fucking... That was funny. You wanted some fucking power, but like this was like a cool idea you thought might make some people exciting, might increase your clout a little bit, and so it's disappointing when it doesn't work out. But yeah, I don't think that like it's wrong to be excited about stuff, and I'm glad that you acknowledge it's more likely than not that these guys aren't legit. I think that's true, and yeah, but I think you can use this opportunity to your advantage, perhaps. You know, never let a good crisis go to waste. This was Rahm Emanuel, and yeah, like I don't think that you need to forever be apologizing about this or doing the rounds on it, because I think that, you know, you have more to offer to the world, and I'm excited to see what that is.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of my thoughts too, is like, you know, in my follow video, I did say, yeah, you know, this is my fault, but then I'm trying to redirect it to, so I'm like trying to redirect things to Reddit, not necessarily to absolve me, but to more to like try to solve the problems.
Yeah, leave Spez alone. Come on, dude. He didn't really do anything. Come on. Leave Spez alone. What the fuck did he do? Come on, take the L and leave Spez alone, and you can start with the new subreddit and have some, you know, it can be fun. What is it called? Sub Alliance?
Do you think that Stale is going to be able to like start a subreddit ever again? Oh, that's true. Actually, he has started the new subreddit. Oh my god, yeah, it's supposed to be like moderators who gang together to be able to like lobby like Reddit, like a fucking workers' union. Like a fucking workers' union for the unemployed, autistic, and cast out of society. Rough.
See, I remember this shit. Sub Alliance. Make the Sub Alliance fucking great again. I mean, I don't know. Like, but Spez
the
is...
Channy Avengers.
He doesn't have anything to do with this shit, all right? What does he have to do with this shit? Okay, maybe he should have had a fucking lawyer for you, but really?
I would say that so I'm not saying that he's at fault for this thing. I'm saying that this is like a random example, like that's like indicative of other problems at Reddit. Like, I mean, the high level, very general problem is I don't think that moderators get enough resources. You know, forget if this thing applies to tournament. It's just this is like one example of that, of like basically all these problems about moderators not being kind of treated well enough or not getting enough resources or not being professional enough are still very real problems. Maybe this example applies to it, maybe it doesn't.
Okay. I appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. And I think that there's like a lot of fun stuff to come from the Stale universe. Yeah, man. I saw some of the videos, the one of you doing the running up the tree, that made me laugh.
I mean, did you get it's a programmer joke?
When you explained it to me, I thought it was just like a Naruto thing.
Oh yeah, I totally look at you later. Yeah.
Yeah. That's I'm ignorant about that. I don't get all the references. All right.
What is this?
Let me think. Other stuff. What's on your mind? Do you want to keep talking? You're not going to loop on this rep with everybody, right? Who are you going to talk to next?
No. Well, I don't want to talk about the $1 million fan thing all the time. I do want to talk about Reddit stuff. Is my real answer, because like there's lots of stories I could tell about that, about like the crazy power games that I did to take over a subreddit. Yeah, I mean, who else? I mean,
Oh, I get this now. How to traverse a tree. Right, he's talking about fucking graph theory.
And for your first technical interview question, please traverse a tree. On it!
Copyright. Just gonna have to mute that. Dude. Dude. Look at him running. Look at him running when he gets fucking outside, dude. Dude, he's panting. He's fucking panting. I didn't even realize that before. Dude, he runs like he's got something stuck between his fucking cheeks, man. And then he finally gets to the tree. Dude. Oh my god. And then even when he's pretending like he's trying to be like a tech professional who's hiring somebody. Belt on, not even tucked in, trousers creased. Oh my god, bro. I don't dress much better, alright? But I'm not dressing up to be somebody who looks good. Fucking hell. The bold spot. You think that's a spot? You think that's a spot? You think that's a spot? Ugh.
Asmongold has a podcast. They want me on that to talk about.
Oh
Reddit,
shit,
that's crazy. Yeah,
that'll be fun.
Yeah.
Tell him he's being a little bit of a bitch with his political takes, though. You won't say it.
Yeah.
You won't say it because now that you're a celebrity, you're gonna schmooze with them. You're just like the rest of them.
Yeah, I'll have to.
Yo, Pilkington. Okay, thank you for the 100 kicks earlier. Forgot to thank you in the middle of the conversation. Thank you very much.
Find an example to bring up.
Yeah.
Good night.
Hassan got you pretty bad though. He was pretty mean.
He's so mad, dude. He's so mad. Yeah, especially.
He was a dick to you.
Okay, what's hilarious is that he's one of the few people who understands that, like,
the power of LSF.
Yeah, because he's the one subject to the negatives of it, and so it's like a very huge irony where my biggest enemy believes me the most.
Is Hassan your biggest enemy?
Well, he's not my enemy. I mean, he's not somebody that I'm trying to destroy. I'm just trying to think of like people who want to destroy me. Who's the biggest?
I don't understand. I thought you said he was your biggest enemy. Do you mean just like the biggest? Is he an enemy of yours?
Sorry, he's the biggest person coming after me.
Got it. And that's what you mean by enemy, that they're coming after you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Well, no, I think Asmongold's bigger, right?
He's not coming after me though. He doesn't obsess with me every day.
Oh, I watched those. I watched 3 reactions. I watched the I almost said Charlie Kirk, Moist Critical, Asmongold, and Hassan. I watched the 3 of those ones in preparation for our call. And they seem to be pretty rough.
Well, okay, the other people are making fun of me, but Asmongold is not talking about me like once a week. Like so Hassan, I got doxxed a year ago. Like so Hassan brings me up on his live stream. Like has done this multiple times before. Not just about this new video. This is just like he's just taking advantage of the opportunity.
He's doxing you?
No, I was doxed by other people, and then because of that, he was attacking me on his live stream multiple other times in the past.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry about that. That's fine. Yeah, that's fucked up.
Sounds rough.
But yeah, where else do I want to go with this? I mean, I'm in a high level, like more than just Reddit. I do like doing like my style of content is like crazy audacious things. Like who would think to make a video directed to the CEO of Reddit? And so I think there's a lot of ways to go with that. Like
he's confirmed Hassan's theory that LSF is a Hassan hate subreddit. Okay. I don't think he's confirmed that. I don't think he's confirmed that at all. Like, LSF hates Hassan in the same way that LSF hates Mizkif, right? There were just certain people who were, like, hated from time to time. I'm sure there was a time on LSF where Hassan was widely loved. I don't know.
It's ironic because nobody...
You should do it to Trump. You'd be like, Mr.
Like, Hassan has got a big self-victimization complex, which is a shame, because sometimes he's actually at the fucking rear end of things. But it's very, very hard to tell which is which if you just listen to Hassan. Because he'll cry regardless.
Trump, I have a problem of serious deadliness. And it's like, I don't like the East Wing renovations. And I think that's like a good bit, you know?
Yeah, okay, he's a little bit too big. You got to choose. Yeah. You got to choose your targets wisely. It's got to be something that nobody else.
Oh, you should do Chuck Schumer. And then me and Hutch can react to you.
He's a politician. People know him. No, I'm saying like a better example.
Like streamers. CEO of Walmart. What did he do to you?
The point would be to pick some real issue that maybe nobody else is thinking about, and then go way too deep into it, and then kind of bring the issue to them, like because they're the people with the power. Because nobody would think. Take my example. Like the joke is
anybody actually thinking about this? Is anybody hearing Stale's retarded video and actually taking him seriously and thinking about the impact on subreddits? I don't think that's true. I don't think that's how any of that has worked.
Is that nobody, like the CEO, is obviously not going to watch my video that's directed at him. But based on all that's happened, I can guarantee you that he saw my video. Right?
True. I think you probably did.
Yeah.
Is that fun? That's pretty cool.
Fun, yeah.
Who do you think is the most famous person to watch that video? There's probably some like big people who watched it.
Yeah, I mean, it was all over right wing Twitter too.
Oh shit. Maybe like Mark Carney or Keir Starmer. That's pretty interesting. Like,
yeah.
Fuck. There's some angles there, but you want to focus more on like issues that people haven't thought about.
You think Keir Starmer's watching the fucking balding idiot cry about Reddit? I do not think so.
Right?
Yeah, I want to.
Dude, is Pisco just like subtly fucking mocking him now? This is fucking rough. Even when he gets a sympathetic interview, somebody's going to go through his lawsuit and point out just how fucked he is. Even now, he's getting fucking dragged.
We'll call it like low hanging fruit that nobody else is thinking about. Like find.
A CEO wouldn't watch his video unless it went viral. It sounds like he's had connections with the CEO before, so I don't even know if that's true.
That nobody thinks that.
Like, the only purpose of his video is if he thinks that this will, like, bring, like, a groundswell of support. Everyone's going to be marching down the streets, holding banners, flags with Stale 2000's head on it. Reddit moderators are celebrities! Reddit moderators are celebrities! Marching on the fucking Reddit headquarters. It's just not going to fucking happen, is it?
You can just, like, find employees who work at companies and just, like, contact them. Like, you can just, like, it sounds crazy, but, like, there are people in charge of companies who nobody else reaches out to, nobody else talks to, and you can just do a very in-depth, 20-minute kind of explanation of some huge problem, send it to them, and they'll probably look at it, because nobody else does that.
No one else messages CEOs to do things?
Not as much as you think, I think. I think that the random, I mean, I don't think that a random consumer would think that you can just write a letter to somebody, and they might actually read it.
My favorite stories of those are the people who, like, wrote to J.R. Tolkien, and he, like...
Okay, get on to fucking retarded nonsense now. Okay, nice. Let's move on, okay? Let's move on, because I believe after Stale's appearance here, he goes on to make a new video. Brand new Stale 2000 content just dropped. Subscribe, turn on your notification bell, and he's going to explain the 4 layers of irony. No! Fuck! Wait. Okay, is it work now? Okay, good.
Well, yes and no. I like to say that I'm post-ironic, or on layer 2 of the irony scale. That means I try to talk about serious things by going way over the top with it. I say things that have a comedic punchline. I say things that sound like a joke, but when you think deeper about it, have a bit of a kernel of truth to it. I act ridiculous because the truth is ridiculous, and acting ridiculous is the only way to get you to take it seriously. A refresher on what just happened, though. I made a viral video, a video directed to the CEO of Reddit, where I gave you a peek into the insanity that is Reddit moderation and how it affects Reddit, the 3rd largest social media platform in the US. In the video, I came off like a crazy person who was taking a silly topic like Reddit moderation way too seriously. And I looked crazy because the situation is crazy.
Dude, it's so fucking bad. It's so fucking bad. I feel like as soon as you, like, drop the act and try to explain this and don't add, like, extra dramatic flair, like, I don't know, like fucking Sam Hyde might, or like J-Reg might, like, J-Reg can kind of get away with it, right? But as soon as you try to do this comedy, and then you feel like you have to do like a big fucking explainer of why you're actually being super ironic, you've lost, no?
I was inspired to make this video by my favorite content creator, J-Reg. He is also a comedic content creator who created a video about the multiple layers of irony. And since I'm now a viral influencer, this is my attempt to contribute to the irony discourse by describing and defining layers 3 and 4 of irony that add on top to J-Reg's kind of previous definitions of layers kind of 0 through 2 of irony. Specific.
Okay, because listen, I'm a layman. I'm a total layman coming to this. I'm not a comedy god like Stale 2000. So I thought you've got 0 layer of irony. You're totally sincere. 1 layer of irony, you don't mean what you say, you mean the opposite. And then you've got meta irony, which is like, you're saying what you mean, but it's ironic because you don't mean it to that extent, right? Like, I might hate black people, but if I say all black people should die, that might be meta ironic because I'm leaning into it and I'm saying something like massively excessive to get my point across, right? Okay. 3 and 4.
I'm going to be using these definitions of irony to describe a very online topic known as lolcows that I've become intimately familiar with after my big viral moment. So what is irony? Well, in my framework, irony is critique, and each layer above the previous layer of irony is a critique of the critique. So what is layer 0 of irony? Well, that's just sincerity. Okay. That means just having an opinion, having a goal, having a direction, a philosophy, any just act or opinion or situation that involves agency. It is not in reference to something else. It is not the opposite of a different position. Instead, it is an opinion or philosophy that stands on its own. Notice that we can even have two opposing positions that are on layer 0 because they stand on its own without it being in reference to the other position. Some examples might be the Republican or the Democratic Party. They are in some sense opposed to each other, but they still have ideas and philosophies of their own that don't need to be defined as being against the other party. Layer 0 is everywhere. The real world is mostly full of layer 0 sincere beliefs. Well, that was easy. So let's get to layer 1 of irony. If layer 0...
I feel like this is just like hardcore ripped from J-Reg's video. I'm not gonna fucking lie. Dude, holy fuck. At least he credits him. At least he credits him. I'm totally consistent here.
...is defending a belief. Layer 1 is attacking it. Layer 1 of irony requires the acknowledgement of the opposing belief and positions itself so as to attack it or tear it down. It is fundamentally destruction, not creation. And in order to destroy, there must already exist something that was created to then destroy. Some examples. Some people say that sarcasm is a layer 1 belief because you're saying the opposite of what you mean, but I mean something a little bit different from that in my framework of irony. The best example that I have of a layer 1 position would be the Socratic method, or the person who's constantly asking questions about somebody else's belief and pointing out flaws without necessarily even having a position of their own. Elitism, credentialism, or gatekeeping is a layer 1 belief because it fundamentally says that there are people out there who are not qualified, are not competent enough to have a position, do an action, have a goal, etc., etc. And that's why we need these credentials or gatekeeping to make sure that the wrong people are not engaging in certain actions.
God, he's crazy and I hate him. Yeah, I kind of feel a similar way. This, however, is who Beckett thinks is doing deep trolling. So, possibly, okay? Possibly.
One is exclusionary. And to get to my most important example, I would argue that the internet itself, especially social media in the digital age, is fundamentally full of layer 1 beliefs and critiques, which stands in stark contrast to kind of the beliefs that are in kind of the real world. What I mean by this is, I think that social media, especially websites like Reddit, are not really about doing things, and they're more about sharing and critiquing things that other people are doing. It's not about you putting things out into the world. It's about you attacking things that other people do. This layer 1 philosophy resonates through the entire DNA of the internet, both from the very sarcastic and critical humor that is common on websites like Reddit, and even down to the very features that make up these websites, such as, resharing, retweeting, commenting, and kind of features like that are baked into the very infrastructure of the internet. Websites are built to make you attack, critique, reshare, comment, or retweet. And this is so ubiquitous that I don't think people could even imagine it to be any other way. It's hard to even put a finger on what is truly wrong with the internet, let alone fix it, beyond vague hand waves and attacks against the algorithm. And I hate this. I hate layer 1 of irony because...
Okay, great stuff. Stale is never going to be able to be a successful content creator. I would rather pluck out both of my eyeballs than watch another fucking minute of this. Holy shit! Jesus Christ! I can't laugh with him. I can't fucking laugh with him. I can laugh at him. That's about the fucking limit of it, though. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yo, Thiologist, thank you for the 100 kicks. Dude. Also, I noticed 7 minutes ago that Vincent Martin sent me or replied to me on Twitter. Said, can confirm Dickers is a coward. I challenged him, or one of his minions, to discuss or debate the Aiden Duck shit. And dude dodged me. Huh? What? I do not remember this at all. If Vincent Martin wants to fucking call in and argue the Aiden doxing stuff, he's absolutely welcome to. I think Vincent Martin's got this, retarded opinion that a lot of this stuff was done to, Shanghai Aiden, or to, stitch Aiden up. I don't know. He can call in whenever the fuck he wants, though. But, yeah, there we are. There we are. He's one of your dudes? No. Oh, one of my dudes, yeah. Yeah, apparently I've got minions. I didn't realize this at all. I didn't realize this before, but apparently I've got minions. Yeah. Okay. I can tell him to call in. I mean, he should feel free to call in if he wants to. I'll reply to him on Twitter now. If he wants to call in, he can. There we go. All right. Vincent literally dodges everyone. I've tried to have a conversation with Vincent before, and it's never gone through. I've never had it before, but Possibly. What I want to watch, okay, is the Legal Mindset Cope. The Legal Mindset Cope stream about the Tectone stuff. Now, I'll probably go through the Tectone stuff tomorrow. I did not really expect there to be like a 3-hour segment talking to Chud Logic in this stream. Let's have a gander though. Let's have a look. More like legal dick sucker? Yeah. I need to find a way to be able to watch this without, revealing anybody's fucking docs information. So we'll have to see about that. If anybody's got a timestamp that would help with that, I would hugely appreciate it. Just to take me, preferably, to when he's crying, if that's okay. Hold on. Okay, do we have that? Legal Mindset's the guy who's obsessed with Asian baddies. Yeah. Legal Mindset is the Go East guy. Legal Mindset is the rapist guy. Okay, great. I took a look, found it. Nice. Let's go to the timestamp.
From all the long time.
Yes. Chud was a bonus? No. Chud was not a bonus. Chud was actually Chud was a replacement for the Tectone stuff. I'll cover that tomorrow, okay? Chud's off. I'll go live earlier.
Thank you guys. Seriously, I'm about to cry here because I'm about to cry because even for me, it's really stressful to stream all the time. It's really stressful to stream. And
oh my fucking god. So if you don't know why he's going live, okay? Legal Mindset has been a long time Tectone sweeper, predominantly because Tectone was the one who got him into Mythic Talent, the streamer org.
So of course I joined the talent agency Mythic, and this was put out on September 27th, so that's 3 days ago, which was really awesome. Big thanks to Tectone for helping me out. He actually got me in contact and let me get in contact with the leadership, the CEO, the COO. It was really awesome to meet them and to talk about them. And even Pikachu, this is the real thing. This is the real thing here. Even Pikachu said he's not a groomer. So if the girl who issued the temporary protective order said he is not a groomer, he did not groom me, what does that say? And what I will say to you guys is this: there's a lot of buyer's remorse in dating. When you date somebody, you can look back at the stuff you did and say, oh, I have buyer's remorse.
Dude, I don't think that courts issue fucking protective orders lasting for 10 years off of buyer's remorse. This is fucking gross. Okay. Because I've heard people talk about this and just how like disgusting the fucking sweeping was. Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely, dude. Abso-fucking-lutely. This is grotesque. Of nothing, right? Of absolutely nothing. He had access to the court documents. He was reading through a lot of those, right? Totally doxed Freeman Pikachu, which is why I can't react to the entire fucking thing. And then summarizes it as buyer's remorse. They heard from a fucking doctor, bro.
Right? And that sucks. And it sucks that in American law, some girl or man or whatever, your partner with buyer's remorse can come back and hit you with lawsuits, with penalties, with restraining orders a year after you dated because they have buyer's remorse now on dating you or maybe on sexual stuff they did with you, right? That sucks. That sucks. Because if they did that stuff consensually with you, like, why is that should be dragged through the court of public opinion? I don't see that.
So fucking grotesque. I mean, I read this shit out the other day, right? Like, even if you go just by what she said, even if you just go by what Pinky Shoe said, it is very hard to nigh on impossible to be able to summarize that as something that, like, oh, well, she just had buyer's remorse. Like, it's almost impossible to construe it that way. There's no way to read it like that. Okay, hold on. Is this going to be the third incident? Okay. Is it going to be the third incident? No, second incident. Okay. So, I was lying in bed with Tectone when he asked me to perform oral sex on him. Fuck it. I'll show it on here and fucking blur it just to make it not totally fucking cancerous to try to read. Okay. That's blurring appropriately, right? Okay. Nice. So, yeah. So I was lying in bed with Tectone when he asked me to perform oral sex on him. I had recently gotten a lip injection procedure done and told him my lips hurt and I didn't want to. He then pushed my head down onto his penis and didn't let go until my mouth around his penis. Sorry, until I put my mouth around his penis and performed oral sex. My lips hurt significantly and the filler migrated around my face because of this incident. You can't fucking misconstrue this. The clap is this guy's buyer's remorse. I think the fucking charges. It's just so fucking retarded. Okay, here we are. 2. Date of incident 2, blah, 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 blah. I was crying by the side of the bathtub, and Tectone grabbed my head, shoved it towards his clothed crotch, and said that my crying turned him on. Incident 3. John told me he wanted me to perform oral sex on him. I had recently gotten a breast augmentation and was told by a doctor not to lay on my stomach while I was recovering. I told Tectone that I didn't want to perform oral sex on him because of this. While I was sitting up, Tectone pushed me onto my legs, so my back was on his legs and pushed my head onto his penis. Then forced my mouth to make contact with his penis. He would not let go of my head unless I complied, so I gave in to his demands until he was finished. This is not some case of somebody thinking later on, oh, thinking about like the relationship dynamic. That was actually super toxic at the time. She's alleging at the time she's saying no, and Tectone is fucking manhandling her to be able to like get her to do it. Especially given all the fucking lies that Tectone's thrown out as well to be able to run away from this story. Totally disgusting to try and claim that she's like what, trying to drag your name through the mud just because she regrets it later. These tears are not for his fucking mental health, by the way. These tears aren't for his mental health at all. These tears are his soul leaking out his fucking eyes.
And, you know, it's hard to come back. It's really hard to come back. I'm going to fucking cry here, you know, because when you're super depressed, it's hard to do this. It's hard to do this shit, you know?
And there's medical records, and apparently the doctor even testified in court. Yeah, that's the electronic, the request for somebody to be a witness electronically. Yeah. And the medical records, that's the latest retraction. I forget what it's called legally, but it's like a retraction order, I guess. So that none of the material pertaining to her health information can be shared with other people, right? So, yeah, shit ton of health information. I wonder why.
And I love you guys. It's really good. It's really good to be back. It's really good to be back. So
yeah, seal order.
Appreciate that. Oh fuck. You guys made me cry. Fuck. Okay. Appreciate you guys. I gotta lock in. I love you guys.
Again, if it was somebody else, okay, if it was anybody else, I would probably feel just a little bit of fucking compassion, okay? But I just do not. And I'm going to intersperse this crying with these fucking clips to prove my point. Where are we? Yeah, here we go. Arguments. Travis County has pro-female bias outcomes. Potential activist judge with domestic violence bias. Jury pool potentially biased towards plaintiff. Skew heavy female bias. Then we have not seen the abusive communications. Not yet. Not yet. Just wait, dude. Just wait. Yeah, and then you've got the fact on top of this that this guy is also part of Mythic Talent. Totally fucking gross. I still think that you can't, there's going to be some kind of like non-disparagement agreement in that between other streamers under management. Normal clout relationships don't explain this shit, dude.
All right. Sorry, that's just it's been really difficult for me to come back sometimes and do content. So I appreciate coming back. I really do. It means a lot to me. It really does. It really does. Because
got Moodang in the background.
Content creation really fucking sucks sometimes. It really fucking sucks. And sometimes you feel like you're not going to be able to come back. And it's really difficult. It's like super difficult.
Is this Is he talking about the time that he went like totally fucking schizo bananas and started claiming that like Antifa super soldiers were following him like in the street as he's walking around? Dude, how long ago was that? Because I know that ended up getting deleted. It was a live stream, and then he posted it as a video on his channel as well. Holy fuck, man. This guy just should not be online. He's actually gonna do some shit one day that is gonna like breach the TOS. He's like totally erratic, delusional. He's just fucked up. He's just fucked up in the brain.
So I appreciate that. I really do. I really fucking do. Thanks, dude.
He was dropped from Mythic 3 months ago. He's lying. Oh, Tectone. Oh, fuck. That's a good point. Yes, Dan. Okay. So you can no longer make that excuse or make that argument for why people are swooping for Tectone. He's not even under management by Mythic anymore.
I appreciate all you guys. And look at me. People are going to make fun of me, be like, look, legal mindset fucking crying on stream. I don't give a shit. It's difficult, you know? And it's real. And that's why I have sympathy for people, you know? Because I go through this shit too, you know? I go through this shit too.
Dude, how often does he even go fucking live? Was this like once a week? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so 12 times in 1 month. Once every 4 days, maybe twice a week. Alright. And then he goes live for an hour, 30 minutes, 2 hours. Dude, the average time that he's fucking live is an hour. It's barely a fucking live stream. And it's this hard for him.
Too.
Why not just do prepared content at this point?
And you know, there's a time in which you don't want to stream, and you feel you have to fucking stream. And I'm glad that I want to stream, and like doing this stream with you guys right now is making me want to stream more. You know, it's helping me.
Wait, Shamu commented on Chud's chat that Legal Mindset and Nux were both dropped from Mythic Talent. Is there anything public for that? Or is that just like Shamu's like theory? He just like believes that, or he feels like he knows that.
Stream more, you know. So I appreciate everybody helping me out here, because you know the support and love I get from you guys is really what keeps me going. You know.
Oh my god, Legal Mindset would rape and die for Tectone simply because he hates women that much. I don't even know if it's because he like hates women. Like, he might have like casually misogynistic attitudes, but like Legal Mindset believes the Emaru shit because it's Emaru who's saying it. Like, if you go back and watch and look at Legal Mindset's coverage, he believes wholeheartedly the fucking Emaru shit. But on Tectone, Freem, Pinky Chew stuff, you've got 2 people alleging it, and you've got a court case going on about it. A police report's been fucking filed and shit. There is infinitely more evidence for the Tectone stuff than the Miz stuff. But because of disgusting fucking clout relationships, just nobody's going to accept it.
And
he is
it's
crying,
difficult.
yeah.
It really is fucking difficult sometimes. All the shit going on in life, all the shit like
Mrs. Live on Kick, it would be poggers if you could interview him. I think Miss Kiff, he's doing the content on his own right now. I don't think there's anything that I'd be able to like pull out of him in a fucking interview. I mean, talking to Miss Kiff would be fun. Problem is, dude, I wouldn't be able to fucking take it. I wouldn't be able to take talking to Miss Kiff. I just know that at some point he would bitch and moan and cry about his previous cancellations or allegations. And then I'd try and have to fucking bottle it. I'd try and have to fucking not talk about that. You did that shit, dude. You did that shit. You did that shit. Do you accept any wrong for the fucking Adrian Lee shit? I wouldn't be able to hold it in, dude. I would not be able to.
Life throws at you.
Maybe it's best to just, like, watch Miskiff from afar like an animal in a zoo, you know?
And there's problems, you know? You just push through it, you know? And
This
you
is
guys
what
help a
pain
lot with
feels
that.
like.
Thank you. My favorite part of Microweed, she wants the gag reflex. Okay, thanks for making me laugh. That's going to give you over there. Thank you. Even Jesus could have helped him. That's definitely true. 0-0. Misgift, stop the fighting for your own crimes. We won't forget. That's right. Bridget Chandler said both men and women fall for the long man. That's right. It does happen. Hey, listen, I know judgment. I grew up in Miami. I don't care. Gay guys want to hit on me. It's all cool. Good to see you live again. Been a while since I caught you. I'm so fucking glad that you guys are all here. 45 months, super based. Nick McKean says, I'm picturing a judge sitting there looking at the case thinking I'm too
So
old
fucking
for this
retarded. Also, yeah, I can't believe that he's still fucking backing up the Mizkip claims. We know that. We know that. Yeah, we know. We know what you fucking did, Mizzy. Dude, it's so fucking retarded. Like, nothing matters to these people. Nothing is fucking real. These people are post-truth. Nobody gives a fuck. They think that because Tectone calls out Hassan and makes jokes about Hassan shocking his fucking dog, he's fucking innocent. There's no two ways about it. These people just don't, I don't know, deserve to be listened to on fucking anything ever.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Like, they should just be seen as, like, their own tiny bubble of creators that's totally self-contained, and nobody listens to any of them.
Hold on, that was a swear, so I'm gonna put one in the jar for that. Here you go. Glad to see you back. Thank you so much. Cabron, you fucking do. We all love you. Thank you. You're good, man. Keep fighting.
This man 100% comes off a 2-week meth binge. This is amphetamine withdrawal crying. Okay, I've never heard of amphetamine withdrawal crying. Possibly. I don't know, because somebody mentioned before, right, that the stream that he did in October, that was all fueled by amphetamines, and he's like high on fucking drugs. That's the only reason that he's being so schizo. Possibly, but that would be like a long-term fucking like drug binge, right? Like, would you be able to like operate as a human being at that point?
And I'm not gonna stop, guys. I'm not gonna stop, even when it's really fucking difficult. I'm gonna do that.
Doesn't Asia have crazy fucking restrictions on amphetamines as well? Because he lives over in Korea, I thought. He lives over in Korea or some fucking Asian country. I thought that they didn't allow, even if you've got ADHD medication, you're not allowed to go over there with it, right? Or maybe I'm thinking about Japan.
Here. Air D for 2 said you have multi-generational support in my family. Thank you, guys. Powerline says, get yourself a good meal, King. You're brave enough to put your skin in the game, put the real on stream. Yeah, it's the real me. You know, once again, I'm real. Sometimes I'm fucking too real. Sometimes I'm too real for the internet. Sometimes I say shit that I shouldn't say. I talk about my personal relationships and stuff like that I shouldn't talk about. I try to keep everybody private. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I've like.
Oh, right. So, like, when he's dude, what do you mean? Saying things that I can't say. The things that the man doesn't want me to talk about. What, like when you're fucking, like, hookers in Thailand? When you're fucking dubiously aged hookers in Thailand? I don't think anyone's saying you're not allowed to say that. I think people are just saying, like, you're admitting to a crime.
Lets things out I shouldn't have let out. But, you know, it's the authentic me, and it's the way that I'm going to cover shit. I'm just going to be.
Singapore is the one with the crazy drug laws, like death penalty for drugs. I know that there's an Asian country. Maybe it's a general disposition over there, then. You're just not allowed to take ADHD medication.
Be real with you guys. I'm not going to be fake. We love you, Andrew. Thank you. Morning Sin as a new member. And then we got 5 Legal Mindset memberships rolling in from Koj 876.
Yes.
Okay. Right. So you're not allowed to take any ADHD medications, Adderall, Vyvanse, and Dexedrine, into Japan, Indonesia, Thailand. Okay. That's like most of Asia, right? That's a lot of Asia. It's the ones where the girls look like children, so I guess that's where you'd be.
Andrew, as a new member, thank you. Miss Kip, you barely graduated from community college. Okay, listen.
Dexedrine is how they pronounce it in the United States. Okay.
There's nothing wrong with just going to community college, and there's nothing wrong with skipping college. A lot of really successful people I know skip college. CCBT Tech, glad you're back, bud. Much love. Thanks for sharing with us. We appreciate it. Content creation is extremely hard to come back from. Yeah, and it's like it feels like a slump, and it feels like, what am I going to do to get over that slump, you know? Like, what am I going to do to get over it? Lich Emperor for 5 Legal Mindset memberships. Thank you.
Yes.
You should take your meds, stickers. I haven't got any fucking meds, bro. I haven't got any fucking meds. I'm totally fucking clean. Too much caffeine, but yeah, other than that.
So much face palm.
You're weird, lol. Thank you.
Mindset. We're gonna get you that gag reflex surgery. Sincerely, you're amazing person. Hope some tears go. It's okay to let some tears go, brother. Thank you. I had my moment. My
emotional cabbage.
moment, guys. That's my moment, guys. Belfrost says, shit, this guy's been spending.
Is this guy not just kind of weird? I don't know if it's like weird in the like the eccentric kind of way, or just like weird as a person. Just very, very fucking strange.
Money on super chats again. Thanks. Appreciate that. Professor Keen, new member. Thank you. Aishola says, we love your legal mindset. Glad to have you back. Thank you. I'm here for the scuff. Says, we love.
Did you see somebody posted their meds and Nuki? I did see that.
Important premonition in private.
Wait, what the fuck is this? In private? Okay, I'll take a look at this.
جهاز المضاد للحضار من قبل مهندسي فاعل بيكيو باستخدامه لمعاقبته بألم الموت من خلال سحب عظامه. لن يتحدث الحضار بعد الآن.
Thank you very much. I hugely appreciate that. Thank you for the two.
Love when you stream, but always when you come first. We wait for you. Yeah, and that, just be patient with me, guys. Sometimes, you know, I need a break for my mental health, and I need a break just to let loose. Sometimes I just need to like listen to music and, you know, go out in Bangkok and just have a good time. And, you know, sometimes I've been partying with my buddies and just, you know, just letting it out. Music's my therapy. And I just need that sometimes, but, you know, I'm happy to be back. Route is a new member. Thank you.
Does he not talk like a fucking 15-year-old girl? I understand why he's fucking touring around Asia looking for honeys then. I kind of get that. Music is my therapy. Music is my therapy. Holy fuck.
You. We love you, our favorite personal lawyer. The Ugly Cry together, man. Much love. Appreciate that. Nino Fish gifted 10 Legal Mindset memberships. Thank you. Let's give a...
Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell.
Little RKI in there for you guys. You all know we love you too, Legal Mindset. Don't let depression kick your ass. When you're feeling down, remember today and how happy it made you feel. Enough to cry from Twitch. I know, literally, that's how you guys made me feel, is that it's enough to fucking provoke me. And I'll put.
Wait, so he's crying with happiness. He's crying with happiness.
I'll put it.
Totally deranged. Like he's actually emotionally unhinged. He's actually unhinged in like the real fucking sense. Holy fuck. Do people actually still fucking respect the guy? I know that Asmongold recently reacted to his shit on fucking live. Tectone's dead. Tectone's gone now.
Another one in the swear jar for that. Because I never imagined having a community of about 3,000 people watching me live. My goal was like 1,000. And now I got 3,000 people watching me live. Crazy, right? Crazy. I never thought I'd get this far. Hello, random person for €6 says your Amber Heard tactic is not going to work, Miss Gift. Deflecting on other people is not going to wash away your abusive relationship. Exactly. And it's not going to convict Tectone while dismissing his charges. Hudson became a new member. Keep rocking, LM. Thank you with the soju. And Putterface is a new member. Welcome, welcome. Hound said,
Hop super chat? No, that's not true. There's absolutely no fucking way. There's no way Legal Mindset is the most super chatted content creator on YouTube. That's not possible.
Agree. Chasing her crush is like taking Advil. But after hearing his fanfic nonsense, I'm more willing to believe she was chugging Tylenol. Hey, listen, the Tylenol Americans like Danielle are much appreciated. I just got here, so quick rehash.
Okay. Most super chatted creator by world? I guess he's going to be in Asia, right? Who the fuck are these people? Oh, no. Wait, dude. The top 10. Out of the top 10, 7 of them are fucking lolly VTubers. I've completely lost my fucking faith in humanity. Okay, let's just go United States. I don't know where his channel is fucking based or registered. Where would it be? Yeah, odd amount of fucking funniness and cuteness. Okay. So, Shamu is trying to say that he's been released from Mythic Talent. He's still got their email address linked on his YouTube channel. Maybe he's just not changed it yet, I guess. Okay. He's based in the United States. Let's get into it. United States, all time. I've never heard of this person. Tom Grossi, never heard of them. Timcast IRL, I could believe that. And iShowSpeed, I could believe that as well. No way, dude. No fucking way. Dr. Disrespect is the 7th most super chatted creator in the world. There's no way. There's no way that's fucking true. Really? I thought that fucking started pretty soon afterward. Like, all the way back into, like, 2024. Like, all of this drama happened ages ago. Fresh and Fit, number 8. I can believe that. Creekcraft. I knew this guy was big. I didn't realize how big. Jerome. I didn't realize that guy still made fucking content. Okay. Interesting? Interesting? No way. That's no way that's fucking true. There's no way that's true. LolCow Live made almost $500,000 in super chats. And that's just their main account. Okay, H3 Podcast 31. Overlord DVD. Holy fuck. Okay. Interesting. 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 I don't see legal mindset there, though.
I get a Creek Rich hash and Miss Bitch, mostly being definitely graduate from Minnesota Quality Learning Center. Round gifted 5 legal.
They have an absurdly high TCS requirement. Yeah, which I'm kind of surprised I didn't see the Whatever podcast, but maybe I fucking missed it.
Mindset memberships. Thank you so much for that. Let's do another
emotional damage.
Do you know Zandatsu Games? Did you know in the top 120 super chat YouTuber on USA in 2025? Cheer up and welcome back. Thank you.
Top 120. Top 120. Okay.
No, I can't believe I fucking did that. I can't believe another one in the swear jar right there that I was a top super chatted, like little fucking me over here in that's another one. I just did it again. A little me over here in Bangkok with my, gangster setup and over here. All right, let's continue. Let's keep reading here. This will cheer me up. Okay. I snuck an I love you to Kurtz. So, okay.
Okay. We're not going to go through any of that. We're not going to go through any of that, okay? Because this guy is slinging around fucking docs information like candy. It's unbelievable. All right. Okay. LolCow audience is like 80% retarded people who donate their disability benefits. Feel like an awful lot of the LolCow universe audience originally came from commentary, to be legit. Like a lot of them, I think did, like organically. Maybe there's been growth past that. I can imagine there has been, but yeah, possibly true though. Possibly true that it's retarded people giving away their disability. If you can watch LolCow content, then probably. Yeah. Whatever has an audience of broke incels, LolCow Live has the real N-words. Yeah, true. RNs go and watch fucking LolCow Live, that's true. Okay. Holy fuck. Alright, I've almost done 7 hours. I was going to do 6 originally, and then... What? Okay. Dickers is the 18th most super chatted UK creators out of a total of 21 streamers. Fuck you. Okay. I'm going to sign off and raid you guys out. I'm going to be back tomorrow to cover more of the Tectone stuff. I will be back, okay? I will be back. We'll do a whole deep dive. Unfortunately, yeah, the Chud conversation kind of zapped a lot of my attention span there. But we'll be back. Have a good one. I'll chat to you guys later on YouTube, okay? See you tomorrow. I think Morale looks like he's fucking reacting to shit. All right. I'll send you guys over to Morale. Have fun. Chat you later. Bye. Not retiring after today. Brave. Shut the fuck up, Ghislaine Maxwell. Holy fuck.